Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet. Put one in the chat if you can see and hear me right over there. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. We're going to play an awesome game today, everybody. The mighty Satisfactory. We are mega building. We're working on our extractors right now. We have made some blueprints on our very large blueprinter, and we've made it in a modular style where we're setting up a lot of our basics, but really to a huge degree, so that we can use those for future building. So we've been working on, of course, our concrete. We've been working on our plates, all the things that we're going to need that we constantly run out of over time, and just rebuilding all of those basics, but at the highest possible level. And of course, making them completely autonomous from everything else, pretty much. Where they can just run and produce that stuff. And every time that we run out of those resources, we can go ahead and just have it automatically go back in the dimensional depot, which basically perpetuates or builds momentum in the fact that we can just keep building and building and building and building. And eventually, once we get to a certain point, we'll have all the resources we'll ever need. And of course, that's going to get us closer and closer to our giant mega base that we're building. And of course, all those resources will eventually make their way there as well. We'll have a central storage. We'll have, of course, our stuff built up a bit more. And this is like my mega playthrough where we absolutely go through, do every single thing, try to tap every single node, and basically hit that build limit if we can. We'll see how it is, but we're going to try to be very, very efficient as well as we go through. So thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat, and then we're going to dive right into it. Let's see. I see Paul in there. Paul was in there at the top of the stream. Thank you so much, Paul, for coming in. 1,000 Kids Cast for everybody in the chat, for the first person I see in the chat today. We got Wist in there as well. What's up, Wist? I actually can click on you right here. There we go. Again, when I'm starting up, everybody, my little highlight thing is still starting up. So if you say anything before I get all the buttons turned and all the switches flipped and all of that stuff, then I can't highlight your message until such a time I got it going. Eddie Oko coming in. What's up? Saying hi, Kismet. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Dragon Wolf coming in with a massive love train there. Always love to see it. Bringing that big hype to the stream. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We got Whis with the one as well, and Dragon Wolf with the ones. Thank you for letting me know everything is working. You're on an ad break. Well, that does happen. Bezos has got to get his dollar bills as well as it helps support the stream and keeps Twitch going. All of those things are a good thing, I think, because I really have invested in Twitch keep going. That's for sure. 10 years invested, as a matter of fact, coming up in June. Absolutely. But I do also stream. I'm also a Twitch partner. I also stream to YouTube, youtube.com/KismetBP. Yeah, with a BP at the end, which is my guild name, which if I had that account since before I stream here, man, I don't know, 13, 14, 15 years. I don't even know. Basically, all the way back to near the beginning of YouTube. Way back when. And the funny thing is, I used to do the same thing I'm doing now on stream, where I would put in like what my skill rotations were, what your skills are, what to put all your skills into. Still doing it 10 years, 15 years later. But of course, in a much larger degree as well. And of course, if you don't know where I'm at, everybody, I'm in my overseer's office. If you're familiar with Fallout, which is my favorite series, we got that in there. And I did send some love to Bethesda for the amazing Oblivion remaster. Really, really great. Plays fun. The combat's a little janky, but apparently the combat was janky on the original. I absolutely loved it. I was having a great, fantastic time. You can always tell when I'm having a great time. 12-hour stream and then a 13-hour stream the next day. So we had a lot of fun. And of course, all these games you see going by here in the background, including the mighty Skyrim there, PUBG, and all these other games here. Star Wars The Old Republic right there. I played all of these on stream and thousands more over my 50 years in gaming. So I'm also streaming on top of Twitch and YouTube. I'm streaming also to Twitter, aka x.com now, and then, of course, Trovo, Kick, and Facebook. So wherever you're watching me, I appreciate you coming in, hanging out in the stream. You can watch wherever you want. I'm just here to bring a little joy and positivity into today, a little bit of entertainment. You know things are going to go off the rails. You know this whole entire stream is a miracle every time it starts up. And we're going to get into it as well. Big time. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. Dragon Wolf asking, hey, Kismet and chat, how is everyone? I'm doing pretty good. I basically, for the last couple days, I've been streaming, sleeping, waking up, streaming again, then sleeping, and then waking up and sleeping. You know how it goes. I really try to push myself. I've kind of eased off a little bit to rest up, and then now I'm kind of getting back into pushing myself forward again. That's kind of what I do. I call it pushing back the line. See, when I got very, very ill, everybody, that line was real close. I could barely do anything or go anywhere, and that kind of thing. And then I've been pushing that line back for a whole decade. That line's way out here now, which is great. It means I can stream more, do more here in the stream, which is, and both also in real life as well. Trying to get on the treadmill, do all that stuff. I'm down 52 pounds, everybody. That's a big achievement. Trying to go for more, but you know, what you do is you hit plateaus, and those plateaus are hard to break. So you got to really keep working at it and just keep that momentum going. You know, some days if you fail, you go have a pizza or whatever. That's okay. You know, failure is part of the process of succeeding, everybody, if you didn't know that. It sure is. So you got to just keep consistently working at it. Say, okay, well, that one day I'm going to go have a little extra calories, but today I'm going to be good. And that's what I did today. I'm good today. Just had myself a little dinner and a banana, and I'm ready to stream. I'm going to keep it going. I got to keep my potassium up as well. That's what bananas are, potassium. You started Throne of Liberty, by the way. It's so good, isn't it? Yes, Eddie, it is very, very good. I am surprised by how much I really enjoyed Throne of Liberty. Again, it is very much like the lineage. It captures the spirit of it. That's what I heard as well. Now, I haven't played the original Oblivion, but I have heard that it does capture the essence of the original, and I can see why, because it's very, very fun. You go in there, and I got myself a house, and then I build up my spells, so I had more spells. And then I became the champion of the arena, everybody. I absolutely was throwing down. I had got this quest item that had this magical power on it. And I think I don't have that great of armor. And I went in there, and I annihilated most of those peeps. And then a few times I died when I hit a plateau, but then I came back on the second try, I wiped them out, and then again and again, and then I had to take on 3 people at the same time, use my battle tactics to get in a corner, and so they couldn't all shoot me at the same time, took out the wizard, The gladiator lady was trying to get me. I jumped over my skeleton, and the pig that they gave me took that lady out. And then I was dodging the guy with the bow. I was dodging behind the pillar because he's just going to do his bow the whole time. So dodging behind the pillar, and then my skeleton and the pig went over there and wiped him out as I just kind of just kept him busy dodging me, and then he died. I became the champion. Battle tactics, everybody, because when you're a wizard like me in Oblivion, you've got to, use your smarts. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to use your noggin to survive. Let's go ahead and jump onto the server as well. We'll go ahead and jump in there. Highly recommended. Now, again, if you want to join us, it's even more fun with friends. You come and join us on the North American East server, on the Ivory server. No matter where you are in the world, remember, you can go to any server that you want. Remember that once you have a character on a certain server, though, you can't move regions, which I think is stupid. But if you are already on that region, you can jump around on those different servers. I haven't seen them do region to region yet, but they do server to server if you're within that particular region. But again, we play on Mondays and on Fridays together. I kind of feel like adding Thursday as like a Nebula day. Where we can go do Nebula, and then I can go ahead and do all my other stuff after that. I still got to do a lot of contracts and stuff like that in there. Did not have a chance to get it done. What's going on with my mouse here? There we go. Didn't have a chance to get those in today because I basically slept, woke up, got ready, and here I am. I work hard, everybody. I work very, very hard, as you can see. Every single day, by the way, for like a decade. I've been working away at this stream just a little bit as I can, because again, I'm not here. I can't do no 24-hour streams or none of that stuff. That's a danger to my health, everybody. But I have done a 22-hour stream, not on purpose. I was having so much fun. Man, I forget what game I was playing for that one. But I've also done 20-hour streams for 7 Days to Die and stuff like that, where it's just like you want to do that one more thing, and then you know how it goes. That one more thing, when you start at 5 p.m. at night, all of a sudden, boom, it's like, 4 o'clock in the morning, you got to go to work in an hour. You're like, oh, God. You guys know what I'm talking about. All right, let's go ahead and get into some Satisfactory, into some mega building. All right, there we go. It's like playing a multiplayer shooter, it's one more match. Exactly. Because you want to go out on a win, so you want to try to get one more, like you're playing PUBG, right? That's where we came up with that term, one more. And that's how it goes, because you already did the one more, and then you're going to do one more on top of the one more. That's where the one more comes in. I should make a t-shirt that says one more. I don't know. We'll see. I'll put it down here. The one more t-shirt. I come up with these ideas and I just throw them down there. I only have so much time in the day, so I can't do them all. So I throw them down. I have just books and books of ideas and things of that nature. But I can only put my energy towards so many things. So I try to prioritize those as well. All right, let's give you a quick overview for those who haven't seen the mighty base over here. Now, this is me working very efficiently. Efficient is what you're mandated to do. See right here on my Satisfactory shirt right here. What's it actually say down here? Non-lethal, effective, efficient, and then something else at the top. Oh, cost-effective. Cost-effective. But most importantly, this one, efficiency, right? Efficiency first. That's the mandate from corporate, Fix It Corporate. Now, of course, I'm your official Fix It Corporate trainer. I'm going to try to keep you not to get lasered from space. So if you work very efficiently, you would work with square boxes, because those are the quickest and easiest things to do. You get the most square footage on a thing. And that's why people in real life build square box buildings, warehouse buildings, because, again, the square footage is maximized in a square building. In a round building, no, because you're cutting off a lot of that space and reducing the overall square footage. And if you're paying money to buy a building, everybody, you want to have the maximum square footage that you can get. That's, again, why buildings are square. Otherwise, they would make them cylindrical and use those. And why don't they do that? The reason why they don't do that is because of cost. Because round things cost more than square things. But actually, a cylinder is one of the strongest structures that you can build. It has strength in all directions. if you are into architecture and things of that nature, and 3D animation and fun stuff like that. So it's actually more effective to build around things structural wise than it is to build a square thing. But it is highly more costly, and it reduces your square footage of your building. So of course you'd want to build them in the most efficient way, which I have done here. And actually I can finish the entire Satisfactory with, I think, even lower, but I'm about 30 to 40,000 power right now. And I could finish the entire game probably with 20,000 power. I know I can do it. I know I can do it, and that's the important thing. And I've already done it. I've already finished the game with about 30 to 40,000 power. And I could finish the game right now, because basically we just have those three things left over there, and I could finish it easily right now. But what we're doing is we're now switching into mega building mode. So this is episode 3 of mega building. Now again, I have all those episodes on YouTube. Again, you can check them out on youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button over there if you do enjoy those videos. Appreciate all of that. Remember, all that stuff's free, and it massively helps the stream and over there on YouTube as well. So you can see over there that we have our power. We have a whole bunch of resources coming in via train, like oil and iron and bauxite over there. We're making some aluminum. We got our aluminum back up again. This is all of our nuclear power here. Now, all of our nuclear stuff here is being produced over here that we need with just nuclear. Now, remember, this stuff's just nuclear power alone. That's it. That's all that it does. So it goes down, and all of this stuff feeds over here to our nuclear power. And they're like, well, Kismet, why don't you go over there? Well, if I go over there, I get radiated. That's why you want to have your nuclear power set back. You notice I'm not getting radiated from here. You want to have that set back. Now, all my nuclear waste is also running over here, which we added some more space for our nuclear waste there. But we are definitely going to need to do something eventually with that nuclear waste, because it is absolutely getting filled up over there. We're going to need to burn up that and build in the rest of our plutonium so that eventually that nuclear waste can become something, right? So it can become the final fixonium, which would basically be less radioactive and then also be burnt up and as fuel in the thing. So eventually it would disappear because you would use it as fuel, and then you no longer have that nuclear waste. So that's the high end of the game. We'll get to all of that, but again, we're going to kind of restart back at the basics and start with some mega building. Now, I've already unlocked everything in the game. You might have seen it there in my hub when I went in there, that I've already unlocked everything, including other fun things that we have, which we're going to use down here in just a second. But let's go down here in the hub, just try to catch everybody up where we are at right down here. Again, we have unlocked everything. We're on tier 9, where we've unlocked all of this stuff, including the new blueprinter, the Mark III, and of course all of our other stuff here that we are running, a bit of all of this. And of course our level 6 belts, which is the final thing that you unlock, and our fixonium, and of course our fixonium fuel rod, which is the thing that you can take your nuclear waste, convert it into fixonium fuel rods, and then use it as actual power. So very, very cool using all that stuff up. And then we'll go ahead and find our power out here. Do we have a power pole? Yes, right back here. And we can see that right now I'm producing right around 40,000 power very consistently. Oh, look out, Blair and Fire bringing that 92 months. Holy mackerel. I think that's as long as you can be subbed. 92 months of sub love, keeping it going. That is a massive amount of love, everybody. I want to see a massive amount of hearts in the chat for Blair and Wolf, or Blair and Fire right now. I always get people's names mixed up in my head. Blair and Fire right now in the chat, everybody. Now, you can use my emotes, or you can use anybody's emotes. You can use some global emotes. Come on, show some love in the chat. This is an interactive stream. So when people show the love, I want you guys to show love right back to them, because our job is to take that love, amplify it, and then send it back out, everybody, and bring a little joy to people's day, all right? So show that love in the chat. Keep that love going in there as well. Thank you so much, Blair and Fire, as always. Oh, and bringing even more love in for all of you as well. Blair and Fire, our gift, bringing some gifted subs in as well with a 10 drop to all of you. Oh, you're so lucky. We got a Love Train Conductor, everybody. Again, he's showing you all some love with some gifted subs. Dr. Angero, Space Budgie, Alpha, Hammer, Harm. Hey, Harm, you got a gifted sub. There we go. The Nimble Ninja, Motley Har, Dr. Kit Kat in space. Like it. The Necro Saints and Firehammer all getting some sub love. Let's keep that love going in the chat, everybody. Again, you guys just got a gifted sub. Make sure to say thanks in the chat. To Blair and Fire for bringing them gifted subs in and showing so much love here in the chat. Oh, making it rain too. Making it rain. All right, let's make it rain right there in the chat, everybody. 1,000 kids caps for all of you as well. I should just make that automatically just give you the points. I just dawned on me. I should make that automatically just give you the points. Auto make rain. I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to do that. All right, Necro said again, getting some love there. Thank you so much, Blair and Fire. Appreciate you bringing that Kismet Love Train in. Now's a good time, everybody. If you want to get on the Kismet Love Train, you can donate subs. You can drop bits or donate to the Vault Van Life Project. That's going to unlock our hype train and, of course, earn rewards for everybody in the chat and, of course, help support the stream. So now's a good time to get on that Kismet Love Train, get it rocking and rolling. I do appreciate everybody that does. I appreciate it big time. Right up in here. Oh, 5 times combo in the chat. Nice, nice. Showing that big love to Blair and Fire in there. Love to see it. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get back to what I was talking about here. As you can see, I have 40,000 power. That's the gray line up there. But check out that orange line, everybody. I'm actually using around 6,500 because as my production runs, it's going to run and then it actually would stop and then come back down to a point where it's about 6,000. That's called being, where's it over here? Efficient. That's right. My factory is so efficient that I'm only using 7,000 power even though I am has 72,000 max cons, as you can see in the blue number right over there. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you make that work? Well, what I do is I do what I call backlogging. So you can backlog and you produce extra so that you do have that backlog. And then when you don't need it, it automatically shuts those machines off. And I don't have to manually turn them on and off. It will automatically turn them off because they don't need to produce anything, and then it will use up that backlog, and then when it needs more, it'll automatically turn back on and produce more of that particular thing. So that's why my thing is so efficient. Again, I could probably do it with 20,000 power easy. Now, the reason why I would need 20,000 up to 20,000 is some of the machines, when you're running them, they need a lot of power up into that range, especially your accelerators. But on average, you can see I'm using around 7,000 to 8,000 power right now. And that's actually up from about 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 power that I've been using because I have constant production going. And one of those productions is, of course, my my limestone, bringing my limestone out, producing concrete, and our plates, which we've kind of circled back to. Now, we removed all of that production, which used to be way down here, which is one of my favorite spots, if not my favorite spot, right down here. These are all pure nodes, everybody. If you want to know where they're at on the map, I'm way over here. As you can see, I've got my radars on so I can see all the nodes. Again, you get your radars put down, everybody, and you'll be able to see all of this stuff, all of the nodes and stuff. I'm trying to find one of my radar towers among all of this sweet loot here. I can just go over the side one. There we go. Here's one over this way. All right, so over here. There's our radar tower way out over there. So again, our radar tower is going to show us that distance right there of what's in that area. And again, you can see that we have a bunch of slugs there. We have we actually got a lot of those Mercer spheres. Summer Sloop, some more hard drives, and a whole bunch of these mobs here. And of course, it scans for those things. That's why I can see all the nodes on the map. Now, if you want to see how many nodes we're actually using, everybody, we're using a couple of these. The ones with the check marks are the ones that we're using. We're using these ones here. And then we're using basically, and they're using these oil nodes, using these ones here. And then a couple, this one, and where's our other one? Down here that, oh, we don't have a radar tower there. We don't have a radar tower, so we can't see it. But we're using a couple down here. So we're not really using that many, and we could actually, and of course we're also using our nitrogen gas here that we're picking up. We're picking up some box right there, and some sand ore over here. Yeah, sand ore, some coal here, and of course quartz and some uranium. Picking all that stuff up, running it over here to our primary base. You can see all of our trains moving. Something really cool about watching all the little trains even move on the map. They're over there doing their thing. Look at these guys circling. Yeah, going up the spiral right now. All the water trains going up the spiral, down the spiral, over there. See, there they go. How come it's going up in the middle? That's interesting. Yeah. No, it's going up in the middle and down on the outside. I forgot how I made it. But that is not only a spiral, everybody. That's a perfect spiral. We got another one over here. Now, what that's doing is bringing the water up and down. And it can bring it in huge quantities because, again, we have multiple cars in which it's bringing it up and down. It's going at maximum speed. It looks like it's going slow, everybody, but it's going at 100 miles an hour, which is pretty great going up and down. Now, you can also make it at an angle. But if you use a spiral, it's very consistent on the way down and very consistent on the way up. And if you use the Kismet perfect spiral, then it's going to be even faster than if you build the junky spirals that most people build. I try to always take things and elevate them to the highest level. I try to build them out as a perfect representation of great use of spirals. So there we go. All right, so we know that we've got everything done there. And then over here, you can see that we have this thing. That's right. There is a portal in the game, and you can see it's got a cell in it. And what I can do is go ahead and configure the portal over here. Now, I don't know why it's currently not working, but we're going to give it a try. Deselect link. Change the link over here. Select link. Okay. And then, I think we got to turn it on or something. I don't know. I want to take it out. No fuel. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why sometimes this thing doesn't work. All right, let's take a few of these. And we'll go ahead and throw those in there. Oh, okay. So it needs more than one. Now we know. Oh, look at them megawatts. I don't think I've ever watched it charge up. Now, you don't want to leave those all in there or they'll just get burned up, I've noticed. So I've burned up, I don't know, hundreds of those, just letting them sit in there. And then I should be able to teleport. Oh, apparently not. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut these down to about 3 of those. And then we'll throw... Oops, help if I took it out of the box. Then we'll throw 3 of those in there, and we'll let them do their thing. That's cool. There we go. So now we can go through the portal, which I didn't even know was in the game, everybody. I'm so glad they didn't say anything about it. Because now we teleported from way up there to down here where we've been working. And you can see we've got a storage here. This is actually on my blueprinter here. Almost looks like an apartment complex. Now look at the difference between using square ones and then, of course, what I call mega building, where you give it a bit of style, everybody. Look at the style down here. We've got a glass container that's holding our extractors. We do still have a little bit of work. We actually finished out the edges of it as well, so it looks like it's a nice cement block there. And, of course, we have our supports there. which I rarely do unless I'm actually mega building. This right here is actually an indicator. First, it shows me what is being extracted here. It lets me know if it's on overflow. So if you see this side, you know it's on overflow. We also know what it is and how much is being extracted at that particular location. Actually, you know what? I could actually, just dawned on me, I can actually name this by its actual number. So 01 limestone. Actually, let's put it as, I'm going to have more than 100 of these. Maybe. You know what? Let's put it as 001 limestone. Right there, just in case we have more than 100. And then down here, we're going to go ahead and call this F001, which we should match up here to basically label this a little better. There we go. So F001 limestone. So this is now my first node, but it's not really my first node. My first nodes are really over there. But we're going to be revamping all of our nodes and prioritizing what's known as factory nodes or power nodes separately. Over there, those are what's known as power nodes. So those are producing my power, right? Pretty much doing that, and of course some other stuff over there, well, like my trains and hypertubes and all of that other stuff. But this is actually a factory node, and it's basically what it's doing is taking that limestone and then running it up here and putting it into our limestone storage. So let's go inside, take a look. Just a nice warehouse. And look how much I left some space, everybody. Again, sometimes you just want to remember, you're building it for human size, for human beings like you. Basically, you're building it so like you would in a warehouse where you could move through there, maybe bring a, you know, a little the thing with the lifters, whatever those things are called, those things in there to move some stuff around. But as you can see, it's backlogged a bunch of limestone. I can go ahead and take some of this limestone out of here, and we can watch as it drains out that left side, telling me that it's no longer in overflow. So very quickly, I can see how much it's producing. And again, I have it overclocked to maximum. That's as much as it's ever going to extract, 300. And then once it starts to fill up, you can see, look, it's starting to overflow. And then once it starts to overflow, it will then go this way and eventually stop once it's filled, and let me know that that is actually in overflow. And then what's going to do is automatically turn the extractor off. And then up here, along with the limestone storage, and you can see we have two of them, we also have our concrete production and our concrete storage. So up here, we can see that we have this set to concrete. We have a whole bunch of these in here to match the actual extraction rate. And then up here we have the concrete storage. So we have a lot of backlog concrete. That's about 14 boxes there and another 14 here. So 28 boxes of backlog concrete. Then that concrete goes up here to the very top where it is then 5-time put into the dimensional depot. Now, why did I do that? Well, I did that so I don't have to keep running back to get the concrete all the time, which is something you did in the game before they added the dimensional depot. The Dimensional Depot is actually one of the greatest things they added, other than nudging, by the way, or the hologram mode, which is incredibly awesome and so incredibly useful. But as you can see, it automatically runs it in. Now, I've already upgraded my MAM to maximum using my Mercer-spheres, and those allow me to basically put them in there at a very high rate. You can see at 240 right here for each one. Let's just round it to 250. This is 500. That's another 500, and then another 250. So basically around 1250 per minute. So 1,200 of these, roughly. Let's just call it 1,000. So 1,000 of these can run into the Dimensional Depot every minute. And that's a lot, everybody. That's a lot that I could, again, if I used it all up, boom, in a minute, boom, I got 1,000 more. Which is great. And that's what this whole entire factory's job. Its job is to perpetually get me all of the concrete I'll ever need to build anything ever. Remember, it never runs out either. And that's from a coarse node, right? So this is this is the lowest end node you can get. But because I have it overclocked and I have a dedicated factory, which is a modular factory, as you can see, I can just stack them on top of each other, and I could make it 10 times bigger if I wanted to. I can make it go all the way up to the space station if I want to. But I build it as its maximum production, right? So its maximum production is going to be 300 of the extraction. So very easy. You can take 300 divided by 45, which is the input of concrete. And I need about 7 of them. And so I have exactly 7. Now again, the other bit, that little bit that goes all the way to 7, is what I call overflow or extra. So if you have a whole bunch backlog, it's going to use all 7 of them, burn it up as fast as it can, and then when it burns up that excess, it will then basically have extra to basically keep running until it fills up. Then it's going to backlog. Then I'm going to have 24 boxes of raw limestone, which when it starts up is going to go at maximum belt speed, which is 1200. So it's going to fill up and basically produce it forever. It'll never run out, ever. It'll just keep making me concrete until the end of time. And that's what you want. You want to do my favorite thing, set it and forget it. I never have to touch this again. It'll just sit there and do that. Now, the only thing I would do with this is also bring it up to a train line way up. And you can see I have a little marker there where eventually I will bring it up to connect to my train lines when we start to build out our mega storage, which is another stage we'll get to. But right now, you can see I made a little marker there where eventually this will also not only split it into here, but also bring it up to a train, and that train will bring it to a central storage, where if we do want to go and grab it and get a whole bunch, though I could just run over here and grab it if I want to. And then we also have another node over here that is built out, but we haven't built a factory on it yet to convert it yet, because we may want to leave it as this raw limestone, or we might want to put it as part of a factory process. But we got it built out, looking pretty awesome. And then over here, you can see that we have a whole nother process. Now, instead of getting a pure node, what I've done is I've taken 4 separate nodes that are all coarse nodes. As you can see, they're all marked as 300. And we've got to do some labeling on them here. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. We're going to put this right up here on the top of that. And we're going to do basically a little bit like we did over here. And instead of going in and redoing the whole thing, now remember, I'm still in 1.0 here, everybody, waiting for 1.1 to go stable. And we'll explore all that 1.1 stuff later on. Again, I could play the experimental version, but I do like playing the live version now, so I can keep working on my mega build without the fear of it getting corrupted. Again, I highly recommend that you back up your saves, everybody, if you are going to be on the experimental. Okay, so this node over here is, we're going to call this right here Factory 02, which is going to be our iron ore. There we go. And then we're going to call this F000A as the first node in the line. We're going to copy that. Actually, we can just copy the whole thing eventually here, and we're going to say iron ore. There we go. And now we've got that all set up. So F002-A, because what we're going to do with this one is, again, use it as a singular node. So we're extracting 300 from here, and we can go down here and just take a look inside the extraction. So again, 300 per minute, and that's because we have it overclocked. This is the best use for overclocking, I think, is basically your extraction. So you can extract more from a single node. It does take you more power, but it produces way more and requires you to produce less lines, less time, and your time is your most valuable asset. So we're going to go ahead and combine all of these, and you can see they're in overflow because this side is stopped. And so again, we have 300. We have 300 again all the way across these. So we're going to go ahead and copy this item, and we're going to put it over on top of this one. And again, finish some of our labeling that we were doing. And see, I like to build it out first and then come back and then get an idea of what I'm going to be doing with those particular node extractions. And then back over here, go ahead and copy. I like copying multiple times because sometimes the copy doesn't actually work. And then we do here. Now you can probably get the general gist of what I'm about to do, to go in and then very easily make this one B. And so on. Just to really go and mega build where we label all of our stuff. We put in supports. We really building to the umph degree. Really building it out. All right, so these are all considered node 2 because they're combined into one, basically running at 1200, because 300, 300, 600, and then double that again. would be 1,200. So that's 1,200 iron being extracted and then, of course, being run up to the top here. Now, up above this, you can see we got a cool support there and a bunch of supports holding this up. Looks like an apartment complex to me, but pretty awesome. So this way we're building actually vertically, then horizontally. And there's a reason why we're building horizontally here, and that reason will fly by later on. I don't see him out there right now, but he'll be back. And so we're trying to also build around the obstructions of the world. And so again, we have our concrete, and then what this does, of course, is extracts the iron. It converts or smelts the iron here. As you can see, we need 4 smelters. That's smelting that down, making our iron ignet storage there. Again, backlogging that, and then, of course, producing our plates. Our plates then, of course, go into plate storage, and then that plate storage is then sent to our 5 dimensional depots, because along with concrete you need a lot of plates. So again, there's another 1,000 plates constantly going into the dimensional depot, and is also backlogged basically 24 boxes deep. So normally I do 10 boxes deep, but in this case this is 24 boxes deep. Each of these, open my doors there, each of these is filled with plates all the way back. Now you're like, well, kid me, how can you build so much stuff? Well, because I'm on a server, and the server gives you the power of time. That's right, it gives you actual time back. So instead of you sitting here waiting or letting your computer run or whatever, you go get yourself a server with G-Portal, and you let that sucker run for how many hours have we been running now? Let's go look. We have been running for 3,655 hours consistently and nonstop since we started this playthrough. Now, is that me playing for 3,600 hours? No. That's the server running for that amount of time, saving me massive amount of time on my end, because I can just let it run. And that is pretty awesome, everybody. So 001, and we're going to call this F001. I've got my spreadsheet over here. You know how I love my spreadsheets over here. Again, this one's F001, concrete, or actually it's limestone. Limestone, and then F002, A through D, iron ore. And we'll get more into the spreadsheet and whatnot. I'm just going to write it down there to remind myself to do that later on. But as you can see, of course, it's producing those plates. Now, we don't need to run it back to the factory, because if it's in the dimensional depot, I can access it at any time here on the left side. Now, dimensional depot is like a bag of holding, if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, or basically a storage portal or a storage dimension where you can put a bunch of stuff in that storage dimension and then access it no matter where you are in the world. Because I can take the concrete here and pull it out of here and put it in my inventory, and you'll probably see it start up, back up over here, start to put that right back in there again. Oh, well, that's concrete. Let's do plates. And you'll see it. Yep, there it goes. Is starting to put that right back in there again. And then over there, my concrete is putting it right back in there. And you can see that it's filled right back up again. So I can very easily pull a bunch of this out, let it fill up while I'm doing building, and then before I know it, I've got another 1,000 and 2,500 there. That's as much as you can put in the dimensional depot. I have the dimensional depot maxed out because I went and grabbed a bunch of Mercer spheres and upgraded them in the MAM, which is how you upgrade all your stuff along the way. So again, we can put some more pale berries in there. Let's do that. Let's put some of these in here. Yes, what do we got here? Again, I like to keep all this random stuff out of my inventory if I can. Sometimes the dimensional depot does fill up, but it's good to just keep it in the dimensional depot, because again, if you die or whatever, you can always pull that back out of there. Let's see, some spider stuff. Okay, all that other stuff is good. This in here. And again, if it has a little symbol on it, that means that it's already full. But always good to kind of fill that up in there. Our little guys there, we'll put them in there. And maybe some of this. There we go. I usually try to put the ones with the lowest numbers first, because then it clears it, and then I can add more later. So very good use of it to put, like, you know, the one with 2 first, and then the one with 50 way at the end. Because then you can just keep feeding in there and clear your inventory pretty quickly. That's already full. Wow, okay. Those are already full in there. Awesome. Do we need any of this? Okay, some raw ore there. we can put in there as well. Now, I don't necessarily need the raw ore in there, but you might as well leave it in there in case you do get to a point where you're like, oh, I got to make a little bit of this or a little bit of that. You'll have that raw ore in there. Now, another thing that I can do is I can add that raw ore as part of the process by adding a dimensional depot to basically split that information into a, or split that resource into a dimensional depot and then have that backlogged. But I don't necessarily need to do that. So again, your dimensional depots are very valuable because they are limited to about 200. Now, it seems like a lot, everybody, but you have a lot of resources and a lot of things that you want to use. I've already used 10 because 5 over here and 5 over there. I have a lot of them running way up on the top up there as well, and basically feeding different types of resources into the dimensional depot. But you can see that we have basically 6 different iron plate productions. And that's, again, because of the conversion. So if you want to go in and figure out how many you need of each thing, it's pretty easy. You just figure out what your input is, 30 input, and then the output is 20. So if we take 1,200 right here, and we divide it by 30, we're going to need about 40 of these constructors, or exactly 40 of these constructors. And I forget how many I put in each one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 each one. So 7 each one. So we'd have to take 40 and here, 40 divided by 7. We're going to need about 6 of them. And we're going to have a little bit of extra production again, just in case we need more. It'll automatically take all the excess iron storage here and run that in there at even over the capacity that we would normally be able to run if we were just running it at 100% efficiency. It's actually more efficient than if you were running at 100% efficiency. And you're like, how is that possible? Well, because it backlogs. And when it backlogs and it starts up, it's actually going to fill up the extra ones that normally would not have enough resources. See, so it's going to come out of there 1,200 into all of these at the maximum belt speed, which means that I'm actually going to be more efficient once I start it back up again if I need a lot of concrete and whatnot. So that's very, very useful, everybody. Very useful. And again, this does one thing, and that is produce iron plates. That does one thing. It produces concrete. And that's it. That's all you need to do. And then, of course, do that for every single process in the game. And we're just getting started. We're just getting started, everybody. We're just getting going here. Now, let's see if our friend is coming by. Oh, he'll be back in a minute, unless he's going this way. No, he's going the other way. So I also built this so when the manta ray, as I like to call him, comes by, he doesn't run into my buildings here. So I actually built it around his flight path, so I'm not interfering with his flight path as he comes flying through. Now, there's a ton of nodes over here that we could tap into, but what we're going to do, again, is use a lot of our nodes and combine those nodes together to be more efficient. Oh, what's up down there, guys? You want some of this? Oh, I hear something. I hear a noise of something. Where's this bear? Didn't even know it was there. Awesome. Again, you saw I wiped him out with my my gun. Again, at first these guys are rough because you got to jump them and try to zap them with your little zapper, and eventually you get yourself a nice rifle like this. And of course, I've made massive amount of ammo for it and backlogged that ammo into the dimensional depot. So at any time I need some ammo, I can literally just type ammo, and I can pick up my rifle ammo. Then I have 10 boxes deep of the ammo. Oh, here he comes. 10 boxes deep of that ammo as well. So let's get up here and take a look at my precision building here. Here he comes. And he just flies his way through. And then also, he misses, look at that, perfect. And he also misses that building over there where I have it built out in such a way that he just misses that as well. Now, it actually doesn't damage the building or hurt the thing because he'll just fly right through it. But he will knock you around, though. If you're in that building and it goes through the building, it'll knock you back because you're a solid object and it's a solid object to you, right? But not to buildings. Buildings are not solid objects. It'll just go right through it as well. I'm a little tempted to build him a tunnel out of glass where he's just flying through a little glass tunnel and stuff. But that is not necessary right now. What's necessary right now is we tap these nodes, and then we go ahead and combine those two nodes with the other two nodes that are nearby. Where are those nodes? Let's find out. Iron ore. Back this way, aren't they? We have two nodes here. We're going to combine them with other two nodes. Oh, it's on the other side. On the other side over here. There's our copper. Right there. There they are. All right. So we have these two nodes over here, which we're going to extract. Now, it's a little close to this building, so we'll have to work some magic there. So we're going to take these two nodes and combine them with these two nodes over here. If we can. Now, the first thing we want to do, of course, is obsess what kind of nodes they are. So this is an impure node. That's an impure node. So the maximum that's going to run out is 300. And then over here, impure node, impure node. Perfect. And you're like, well, Kismet, these are junky nodes. But not combined, they're not. Combined, they are very, very powerful amount of resource. That's 1,200 combined, which is the maximum belt speed anyway. So if I did any more, or if they were all normal nodes, it would be too much for a single belt. And that's forever, by the way. The maximum speed belt is 1,200, so you can't go any further than that anyway. So what we want to do, though, is we want to start by going in and taking off the top, because we will rock you. There you go. I'm not kidding. That's exactly what it's doing. What's up, Fred? Fred approves. He's like, Kismet, I like what you're building here. I like what you're doing. All right, we got that node cleared. Now we're going to go right to work. Now we actually have a to-do list over there to work on. Our first thing is our dedicated iron rods. So we're going to go ahead and get that going. Now, again, it's like we're starting at the beginning of the game again. Really fun to, kind of get to a certain point and then restart your building process. But this time now with every tool available in the game, right? So we can use the maximum size, the maximum speed belts, use everything at its maximum amount. Now, I have actually no process right now that's actually making rods. And I have no processes that are making a whole bunch of different resources that I made in the beginning of the game, backlogged 10 boxes of each of those things, and then no longer needed the process. Because guess what? 10 boxes of everything is pretty much as you need to finish the entire game. Absolutely. So all you have to do is set that process up, especially if you're working on a server like me. You get yourself a G-Portal server. You work on a G-Portal server like me, and you get 10% off, by the way, too, if you go over there and show yourself some love. And I can just let it run. So I just set it up, let it run. Then I've got massive sums of resources that I can use to basically go all the way through to the end of the game, which is pretty fun. Pretty fun to do. So again, but we're going to be building out to the nth degree here. As well. So we've taken the stuff off the top so that we can, of course, start to work with it. Now, we're going to use our very slim items here to keep things going. Maybe we want to finish this out just a little bit here. Maybe add a little bit over here to just kind of finish these out. And then overlap here with a little overlap there. Finish out the edge there. Again, they are at different levels because they're set at the actual extraction node grid as opposed to the world grid. Now, everything up there is world grid. All of this is what's known as node grid, or that's what I call it anyway. And it's aligned to the actual node perfectly, by the way. Not cheap and dirty, junky way that a lot of people do it. I do it the perfect way where you can see it absolutely fits perfectly inside our little cage that we built for it there. So, no extra rocks come flying out of there and hit you in the eye. It's for safety. But you can see it's perfectly built around that node. It doesn't stick out beyond that foundation, and it fits perfectly in that foundation. I'm going to show you how to do that here in just a moment. and then also how to use it with your blueprints and connect those together. Now, speaking of the world grid, I do like to align somewhat to the world grid. Sometimes I just, in some playthroughs, I have just utilized the world grid and just put it over there. But then it kind of sits weird. It's kind of hard when you're doing your blueprints and you want to make it beautiful or perfectly aligned to it, where it kind of sits offset of the center, as you can see. But we want to go ahead and just put a box down, and then we'll get the general angle of what we need. Now we're going to go ahead and take our Mark III miner. We're going to align it in such a way that we feel, it's going to be close but not perfect, because again, it's two separate alignments. And that's not too bad. I kind of like that. And then once I have one, I have them both, because I'm going to put them both in the same thing. Now we have some power running along here that I use for navigating and then also working on things. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And then I'm going to go ahead and take this out just to get this out of the way. Just basically built the power around the area. And now we've got these aligned kind of how we want them to be. Now this is right up against an edge here, so we might have a little bit of clipping might happen here. Though it does look like it's got a good amount of room, so we might be just fine. And now I'm going to show you how I align it in one move, everybody. One move. You've never seen this in stream. This is going to be magical for all of you who have been suffering trying to align to this. And I came up with this, everybody. You're welcome. It took a long time to figure it out, but I'm going to share it with you. So what I did is I took that metal bar and I rotated the left side inward and then aligned it by holding down Control to the front of the extractor. Then I clicked it, and you should start from this side, right? This is the side you want to start with, so you're going to pull it out, and it's going to turn blue, right? So yellow means that that's called soft clipping, that you're clipping through something. So you want to go through to yellow, and then you want to go 4 out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. And that's it. That's all you have to do. You're aligned. That's it. One move. One move, you're done. And then all you want to do now is just go in and roll your cursor over, left click, and boom, it's now aligned to the extraction grid. But also in such a way that you can actually now enclose this without it hanging over the grid. See, so a lot of times what people do is they use the barrier, right? The road barrier. They hold down Control. They put that in there and they do the thing. The problem with that is that the end of the extractor hangs over the foundation, and it makes it harder for you to align it. So you have to leave an extra space to align it and do all that stuff. My way is perfect every single time, by the way. Perfect every single time. All right, then we'll take away our alignment bar. We don't even need this anymore. We can take this out, and then we'll go ahead and just put those in there, aligned to our extraction. Now, another thing that I can do is I can go in and there you go. Oh, my daughter just sent me a nice message. I did something really nice for my daughter, and she's now thanking me for it. There you go. And I said back to her that I hope it helps her chase her dreams. There we go. See, as a parent, everybody, you have no idea how long and how much that your parents have sacrificed to get you where you are today. They have spent a lot of time and effort doing that for a very, very long time. At least good parents would. Again, they are, my job is to facilitate the greatness, not only in my team, but also in my kids, that they'll go on to have a great life. And they'll understand what it's like to have no money, because Daddy spent all his money on his kids. And all of their things that they need. Because I don't need stuff anymore, everybody. I've had lots of nice stuff. You know how it goes. You're always trying to buy more stuff, and before you know it, you got a whole garage full of stuff. When you could have had a whole mind full of memories instead of having that stuff. So I would rather switch now to memories than to stuff. So my goal is actually to get rid of stuff so I don't have to manage that stuff anymore. I have so much stuff that my wife has bought over the years. Not me, everybody. I don't buy the stuff. I don't spend my money on anything other than pretty much my children and their success. It's a great moment there when your kids appreciate you, if it's only for a brief moment. Appreciate all the hard work you put in to help them get where they're going. And my wife does a lot of hard work as well, working as well. This thing doesn't pay for anything, everybody. This only pays for giveaways and stuff like that. I put every penny right back into it. But I did work for many years. My wife didn't work, so that my wife could raise my kids properly without just having some random stranger raising my children while we were both off at work. And so she's done a great job of that, and my kids turned out amazing, everybody. Again, my one doctor is going to be a doctor. My one daughter is going to be a doctor. My other doctor is studying to be an engineer now, my other daughter. And then my other daughter is going to be a scientist. So very cool. Not because I told them that's what they should be. They decided that's what they want to be. And I'd be happy if they wanted to, work at fast food, everybody. And again, you can't, the worst thing you can do, I mean, you're trying to encourage your kids to, do a whole bunch of things and figure out what you're doing, but you don't want to force them to do something that they didn't decide they wanted to do. It's much more powerful if they decide that's what they want to be. Like I decided I wanted to be a graphic designer. I wanted to design cool logos and things like that on t-shirts and billboards and stuff like that. And I did do that. And I did it to the umpth degree. I did it 100% achievement in real life. I've done every type of design you can possibly think of, everybody. Every single one. Because I was absolutely obsessed with it because it was my dream. And I made that dream a reality through a lot of massive hard work on my part. Because my parents were like, hey, you appreciate it more if you paid for your own college. Because my parents were poor, everybody. They did not have a lot of money. They didn't have a lot of stuff. They struggled very much like me and my wife struggle now. But it was my effort that became that success. And it's their effort that's making their success as well. Because I'm not going to be around forever. So they got to learn how to survive on their own. Like every other animal on the planet, everybody, is you've got to learn to survive on your own. Otherwise, you're not going to make it. And that's really, I feel like my role as a parent is to teach them how to survive. Teach them what they need to know. They're going to learn a lot of stuff the hard way because that's just the way life is. But again, give them as many lessons they can for free that they don't have to suffer through like we did. And my generation was the feral generation. But it was like, go play in the streets, and if we see you in the next couple days, fine. That's my whole generation, the feral generation, where we just went in a giant generational cage match, and the ones who are still around like me, we're the hardcores. We're the hardcores. We're the ones you don't want to screw with because we survived that cave match, and we're still around this many years later. It was pretty crazy. But again, that's my role, is to, again, pass that on to them, make them as successful as I can, and then let them take the reins of their life and go where they want to go. Because, again, they're almost 18. They're 17 now. They just turned 17 in April. My oldest daughter just turned 20. I have a 20-year-old child, everybody. It's pretty wild to me. Now, to me, people who look at me now at 55 in June, just a couple months away, is the same way I used to look at people who are 55. Like, oh my God, that person's really old. I can't believe they were around for that long, because I never thought I'd live this long, everybody. And a lot of times I almost didn't. So, pretty scary. Pretty scary. But again, when you have a moment like that, everybody, you appreciate it when your kids really say thank you for all your help. Because it's rare. It's a rare thing that people will actually say thank you as well. So, again, I thought I'd send her a cool message there. I appreciate everybody who is kind and sweet. That daughter is my sweetest, kindest one. She's like me. She's sweet and kind, and she likes to help people and whatnot. But the problem with being sweet and kind, everybody, and with being, a nice guy, is that people try to walk all over you. I also come from, being poor, and from some of the most delinquents you've ever met in your lifetime, who some of them are dead, some of them are in jail, some of them are, who knows what they're doing, some probably illegal activity right now, or whatnot. I come from those days, everybody. The people around me, these are who they were. I didn't do that stuff because I tried not to die, and I try not to get arrested. I've never been arrested, never gone to jail, never did all that stuff. because I watched the mistakes of everybody else and I learned from their mistakes. See, that's the real power, everybody, is you learn from other people's mistakes. If somebody's over there doing drugs and alcohol to the extreme and they're out there stealing and lying and cheating, you're like, wow, I don't want to be like that because look at what happens to this person. This person's living a really rough life because they're a liar and a cheat and a steal, and everybody knows they're a liar and cheat and a steal. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person, and I don't like to be around those people. So I gave up the danger squad, as I like to call them, and the delinquents, and went with the geek squad later on in life because, again, I was into computers as well. So I met a bunch of geeky guys who were less dangerous, who also got into a lot of trouble, but not as bad. Not like life and death. Well, some of them were a few life and death, but I can't say not any. But a lot less dangerous stuff in illegal activity, which is great. And again, everybody, remember that in my day, kids were just let to run wild. They were not supervised. You can stay out to any time of day or night. You get into all sorts of mischief and trouble, and oh man, it was dangerous. It was very, very dangerous times. And so trying to teach my kids how to take care of themselves as well. And they're at that age now where they're just about to hit 18, and then they're what I call a level 1 adult. And that's what I told my oldest daughter when she hit 18. I said, great, you're a level 1 adult now. Congrats. Now you are an actual adult. You'll be recognized as an adult. Well, guess what? You're only level 1. So when you're 21, then you'll be level 2. Then you can do all the other things that you can't do when you're 18. And then when you're 25, you're level 3 adult. Now you're fully an adult because you can rent a car, you can enter into different types of contracts, buy houses, all of those kind of things that they don't let you do even if you're 21. Well, if you have enough money, I guess you could. But they're not going to trust you because you have no credit history. They're not going to give you a house unless you have a lot of cash in the bank. They're not going to just say, oh, okay, well, hey, you 18-year-old kid, sure, let's just give you a $100,000 loan with zero credit history. And again, I'm trying to help my kids build up their credit history and all of that kind of stuff as well, and understand how money works. Very important to understand how money works, everybody. I actually took an incredibly great economics class in high school. And I actually got an A in that class. I can't believe it. It was an AP class, which means it's a harder class. All the smartest kids were in there. I totally felt out of place, everybody. I always hung around with the dumb kids, the kids who were getting C's and D's. I was always in there, and they put me in that class because the other class was full. And I actually got an A in that class because I loved the teacher. The teacher was so incredibly inspired. If you don't know, everybody, for those of you who are young or who have been through high school and who never went into an AP class, they treat the regular people, and I never knew this until I got in this AP class, they treat all the other people like they're babysitting them, and then they treat all the other peeps, who are the really smart kids, completely differently. They treat it, in my day anyway, they treat them completely differently. Oh, you got a test on Thursday? Okay, well, I'll move my test till next Wednesday. I'd never seen them do that in a regular class. Also, they treat you with respect. They treat you kindly. And in the other classes, they would just be like, hey, sit down and shut up. Here's your lesson assignments. That's how they would treat you in the normal classes, right? Like you're just some dumb kid. Here you go, do your lessons because I'm just going to sit up here at my desk the whole time. In my day, the teachers were totally checked out. They were totally checked out except for a few inspired teachers, and that was one of my inspired teachers. I took that AP class where he explained about where money is and how money works and how they don't teach you that in the regular class. But even though it's an economics class, he doesn't teach you the deep detail. He just kind of, brazes over it for the average Joe. But they went into detail, how money works, how you make money, how you can use money, how the stock market works, how banks work, how all of that stuff works, which is insane. They don't teach that to the regular people. They don't teach you how to use a checkbook. They don't teach you how to use money. How does a bank work? How do credit cards work? How do all that stuff work? They don't teach you any of that in school, but in that AP class, they do. They do teach all of the super smart people how to manage their money and do all of that stuff, where the average Joe, they don't teach you that. They don't teach you about the laws. They don't teach you about all of that stuff. They teach you about the history of the world, of stuff that happened 1,000 years ago and 100 years ago or 500 years ago, but they don't teach you what's happening now. They don't teach you the things that you need to know now, like how to get a mortgage, how to take care of your finances, how to survive as a human being, how to get a job, all of that kind of stuff. They don't teach you that stuff. They teach you just the basics. They teach you how to read and write and, a little bit about history and math, and then you're out. That's it. Go, learn whatever you want to learn after that. They're just teaching you the basics, which I think they should teach you the most important things, the survival things, right? Like how money works. That's very important, everybody. So go out there and learn more about how money works. And once you know how it works, especially the magical compound interest, everybody, figure out how that works, and then you'll do well. And again, I'm sick, everybody. If I was my 25-year-old self, I'd be ruling the Twitch right now. I'd be dominating this sucker. Because I would just work at it so much. I already do, though, even in my 50s, everybody. I still work at it a lot, but I would be like I was when I was in my 20s, everybody. I worked 30 years worth of work in my 20s. So I would work all the time. I was absolutely obsessed with being the most prolific, whatever. The one that does it all. The one that does every type of design. I know all the different design. I know all about printing and publishing and inks and all of that stuff. And I can go on for like 10 hours with that, everybody, nonstop, telling you all about inks and graphic design and how it all works and white space and leading and kerning and all of that stuff. Primary colors and tertiary colors and all of that stuff. How prepress works, how film works, how printing and web presses versus sheet fed and all of that stuff. I can go into that because I was absolutely obsessed with all of it. I wanted to know everything. And when you're like that, everybody, when you have a passion for something, you're usually going to be better at it. Because that's what you have to discover in life, what you have a passion for. I have a passion for this, even though I don't make any money doing it. And it's because I know I'm bringing a little bit of joy into your day. And that's it. If I do that, then I've done it. If you find your next favorite game or you discover something here in the stream and you go, wow, that's awesome. Man, I'm going to try that in my playthrough. Then I've done it right. That's my job. That's my job now, anyway. And also to work on my health. This is why I've done this, everybody, is to have a reason, something to be inspired about every single day. Get up and keep continuing that inspiration going. And that's what my whole goal is. And of course, my next big goal is that vault van life down here, everybody, right here. Again, if you want to show some love to the stream, if you've ever enjoyed the stream as well, and of course, if you can't afford it, that's fine, everybody. Don't feel obligated. Again, you can just sit and chill and lurk in the channel all you want. But that Vault Van Life is my next big project where I travel around to the different game companies, different game locations like the White Spring and whatnot from Fallout, to the game companies and take tours of those things and that stuff. That's my next big goal. It's always good to have one next big thing that you want to do in your life, but it keeps you motivated, keeps you excited about living, about keeping going in life, I find. Okay, now getting back to gaming, we're going to go ahead and do our Mega Extractor setup, and we're going to go ahead and align it by rolling it over here, and then we want to go ahead and align the front. Now, one of the things that we're going to need to do before we put this down, though, is we're going to need to put down our extractor in here first. So we're going to go ahead and middle mouse button that one, take our extractor, align it like this. There we go. Actually, this needs to go back by one. There we go. And then once I do this, I'll take out all of these. Hit G so we don't accidentally take out the extractor. And so that extractor is going to be floating there, but I'm going to put in my blueprint that I pre-made. Now, again, if you are one of my Patreon supporters, you can go ahead and grab this up here. I'm going to do this Monday, I think I said, where I put all of these up there so you guys can try these out in your next playthrough. And bam, there we go. And now it's going to surround that perfectly because I have it set up in such a way that you can see that it fits in there perfectly, like a glove, right in there. Very nice. And then we can just do the same thing on the other one. Now, know that you can't use the alignment of this one because you're going to need to align it to that node. Each node has its own alignment as well. So we're going to go ahead and take this out over here. Just give us a little bit of room while we're aligning. We're going to do it all again, but this time I'm going to do it way faster. Hold down Control, rotate that around, left click. Oh, now if it does that, you rotated it the wrong way, and sometimes it gets me tripped up by letting me rotate it this way on the previous one, but then when I click on this one, it doesn't work. But this time it worked again. Remember, I don't make the games, everybody. I just play them. So again, pull it out till it's yellow. You're pulling out underneath the node, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy. All right. I'm going to go way faster. Now, normally I play at like 10 times speed, everybody. And then we're just going to put that down right there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and bring it up just a little bit as well because the node can sit up a bit. Then we're going to take this out. We're going to bring this forward. by 1 and then 2, I believe. And then we're going to take this out. We're going to go ahead and put this back in. And we're just going to test to make sure that it does go back down in there. Sometimes it's a bit feisty. You got to aim at the node itself. There we go. And that looks good. And then again, notice how perfectly it sits within the 2 foundations, right? That took me a long time to figure that out, by the way. I've never seen anybody else do it the way that I do it. Most people try 50 different ways. Mine is the most simple, the fastest, and gives you a perfect result every single time. So that's what I like to do. I like to take it to a whole nother level. Okay, so we needed this one gap here. So we have this kind of front part here where we're going to come out and do this. So we're going to go ahead and say right here, and then we're going to go ahead and go to the side here. Now these are more of alignments. These are used for alignment of my blueprint. And notice that they are 1 meters because in the blueprint they're 1 meter as well. Now I can always switch them out if I do want to put some larger ones in there. But we're going to go to blueprint, again, mega extractor, aim at the foundation here, rotate it around so the 1 is facing forward. We can see it's perfectly aligned. Hit H just to double check and then look and see if it is aligned. Oh, it's not perfectly aligned. Got to nudge a little bit right. There we go. To align to the grid that we had set up. And then it should perfectly fit inside there like a glove, just like that. And then these alignment blocks we can take out. And we've got those to sit in there perfectly. Isn't that nice? That's so cool, everybody. I find it cool every single time. Every single time, that's super cool. Now, the first node is going to be this one here because we're going to actually build on top of here. And this is going to be our rod factory. So we're going to go ahead and just mark the first one. And we'll mark all the rest of them later. But we'll just walk over here or fly over here, depending on how you look at it. And we're going to call this factory node number 3. Right here. So factory node number 3. And then again, using the same notation. So factory node number 3. And this is going to be A. Oop, I got my caps lock on or something. There we go. And then this is iron ore as well. So really all we need to do is just keep copying it over there. Now, because we know it is 300, I put it at 300 because most nodes in here I find are coarse nodes. And I typically take those coarse nodes and combine them together over here. So we're going to go ahead and power this up. You see I have hundreds of these things at some point. And we're going to power that up like that. Basically overclocking it to its maximum extraction. So we're maximizing the use of that node. Now on the second one here, we don't need the power switch, so we're going to take that out. And we don't need this power connector over here because we're going to chain the power from here to here. Now we only need the 1 node here, or the 1 power switch, because the power switch is actually going to be right there where I switch this off, and it switches off all the nodes. It switches off the entire factory in 1 single connection. Just like I do over here. So this not only turns off the nodes, but it also turns off all of this at the same time because it's all chains back to that 1 power switch, right? And that's what you want. You want to have complete control to turn those factory nodes on and off when you need that power. And then also have it automatically turn off, which it is right now, when it fills up, right? So that's what you want it to do as well. So we're going to go in here and we're going to go ahead and do this as iron ore. And we're going to combine all of these together eventually as well. But we're going to go ahead and run some power just to get it started here. And we'll rerun all of this other power, these power connections here later. Though we probably could do this just to connect these 2 factories together. That's probably a better idea. And then we'll take this out. So now the primary input over here to this factory is also connected to the primary input of this factory over here. And you can see that it's down under the ground. And we can go in and put a bunch of foundations in there to hide it if we want. But you want to leave this open when you're working it. It's kind of like, you know, when you're working with stuff, you want to be able to access it. Like you leave your panels open when you're working on your electrical. And then eventually you'll then cover all that up so you don't see it. So both of these now have potentially power. But to see if it's working, we need to go ahead and say, okay, it's operational over here, whatnot. We've got it switched on. So it should start working and start extracting the resources, right? Well, how do we know if it... Oh, here comes Fred. What's up, Fred? He's like, you're doing a good job, Kismet. I like everything you're doing. It's fancy. I like it. Doesn't show it on his face, but he's super excited. He's super happy, everybody. Look at him. How do you tell? It's the way he's walking. He walks excited. Now, again, if we look in here, we can see it's red. Why is it red? Well, because I have a couple connections to do to connect the extractor, which is a separate thing I built in here from the actual blueprint. So up here at the top, you can see I already have some power, so I connect the power right there. And then out here in the front, we want to go ahead and do our Super 1200 belts to get those connected. So it's really only two things I need to do, two connections I need to make all this work. So right there, and then out here in the front. Very easy to do, because that stuff you can't do in the blueprint. And you'll see that it has now started to begin. And now we can see that's extracting iron ore. And then in a minute, this one will start up over here and of course be overclocked, and there it goes like that. Now again, if it's not going anywhere, it'll go into the overflow and then just keep going around until it fills it up. And then this also acts as an auto stop, right? So eventually you'll see it go, it'll run all the way back, it'll fill up the extractor and turn itself off. So it's requiring no power. So again, auto and auto starter. It also lets me know it's an overflow, lets me know what that material is that's coming out of there. This is an invention of my design. And then, of course, in the back here is where we are going to connect these. These are smart splitters back here, where the overflow goes straight, and any other resource will go to the other side if it's not in overflow. So we'll want to connect these together through a merger. And then eventually run them up above, but we'll get to that later after we do our other nodes over here and combine all of those nodes together. So we don't have to manage 4 nodes at once. We can manage it as a single connection as well. Now over here you can see I've run a bit of a line here, and it's kind of in my way, so I'm going to go ahead and chain my primary power, say over here. A little bit better, and then we'll take this one out since that one just is going to there, and then this one out here, and then we'll what I like to call rearrange the nature a little bit. Take out some trees just because it's fun, and then take out some of these bushes just by hitting E, just to clear us a little bit of space here. I don't like stuff up next to my stuff, if you know what I mean. And now this one's probably going to be the trickiest one. We might have to move this support or readjust how we're going to do it. But let's see how it works out. So first thing we're going to do is just to align it to the world grid just by holding down Control here. It will give us a world grid box, and that'll give us a little of alignment. Now I'm not going to perfectly align it. I'm just going to get it in a general alignment. Now I really want it to go this way because, again, I want it to feed that way. But the actual output of this is actually in the back because I have it spinning around to the back. So in this case, we actually want it to go this way. So the output is pointing that way, and I can just run it from here to there. So we want to think about that, and then also think about our alignment somewhat to the world grid. It looks like that's looking good, and then we'll just do that twice. And now you got the general idea. And we'll hide that. There we go. And then I'm just going to go to work. You guys see me do this already, so I'm just going to go straight to it. It's good to get down here on the side, a little easier to manage. There we go. Just do the same thing over here. Hold down Control, rotate it in, click. All right, now I'm just going to go into build mode because I think you guys got the gist of this now. Again, I like mine to be raised up just a little bit so that it's not sinking too far into the ground. And then that node is not interfering with what I'm doing as well. So right there, and then we'll go ahead and bring our extractors up just a little bit. And then right here, line our extractors again. Look how beautifully, perfectly they align. Again, see, I'm going to run into trouble up there. I might just leave that. We'll see how that works out. That one I might want to bring back down again. If I do want to bring it down, this game is so awesome that you can just aim underneath it. put your foundations down like that. It's just so great, everybody. It's like one of the greatest building games of all time. It is incredibly fantastic how well they let you build. All right, let's bring that down just a little bit. Just to accommodate that top part there. Not a big fan of that. Going inside there. And we rework it in here. See, now again, sometimes you build it after the fact and then you come back and you modify it. That's pretty tough because all that other stuff's already pre-built. But we'll see what we can do. All right, now we want to go ahead and build our alignment here. We'll take these out. No longer need the world grid one. Take these two. Leave that there. And then now we use our blueprints. And this is really going to get up in our business here. We click that. Because now it's going to go right into there as well. I'm not a big fan of clipping. Wow. Okay. That actually is pretty good. I can definitely work around that. I need to work around a bit on how this is built. I love how it's glowing. That's cool. How this is built here. So I might want to take the top of that off and rework how that belt goes around there. Again, I'm going to work it into there. Not too bad on the thing. I thought that might have been a little too close, but that's not too bad. Definitely something I could live with as well. Okay, yeah, we could work that. We could work that. Okay. We'll go ahead and do that. And then this one, again, we're going to have up a bit higher. We have more space on this one, so it should be fine. And, got to go forward by one. There we go, and align that. So we have some foundations to align our blueprint. Leave that in there. Again, don't worry if it's temporarily clipping, everybody. You can come back and work on it. We'll hit H just to make sure that is nicely aligned. Yes, it is. And then take that out. Nice. Bring this out now so we can float around. And that one looks like it doesn't really have that much of an issue. Perfect clearance. We have plenty of room in the back there to combine those. Really want to work with this here. All right, so we're going to move this kind of forward a bit. Put it at an angle. That's fun. Forward just a bit. See, it's going to block my ability to see that inside. So I kind of feel like I might just do this. Put it at an angle so I can, because I want to see, put it backwards, of course. I want to be able to see that light in there. Very important as well. I love how it just does everything backwards for you. Don't let me rotate it either. All right, is that how it's going to go, is it? Make me manually rotate it. Fine. Now there's little nubs at the top, little tiny little nubs there that tell you where the top of it is. You can see them right here. You can try to see them anyway. You can see them that they're right there, and then on that side, that tells you where the top of it is. I don't know why sometimes it just automatically flips it. I think it should pick up the orientation and what that actual sign is every single time. So when I hit middle mouse button, or at least there should be an option where I can just say, you know, pick up whatever it is I'm picking up, pick up its orientation, pick up whatever it's producing. So if I pick up a constructor, it should have that constructor in the same exact orientation and then whatever that constructor is making. So if it's making plates, boom, it automatically knows to make more plates. If I have to hold down the option in the middle click, I'd be happy with that. Or if it's an option I would turn on and off in the preferences, whichever. I think that would make that way more amazing and be way better, personally. All right, we're going to take some of this out here just so we can work with our power again. Again, this one's not going to need this, like this. And neither is this one, like this. There we go. Now we want to take this power that we're running to here and run this way across here. Now we got some problems because this is a mighty distance over here, and we want it to actually end up over here. So we're going to go ahead and just put this right behind this pole here, and then we're going to run it right down here. Now why do I want to run it there and not run it to the other side? The reason why I want to run it here, oh, and I missed too. Sometimes that happens. Run that over there and then take this one out. The reason why I want to run it over here is so that this one switch here is turning those on and off as well. So I'm actually not going to run the general power there. I'm running an extension of the power that's coming out of here, and then the power is actually running this way, off that way to power these other two. So that's going to run across there, and we'll work on how we have that set up later. But right now, we want this to run here and then be interconnected over here as well. So these two are connected together. Then we're going to do our power connectors. And good to do stuff in sequence so that you don't miss anything. And then down here, get that going. And then over here is going to be an issue because, again, we are so close to this building. So we got to make some choices. Let's go ahead and take this out. We're going to take out a lot of this top part of the building. Like this that we built. And we're just going to see if we can kind of make this work as well. We'll take this part out. And all of these doors and things. Just try to integrate, again, adapt to what we're doing. Oh, those are just for lights. So it's like, why are those TV screens there? Those just to light up the top because it's cool looking. Okay, so now what we did is we accommodated the design here into a current existing building. And you're going to have to do this kind of stuff for sure. Now, I also want to go in and kind of rework how my power is going. Again, not everything is going to be exactly the same, so... Actually, it shouldn't be the same. Symmetrical things are fun in the beginning, but not necessary, I think, always. So we're going to put our power down here, connect that power here, remove this power that we don't need, and then now it has its own separate power, and it's looking pretty good. Now, we might want to go in and adjust this a bit. I got to probably take this door out like this. And I take this top piece off like so. And then we can just kind of work it. Let's say some walls. Like this. We built a little alcove there to accommodate our extractor as well. And I feel like we could probably just go ahead and put a foundation on top of here. Let's take one of these foundations. Put right there on top of there. Now again, it's clipping a bit through there, but you can just say that you went in there with a saw and you cut that out. You know, RP in your own stuff, everybody. And again, we left a little bit of space there. It's kind of cool because you can also see the lifter there, which it looks like it's coming through the wall. And I could put an actual wall thing there and put a wall thing there, but we'll just say that we cut it out. Again, RP in your own stuff, everybody. So very cool. All right, so this one is going to be this one right here, 300. And then what we should see eventually is that it is powering up and then running those resources out of there. So let's go ahead and make sure that we did put our front connector area in there, like so. So it has a place to run out to. We've readjusted our power, so we want to put our floor back in. Clean that up. And there we go. All right, both of them now up and running. I love this angled thing going on here. I'm digging it. I'm kind of tempted to do it on all of them now. I love the angled stuff there. Okay, and then we're going to add another one here. Again, that one, see, you don't have to all be perfectly symmetrical, everybody. You adapt to what you're doing in the moment. And then this one over here. Very nice. Okay, and then we'll copy this. We'll paste it over here. And then this one shall be B. Remember, we're combining all of these nodes together. That's the important part. Again, labeling them is very important, everybody. Most of my playthroughs I don't. Because I'm remembering them in my head or I'm having them in a spreadsheet. But in this case, I'm actually going to label them in the game. And just to keep them nice and clear, again, putting them all as one combined node instead of being separate nodes like before. And this will be D. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so now what we want to do, of course, is combine all this iron together, raw iron, and then, of course, store the raw iron as a backlog in case we need a lot of iron rods at some point, which we probably will. So now what we want to do is combine that one with this one, and so we're going to go ahead and take this smart splitter. We're going to hit E to switch this. If you notice, by the way, I only have the splitter down here, and that's because I can hit E like Edward. And rotate between the different types of splitters. So you don't have to use your whole entire bar up by having the different types of splitters in there. Just use the one splitter, which you use the most, and then hit E to switch between. In this case, we're going to do a merger. We're going to go ahead and merge the one down here. Oh, wow. Really? In 10 minutes? It's been 2 hours already? Holy mackerel. Time really flies by, doesn't it? We're going to go ahead and combine that in there, and then the output of this one is going to go in here. We're going to try to hit R. And see how it looks. Ooh, very close, very close. I say we do something fun with this. We go ahead, take this. We attach it over here and make it look cool. And then we come around here like this. Again, one thing builds on another. I love it. All right, very nice. And then again, we're using the support to run it over there. Now, we can also say that these are acting as a support. This part right here is acting as a support, and I could build it out that way. But I think it looks pretty great like that. We just chopped the top of it off and then accommodated it in there as well. Okay, so then this one is outputting from here and needs to make its way and combined over there. Now, I need to decide which of these is actually going to be the foundation of the rest of my base. Now, I could just use A and do what I'm doing over here, where I use this kind of support underneath here to center the base over it. Or I could use this one. Now, I do have the guy who flies by over here, so it's probably best to kind of set this back a little bit away from there. So we're going to go ahead and grab our supports. And we're going to say we're going to build our plant right here, like that. Very nice. All right. So we got that one. So that's going to be our end goal there. And then we'll want this one to end up over here, again, in a merger. Again, we'll... how do we want this to merge? We want to merge... we'll probably want it to go up by 2, and then like this. So this one can go like this, and then like this. There we go. And then this one will go up by 1. Oops, wrong way. This, and then this one will come over here and merge into this one, like that. So, but what we really need to do is bring the stuff from the other side. So we're going to go ahead and put a merger and then another merger. It's going to come from that other side, right there, and then merge up here. Yes, so this one's going to come up, go out this side, merge into there. And this one will come out of here and go into there. So we merge those together, and then this one here is being merged in. Now, the reason why I did these ones on the side is so that the final output is going to be aligned to where the original output is, so that when I put my stuff at the top there, it's going to be aligned just like I was using one extractor, but I'm actually using 4. So basically it ends up aligning to the rest of my modular building. Okay, so now we've got to get this over to that side. And so we're going to go ahead and just use some of our wonderful wall conveyor holes. I love these wall things. I think they're amazing. And we'll want to try to align this in such a way we could get this to go, say, to here. And we'll back that up to about there. And then our output, in this case, doesn't really matter, but we'll try to make it nice, a little higher. I'm going to align it to the top. And then take it there. And then from there to this. And now we have all of those two ready to output. And we want to manage this one across like so. Now, what I would do is, just to make it look a bit cleaner, is we'll go ahead and bring this one out just a little bit. That's a bit far to try to go. We'll give it a shot. Actually, I did want to keep that bottom one. There we go. And again, can only go 6, so if that's further than 6, we're in trouble. Yes, we're in trouble. All right, so let's go ahead, bring this forward a little bit. See if we can maximize the use of our transfer here. Oh, and there it is. All right, nice. Again, it's up off the ground, up high. A little bit of obstruction of our sign there, but we think we'll be fine. And then here, we can go ahead, bring this up. Align it pretty good. All right, and then from here to here. And now all of those other two over there are tied over to this one, which is tied here, which is tied to here, which eventually is going to go into our storage. So very nice. We have about 5 minutes until the server restarts, which will take a break. But now all 4 of those nodes are connected to each other, and they're all running over this way. That we can use. Now there's a belt over here that's cutting through our stuff that I don't want it to clip through. We're going to go fix that real quick here so that it's not cutting through there. So what we're going to do is basically just turn this here. Just going to fix that angle. Like this, and then run that back over here, and we should have it nicely aligned. Look at that. Beautiful. It does not clip simply by rotating the output there. So yes, integrated that in. Pretty cool. I like the angled sign. Big fan of the angled sign there. Very nice. Okay, so we've got all of that going. And again, this output here is just to show us whether that's an overflow or not. That's the whole purpose of that outside belt. Very, very useful, though, when I just glance at it to see if it's doing its thing. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I'm okay with that. That looks good. Running that over there, though I could run it straight across up a little higher. I think I can still see the sign. I can see the light inside. I can see if it's in overflow, what it's producing. I think it's good. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to add more of these modular things here. And the way we do that is just go ahead and add a foundation here, and then we're just going to bring this forward to try to add our blueprint in. Now, the first thing we're going to need, of course, is our mega storage. So we want to look at the size of our storage and where we want to align this. I believe it is 4 back. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll give that a shot. See how that aligns. So what I did is I just basically built it 4 back so I could use it for alignment of my storage. Now, again, if it has a 1 meter foundation, you want to use a 1 meter foundation to line it up like this. Oops. That is not what I wanted to do. All right, let's try that again. Right here. Align it on the thing, and there we go. And then we hit H to nudge it. And then we're going to nudge it into place. It seems a little off there. And then we want to look over here to try to see if it's aligned to where we want to input as well. It doesn't look like it. Man, we're going to need to remember how many forward that was. It was only 3 forward. Let's go see over here. Let's go see how many forward it should align the front of that to. Let's see. So it is 2 this way, 1, 2, and then actually it's 2 back. Okay, 2 back and 2. Remember, it was 4 or 2. So in this case, it's going to be 2. And then 2 over. So this one is the primary one, and then this would be 1, 2 back, and then this is our alignment grid here. Like this, and then this is going to be 1, 2 this way, and so that we know it should line up. Wow, that's way too many of those. All right, didn't need that many. We know it should line up something like that. 60 seconds is what we have, so that looks good. So we'll take this out, we'll take this out, and then we'll come back, we'll add that in. I'm just going to go ahead and land my character right here. Go back to the main menu while it restarts the server. Now, it automatically restarts the server about this time every night just to keep the server refreshed and running. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We're going to go ahead and bring up the background here for you guys. Some words on stream for you guys to play. Now, again, the more I see you guys working together, just like we work together in stream, then the more Kiscats I'm going to shower you when I come back. So work together, and I'll be back in just a bit here. Let me make sure that all my buttons are pressed here. Yes, and then I press this, and away we go. All right, back in a bit. Everybody, let's keep on going. Whoa, look at this. Holy mackerel, you guys are crushing it. Let me get in there and lend a hand if I can. No guarantees, because I suck at this. All right, let's see. Tyne. That's not in there? Apparently not. Oh, that's not even the word I was trying to say. Tyne, like this. There we go. Hey, there we go. We got a word. All right, what are we going to do here? Cone. Did you guys get that? You guys got that already. All right, cone. Let's see, ton, T-I-O-N, like that. No. Oh, we already got the T words. It'd be T-E-O-C, T-E-N-O, T-E-C-N. Okay, tone, we already got that one. This is a C word right here. Because again, remember it's alphabetical, so that's definitely a C word. It's got to be an I or an E, so C-E-N-T. You already got that. C-E-I-T. C-E-O-T? I don't know. C something. I tried. Oh, we almost got them all, everybody. 4 words away. Nice job, everybody. Nice job working together in the chat. I love to see it every single time. Great job by Irish King, Sita, Kudo. We got the zombie, Wags. And of course, I even got a word in there, which is a miracle in and itself. It don't work all so well up here anymore, everybody. It ain't functioning on all cylinders anymore, though I am getting a little better, though. I have noticed that as I've been working on my health, getting a little better up here. Speaking of the zombie Wag, there he is with the 10 months of sub love. Show him some love. He's getting so close. So close to that 12 months of sub love, getting his dragon wings. Show him some love in the chat, everybody. Oops, hold on. Oh, I accidentally started another one because I didn't turn the thing off. Stop. My bad. I got all excited about you guys doing so good there. So yes, everybody, we're gonna get back to some Satisfactory and have some fun. I put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me, just to double check that everything is working, because you know sometimes this can be pretty sketchy. Up in here, that's for sure. Absolutely. As well. All right. Yeah, there's some ones. All right. Thank you so much for that ones. Zombie Wags up there and Sita over there. Oh, on YouTube as well. Thank you very much. As well. Thank you very much for those ones. Here's 1,000 Kids Caps for having my back in the chat. Now, we are mega building, everybody. Look at this cool build we're doing in Satisfactory. We're taking it to a whole nother level now. We're doing, again, building it up, but not just as boxes, but we're putting some style with it. I'm showing you some more advanced techniques, how to use with blueprints and build in a modular style, which then eventually becomes our mega base, right? So we're building at the node in a modular style with the most important things that we need, all the basic resources we're working on right now. We started with resource number 1, which is, I think, is limestone. Even more than iron or copper or any of that other stuff. I feel that limestone is number 1 because that is what you basically built 90% of your stuff out of is that limestone. So we got that limestone going. Now we're working on our iron ore extraction here. We're combining all 4 of our nodes here of iron ore. And you can see we actually have 2 groups of 4 nodes in this particular spot. And I've built bases here many, many times. Along with 2 limestone nodes over there. This is actually a normal node over there as well. But we're combining this together. We combine this other side together into 1,200, and we're combining those 2 and these 2s into 1,200 total as well. And we're trying to align our storage up above here so we can actually let it run while we're busy working on other things. I highly recommend doing that from the very beginning of the game. Now we want our arrow to be pointing toward us. We want this to align right here to the left because we measured it 2 out and 2 to the side is how that should line up. And that should line it up just like so. And then we'll take our alignment foundations out right here. And then when we go down here, and we'll turn our sound back on here, this should be 2 back, 1, 2, and then 2 to the side, 1, 2. Very nice. And then when we bring this out over here, it should align to our extractor right there. Very nice. Okay. And then we kind of come up like so. And then we turn it this way. And then this one right here will connect. Oh, we got to get it going the right way. There we go. And that one will connect to this one. Now, it looks like they're not connected, but they actually are. Those will connect like that if you have them in the proper alignment. And then what we're going to do is go into our storage up here, and we're going to go ahead and add this. Now remember, you can't add these ones that are out on the floor level when you're doing a blueprint. So, you know, you have a little bit of work to do right here. And then we'll click that, and that should start up. How do we know it's working? When we see it on the belt right over here. Wow, it's already there. So we know it's now backlogging a bunch of that raw resources into there. This tree is way too close to my deal. So we're going to need to get some Nobilis. Now, again, remember I did backlog 10 boxes of all this stuff, including Nobilis here. Watch as I take it out, and it just fills right back up again. So that's like 250 Nobilis there. Now, again, I could use my chainsaw, but you know it's more fun? Making things go boom. Like that. Back that away a little bit from my location here. Maybe a little bit over here as well. I don't like trees growing into my builds. There we go. We've taken that out. Now, we'll work on the supports and all that. I suggest you do that at the end because sometimes you're moving your supports around and it's taking a lot of time. It really does require a lot of time to put the supports in and then realize that's not where you want them, and then you move them again and keep doing that over and over. You can see that this is actually legitly supported over here. And so is that one over there where we put actual supports in there. We'll do all that later because now what we need to do is figure out how much storage do we want to have. Now, I think that normally around, let's say 10 boxes is enough to get started in the early game. But in the later game, I'm going to basically be doing a lot more. I'm going to be doubling that up, plus a little extra. Because if we look up here, we can see that we have a certain amount of boxes, right? We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So there's 14 per each one of these. And what we want to do is we want to take that and transfer it to another one up above. So we're going to go ahead and grab this wall here, and we're just going to bring this up just like this. So we can align that to the top of this one. And then we'll grab a foundation, use this for alignment. Just like this, and then we know that we're going to go 2 more here. And again, I'm going to make it the size of the width of this current building. And then we just take another one, another storage here. Oh, we were going to change the way that this storage was, too, so that it had the things in the front. Yes, that's what we were going to do. Let's do that real quick before we add more of those, and then it will be fixed on all the ones forward. I had thought of an idea last time of affecting the storage here and changing the way the storage is. And you can see I have it on the blueprinter here. And just in case we made any modifications that I don't remember, we're going to go ahead and clear the blueprint designer first, and then we're going to go ahead and bring up our mega storage. Like so. There we go. So that's the one that we just placed. And so we want to make some modifications to it where we can actually have the signs built into the front of it like this. And so we're going to use some of these foundations in here. Let's go this way so we can just easier to see inside. There we go. And basically what we want to do is add some signs here. Instead of having them up here, we'll have them in the front. Now we can kind of aim these here and then hit H to bring them forward. Now our biggest problem is going to be the fact that it won't let me build some of these outside the edge of the zone. So we're going to need to set those in just a little bit. Now we've also got a vertical problem where if I bring it down a little bit, it's not quite how I want it to be. So we're going to work just some techniques here, see what we can figure out on bringing those down just a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and start with my bar here. And I'm going to go ahead and run basically a bar underneath there to try to bring that down just a little bit like that. And then we're going to try to set our billboard down on that bar, which is not going to be easy because we got all this other stuff in the way. And normally it wants to lay down flat on that bar. Maybe we could just nudge this along this wall edge. Something like this. See, the problem is it's either up too high or it's down too low. What we want to do is get it to line up this way. So, what do we want to do? We probably want to put a vertical bar in here. And then grab this thing and aim it at this vertical bar. Now, if I had vertical nudging, that would make this a lot easier. I feel like that's up too high. But you can go in and just try to put that in there. It feels like it's just snapping the same way another one is. See, now I'm trying to get the text to be centered. Now, on a lot of these bars, you can go in and hold down Control to try to get it to align. But again, there's that extra little bit that I want to move it in such a way. Probably want to do something like this so it's down just a little bit, and then I can try to align it. It's still trying to align the same way. So what I did is I brought it out just a little bit. Let's go ahead and bring it out a little bit more. I'm going to show you a great little trick, by the way. Bring this out, bring it down just a little bit, and we're trying to find that kind of centering position. That's good, that's good. Okay, let's see what we can do with that. Then we're going to put this here, we're going to hit H, and because you can put it in hologram mode and nudge it, I can go ahead and try to nudge it back there into that position. So, let's take this out. Put this on this one, holding down Control, and then hitting H to nudge it, and we'll nudge it back into here. Yeah, it looks like it's up too high. And let's try down here. Now again, they have vertical nudging. Now it looks about the same. They have vertical nudging in 1.1, but this is 1.0. Vertical nudging would be great right now. Again, I would like to do half nudging, though. A lot less nudging. Okay, so let's try to go down by 2 and see what we can do there. Now, what I'm going to do, again, is use my beam. I'm just going to use a painted beam in this case. And I'm going to go down by 2, like this. Then I'm going to take this out. I'm going to use another vertical beam to align this way. Actually, I should go out probably a little bit more. Get this to cooperate. Oh, it's just going to line off that other one. All right, so I'll just go here. Come on. Oh, it's so feisty. There we go. Just going to walk this into the position I want it to be in. Come on. Let's see. What I'm going to do is get it to align to the bottom of this. That's what I call walking it down, but there's too much stuff blocking my ability to get in here. Alright, let's just get right up in it. Gonna make me do a vertical one, aren't you? Yes, you are. There we go. Okay, I'll just do a vertical one. And we'll get that beam in there. So what we're trying to do is get in between the spaces, basically. And then once we get in between the spaces there, we can then use this as an alignment to try to put thing on top of it. See, like this, and then hit H. And then we can nudge it order to the side and then see how that looks. And again, we're looking at the text and see if it's centered. So that did not work. It did not go down far enough that it was centered. And again, I don't know why you can't kind of sub-nudge. I feel like there should be a spot in between in which you can nudge it. That would be super useful if you could finally nudge it there as well. Yeah, this is still snapping to the grid. You need to go up or down. This needs to go up a little bit. So again, we'll make a vertical one here. And then, come on. Wow, it is so feisty today. What the heck? Come on, go that way. It's like a camera thing. Camera angle thing. All right. Now, let's just do this. Let's just take a foundation. Put a bar in there. We'll put the foundation on the bar. This needs to go up just a little bit. Okay, and then we're using the bar to align an offset foundation that we can set this on. And then we can bring it forward. Still seems like it's not aligned, but we'll see how it goes now. Bingo! There it is, everybody. Come on, let's see some GGs in the chat. I actually just figured that out live on stream. Now, you're like, Kismet, okay, tell me how the heck you did that. Well, the thing about these beams is that you can offset the beams in such a way that you can get in between the two nodes, right? So in between the two snapping points, you're trying to get here, and it snaps here, and it snaps down here, right? And you're trying to get this middle part. So what I did is I used the beams to offset it down. So I went here, I offsetted it down, and then I used the beam as an offset alignment to put down a foundation. Then I set the thing on that foundation because it's set down in that lower part I wanted, and then I hit H, and then I moved it forward into the position that I wanted to be. Now here's the thing. Once you have one of them, you basically have both of them like so. Boom. Now I can snap another one to that one, and it lines up awesome. Except for we have a little bit of a problem, as you can see. But now what we can do is, now we know this is lined up, we can hit H, we can try to bring it forward. Now the problem is, again, if I try to bring it forward, it's not going to align how I want it to align. But that's okay, because guess what? We can just go ahead and improvise how we're going to do this by putting a wall there, and then take this and snap this down below the other one. So now we have two of them perfectly aligned in the front here, and it's going to say what this particular thing is. So instead of having it up here, which I had it up there temporarily, and then I'd put the signs here in the front, I can actually have this built into it in the position that I want it to be. So again, you see that I iterate on the thing. You see here that these ones are on the front. Those ones are actually not aligned either. And let me fix that, because that's going to bug me. There we go. And you can see that I actually took it off the top part here and actually put it in the front, because that's what I want. I want it to be on the front of the building and whatnot. So it can be side by side, or it can be vertical. Either way, doesn't matter to me. But the problem is that you can't put it on the outside, because the blueprinter is not going to let you put it there unless I inset it into the blueprinter, which is what I'm doing over here. Now this is much nicer, because I don't have to make two signs and then copy and paste the thing each and every time, because it'll already be built into the blueprint. So we already got that done. So now we no longer need these up here, and we just improved upon our blueprint, and we now figured out a way of centering it as well. Now we also want to take out our bars in here, or it'll remember that. And all of our stuff we used for alignment. You're welcome. I'm showing you some really advanced stuff there on how to override the actual grid in the game. Much nicer. Like it a lot. We're going to go with that. That's a definite save. Now, we can't put it on the other side because, again, that merger is there. So we can also move the merger and do all of that, but we're just going to go with this, and we're going to save our improved blueprint. Remember, everybody, you will get these blueprints on Friday. I'm going to definitely try. Sometimes I forget stuff. But now, the second we made a change to that blueprint there, it's going to save it in the system over the other one that I already built. I only need the one. Again, for now, we're going to, of course, do other stuff and do more fancy stuff later. But right now, we're just trying to keep the same kind of theme. And then we're going to go ahead and put our storage down. I'm going to put it on top first to see if I really like it or not, because I'll know the second I put it down. And we're trying to snap to the edge here. Sometimes, man, it's super feisty today. Come on. No snapping to the edge today. Done this 100 times, but today it didn't want to do it. Was there an update that I don't know about? I now got to deal with whatever the update is causing me trouble with here. Okay. Should be snapping. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Wow, that was awkward. Awkward snapping. Okay. H. Okay. H did not work. Okay, let's try it again. H. There we go. All right, game's being super awkward today. I just rolled it. All right, so now when we do it, we should see the changes that we made, and those panels should now be built into the front of it, just like that. Very nice. Perfect. Ah, so good. And then we can go ahead and do it. Oh, wait, we should actually just take this out, like this, and then we can take out the other one underneath by using our blueprint mode. We'll take all that out. Oh, we're dropping stuff. Look at us go. We're dropping all this loot. Now I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of it all. Like that. And then we're going to have a box full of it over here. We're going to throw all that away. Take all the extra stuff. And then take this out. I hate this glowing thing that happens here. I absolutely want that to be taken out of the game. Or made where I can control that. I hate that halo thing. It absolutely should be removed. It's just making my life harder. But I will deal with it for now. Okay, so right here, we're going to go forward by 1 and 2. 1, 2 to align this again. So we're going to go my zooping on. And then over there. It just makes my job harder. And then these we can take out because we already know that this top part is going to be aligned. Oh, look, there's something up above there. Where did that come from? Did it come from our blueprints? It's in the back. Seemed like it came from our blueprint somewhere. Let's go double check. Huh. Oh, it's from the top part of the second one. I see. Trying to figure out where that came from. Okay, so back over here again. Now we can do this really easy. Roll over this. I always hit H, by the way, just to make sure that it is aligned. Even if it does look aligned, double check it anyway. Just save you some time. And then you can see that we can just go ahead, stack these back the way we had them, except for now, they're going to be using the new blueprint with the built-in signs, which is way more awesome. So now I don't have to take the signs out and readjust them. I can just go ahead and do it this way. Now, I've already got one of these over here, so I'm going to go ahead and take these. And that's just less work that I have to do now on each of these, so that basically it is already built in. Built into it. I don't have to add it after I put the blueprints in. And then iron storage. Iron storage. Nice. Love it. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and reconnect all of our storage. And so we're going to go ahead, again, bring this up. I like to take this out because sometimes it gets in the way of what you're doing. That'll go up into there. Probably already have removed that other thing. That's going to go into there. Very nice. And then this one is going to do the same thing. Come out of here. Transfer up into there. We have a double backlog. And then this one will come out of here. And how do we know it's working? Well, we see it up here on this belt. There we go. So that's how you know it's working. You go to the end, the end process, which is this is going to come all the way across here, and then end up actually going up above if we want to keep channeling it up, which we do eventually. But now we have our double storage, and we built it like this, and we modified it. We made it how we want it to be. Looks awesome. And again, now we have another area to combine. Now we have 1,200 iron being extracted. We need to figure out how many rods that we need, or how many constructors really. So I'm just going to throw a constructor down on the top here, what I call the play yard. The play yard is when you just throw it down and you're trying to figure out your stuff, right? So it comes in at 15 per minute, right? So that's actually half the speed that it normally would come in for plates, right? So basically going to produce twice as many rods than you would plates. But actually it's not twice as many, because plates actually output at 20. So they come in at 30 and they output at 20. So they actually produce more per constructor than rods do. But the input is less. So it's actually using less materials. You end up with more rods, because the 30 would actually be, if it was comparable to what the 30 is there, 30 input would be basically 30 output. So it's 1 to 1, right? So you're actually outputting more for your raw resource value, right? So if you get 30 in, you're outputting 30 on the way out. Where on plates, 30 in is 20 out. So you're actually going to produce more rods than you would produce plates. So the same thing here with our rods. We want to go ahead and get that going. Oh, and I see a Mercer sphere in there. Let's throw that in the thingy there, like that. How about a little bit of raw ore in there too, just for fun? Okay, so we know it's 15. So basically all we need to do is figure out the basics here. So we do 1,200 divided by 15 is 80 of our constructors. And you're like, Kismet, are you really going to build 80? Yes. I am actually going to build 80 constructors just for rods. We are mega building, everybody. We're not building your mama's mega base here. We're building a Kismet style. So every resource is getting maximized so that you'll have those resources when you need them. And so we're just going to go through all the basic resources. This is why we're doing extraction right now. This is extraction and modular building at the node itself. Now, of course, you could take all these raw resources, run them to a train, and then run them back to one ginormous mega base, which hopefully you have a good enough computer to do that. And what I think is always smarter and less cost effective, less time expensive, less use of your time, is to transport all the raw resources, because you could convert it into the actual thing that you need much better, and then transport the thing that you need versus transporting the raw resources. And that's typically how I like to play from the node itself. And so we're going to have a bunch of basically little mini factories that do these basic resources. And then we can take those basic resources and we can scale it up by getting more of those basic resources. But I feel like every part of the process should have its own resources that run to that factory. And this makes plates, and this makes this, and this makes this, and this makes this. In the case of nuclear power, I actually have all of the resources that I need for nuclear power running right here, and that whole process is just for nuclear power. It's not for anything else, though I do have some of it, any excess going into a box in case I need it, but mostly it's just dedicated to that purpose. And that's modular building, where you're just building it for the exact purpose and not necessarily building 10,000 plates and then saying, okay, well, I got 10,000 plates. What am I going to do with these 10,000 plates? Right? I build for a purpose, because that's efficient when you're building it for an exact purpose and what it's used for. So in this case, we're going to need a lot of these things. So if we take, again, we take up our stuff here, we know it's 1,200 divided by 15 is going to be 80 of these constructors. And 80 of these constructors divided by 7, which is how many we have per blueprint, is about 11 of them, but we're going to round it up to 12. So we need basically 12 more of these things stacked here. Now, again, if we see how far up I built that far up for a purpose, so I can basically extract from down here and let it work its way up to where my trains are up above. So if I do need these rods and I want to send them back to my mega base that we'll build much later on. This is not the mega base, by the way. This is not it. This is just to get us to the end of the game. This will all be removed and rebuilt in a mega style. And that's why we're always starting with our extraction first. Oh, here he comes. That's why we're always starting with our extraction first, because that's where the whole process starts, at the extraction level. So we got a lot of work to do, everybody. We got to get busy. So we're going to get to it. Again, we need 12 of these. Now let's see if we have enough resources to make it happen, because that's always the funnest part, I find. All right, we're going to do some serious zooping here. And we're going to try to get this done over here. Just like I saw. Way up there. Okay. Now, for every so many of these, we need to go ahead and put in our alignment here. See if that is aligning properly. It is. Okay, good. Then we'll run it to the width of whatever this is. Like so. And then we'll, of course, use our blueprint, which has our mega constructors. And then we'll aim at the side here. We'll get the arrows pointed at us. We'll hit H. And then we're just going to do this 11 more times. It's going to be fun. Again, everybody, we ain't building no tiny stuff up in this stream, everybody. We mega build in this baby. And none of this tiny little, we're just going to go ahead and, you know, build it on some flat plane and just build a whole bunch of them. We're building in the vertical style, which is a much more advanced way of doing it. Now, along the way, we're going to need some power as well to help us keep going vertically. So a smart thing to do is to think about how we're going to run our power at this point, so we can just keep connecting our power as we go up. And again, the factory itself is going to be connected to this one priority switch. So we want to go ahead and take some of our power here that's running in here, and we want to run it up into our higher level factory there. So we're going to go ahead and get our power line, and we're going to bring it from right here. Pop out the door here. Still got the power line. And we don't need to put it on our storages, because storages are not going to do anything. We just want to come up here to our first constructor area, and we want to go ahead and just connect that just like this. Now we're just going to RP in that we drilled a hole into the ground, and we went and drilled holes through all of that and let it run up here. Now these are on. How do we know they're on? Because they turn yellow on the lights, and these are all on and working. Now if I do want to make it a little bit easier on myself, I can go in and say, hey, I'm just going to go into the blueprint and change all of these to rods, which might be a smart idea here. We'll just make a copy of the one that we already have to save us some time in the long run. Let's go in and just kind of manually do this one real quick. And we'll just double check and see how we look. Iron rods, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that one I missed. 4. It's that one too. 5. 6. Oh, what the heck? 6. Yikes. Okay. 7. I pasted those in there. Didn't take it. So that is 7. I think we should fix it at the blueprint level. Let's go ahead. Use our blueprint removal. It's going to remove the whole thing. And let's go ahead and revamp that a bit. Now, the blueprinter that we're using is the Mark III blueprinter, which is much bigger than the Mark II. That one's 5x5, and this one is 6x6. Right over here. They originally said they were going to make it 5x6, but I noticed that they did make it 6x6. So, did we save this? I think we did. We'll clear that out because obviously we used it over there. And then we're going to go ahead and load our mega constructors here. There we go. Just to save us some time as we're stacking them, because we got to stack 12 of them. Let's go ahead and do it once and copy it across all of them. So we're going to go in here and we're going to say that this is going to be iron rods. We're going to copy it a couple times this time. There's 2, there's 3, 4. And again, we could make it more dense in here if we wanted to. But I try not to do that when I'm mega building. I'm making it accommodation, the human factor, right? The human factor of me moving around in here and getting from A to Z. I like to accommodate that as well. And again, okay, now we're going to check them all the second time. Double check, double check. Those 3. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, now they're all iron rods, so that I don't have to set it to every single one and go through 12 times 7, basically 80 of them there to have to redo those. So this is Mega Constructor, and we're going to say rods. Put a little dash in the front. MK3. MK3 extractor. No, MK6 belts is what I should be putting on there, actually. You store your raw thing. No, this is 7 constructors. Constructors set to produce iron rods. There we go. Much better. So we're going to save that. It is MK6 is the name of the belt. Yes, 6. Okay. Just double checking. And that's used set to produce iron rods. Okay, very nice. Now, we got that going. Now, another thing that we could do is see if we can go in and, while we're at it, see if we can replicate what we did on the other one. And so now that we have an idea of how to do it, we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to go in here and we're going to put this in. And then we're going to go ahead and do this. Bring up our foundation here. Grab this. Hit H. And these ones we'll put like this. Let's take a look and see how the text looks. Dang, we're good at what we do, aren't we? Aren't we good at what we do? Let's go. Look at how I showed you how to center that, everybody. Come on, that alone deserves a GG in the chat. Look at how I showed you to center that. Remember, that's off grid. That's not running on the normal grid. So that takes a little bit of expertise to make that work. And so now we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to put that down there. This is because it doesn't have the splitter that the other one does. And we're going to go down here, and we're going to fix that production. Now on this one, because it is very specific, I could actually just call it what it is, iron rod production. And because I've already preset what the actual internal things are going to be. So again, I can fix that up right there. And then actually put this as iron rods. Here. And then I don't even need to label it because it's already pre-built in the label. Very, very nice. I like it. Okay, that's all good. It's all good in there. Again, definitely want to rename it. Don't accidentally save over your previous one like I've done before in this playthrough. I accidentally saved over my previous one because it got late and I pressed the wrong button. It happens. Okay, so iron rod production all built in. Looks good. I like it. I like it. I like it. Now, is there anything else that we wanted to change before we got this going? Now, this iron rod production is going to have it come in and then go into here. And then have the stuff distribute there. Then come back around. How does it get around here? Oh, it goes back this way. It goes back this way. And then it feeds into these. And then we also have the ability, if we want, to run this out and split it out the back here. And then out the back, we could then chain it up into here, run it into the next one, run it out to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Kind of feel like we might want to tap into the output of this one and the output. See, we could chain these better if the output of this went up above and then it just came in here and then it just kept chaining until you get to the top one, which would then have this output over here. So I kind of feel like I want a double output so I can have a choice between the two. Now again, we're improving upon the design, right? So we can chain these up above into those. Now it'd be nice to put this exactly over the top of this so that in theory these would line up to each other underneath. So we'd want to do something like that, but we can't because of the way that that's aligned. All right, here's a better idea. Let's go ahead and put a splitter there, right over the top of it, and then we can bring our splitter up, get a better idea of the center of that floor hole. Does look like it's centered. Okay. And then, in theory, we could take this one and run it down here just to see if it's aligned. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm aligning it at the top here is so that it can basically chain from underneath into here, go into there, run through all of this, and then come back and then chain to the one up above. Right? So it gives me an option. It gives me an option to either run the final product out right here, or it gives me the option to run the raw materials up above. And I want to chain the raw materials up above as well. So what I really want to do is have a splitter back here, which is going to split it into the next one up above. So again, improving upon our original design. So we want this to go in this direction. And we'll just raise this part down. Actually, be a good idea from here. But we got a problem of we want to chain this on. Yes, that is not going to work. We need to get this to go over there as well. Now we could go to this splitter and then try to circle it back, but we're right next to the doors. We could bring this forward so that we could circle that back and run it back this way. Let's do some problem solving here. Take this out. Again, this is aligned, so it will align up above for when we put our storage up there, because we will put our storage eventually at the top. But see, one of the things that I think that when you're not using something, you should definitely take it out because it takes extra pieces, and any extra pieces are a waste of materials, I find. How are we going to get this to output here and then transfer to the one up above? So we really want to merge this one in the back on this one. We want to pass this one through here. Put another splitter there, a little close. Splitter on the way back, which is too close. But we could put a splitter there. And then this would come down and utilize that splitter, and then this one would go on to there. And this one would come back down into there, and split this way, and then split upwards into the next one. And then all we have to do is put this one in over here to go into there. Yes, I like it. I just don't like the way that that's in there. All the rest of these lines are super clean, where this one is kind of going off to the side. Kind of the better option is to move that than to add this. Let's do this like this again. Oh, kind of like how that comes down. We can run that to there. All right, let's go ahead and put our support back here because supports are awesome. Let's move this splitter back. See how I like those line runs coming out of there. They're touching my stuff. Not touching as much. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. I actually kind of like that. Okay, so take this one out. Take all this out. Too steep. That one not too steep. This one's too steep. What if we add a splitter there? Yeah, see, the splitter's going to make it where it's not too steep. Okay, totally worth it. Look at that, how it comes down to that kind of... That's very cool. Again, we're doing more aesthetic style stuff here. Now, what I want to do is bring this one across, so this one will split here. But the whole trick of what I'm doing is the fact that I can then take it and turn it around in the opposite direction to run it up through this part here, which is perfectly aligned to this, like this. So that's what I want to do, but I'm going to need another splitter to control the switching back of it like this, so that those things are kind of smashed together like that. And then this will then chain to the one up above, like so. And this output, which is the output of the final materials, is going to make its way back here, except where I'm now blocking my output. So, can I move my output here? No. We could move the output up. Like this. Move this one, because it's unnecessary now. What we're doing is saving ourselves a tremendous amount of time right now. We don't end up making all this stuff unnecessarily later on. It already has a door. Alright, and then we're going to color this green, because green is an output. And I believe that's the way to do this, is to go like this. Run this over to here. Cutting into someone's clearance there, the clearance of this. Let's try it this way. I'm going to keep my lines looking. Oh, I'm in the way. Flipping. Flipping. Tough stuff. Okay. Control it like this. Like that. And then this to the side. And this. Beautifully into there. All right, there we go. We got our logistics together. I'm going to pull out the redundant ones. I don't like redundant things if I don't need them. Same thing here. Now we have our whole complex logistics built in to the thing. So again, if we want to chain it to the next one, we can. But if we wanted to run to the output, we'll run it to the back and eventually merge it into the storage in the back of the thing, which we're not going to see it back there anyway. We'll have it come out of here, merge into the one up above it, merge into the one up above it, and we'll merge it all on the outside so we can control all the merging. Though we could build in our merging as well on the side and just have the merging chain all the way up, which is another way of doing it. So we could say that our output, instead of being here on these ones that are merged, are going to be over here. Put back by one. Let's try it that way, just to eliminate all these extra pieces that we probably don't need. Just have a lifter here. This lifter goes into that lifter. And so the output can be chained together over here, except for we would need it to be coming in through the floor and merging upwards into here. So raw resources can chain up to the next raw resource. We keep chaining, chaining, chaining. And then this comes up, and we would need to merge it first. So we would want to merge from the one down below here. And then send this up to the next one. like that. That one's going to go into there. This one will go here. Oh, that's the output. Got that backwards. Output on that side. Oh, got a belt in the way. This comes through here, goes back, and merges that way. This one is the output of this, which merges up above. Got to be able to merge it from down below into here. I could just merge it on the other side as well. I get underneath here. There we go. I have plenty of room over here to merge it. But I'd have to double that back over here and then merge it back into the system. And then create a loop back over this way. But I could just turn that merger this way. That's what to do. Turn the merger running this direction instead of the other direction. That's exactly what to do. All right, let's take all these out. Oops, not that. Take all these lines out. And so we're going to set the output of the merger to this side where we have more space. So we're going to take this one out. Going to put that merger there. Take that out. Basically, we're just changing the direction. So all of this is just going to keep merging and merging and merging. Take that out. Take this out. Take these mergers. Merge that way. This. I take out all the lines because sometimes the lines get messed up. So you want to take those out and just redo your lines. This. Actually, that one can just go right into there. Very nice. And then this one's going to merge this way. And that one. This comes out here. This goes this way. This goes that way. Then this goes here and ends up here. Okay, now we don't need this over here. So, as this merges from the one underneath, it will basically go and merge again with an output here. And this is too close. So, how do we want this to go? This way, maybe. See how that looks. Okay. So this is going to go up here. Gonna eyeball that. See how that looks. Yeah, one back. And the real trick to this, by the way, everybody, is hit H, and then you can nudge it. You can get it one back there. And bring this down. Perfect. Okay, so that's going to output there. All of this is going to merge to here. The one from underneath, because we're going to stack these, is going to go here. So, we'll put that right there. And then we'll have to come in and do that manually there. But what it's going to do is come in here, merge from the one down below, merge from all of this, and then run it up. Then we'll run it in here, out of there, and it'll just chain all the way up, because we'll go up on top here like this and basically make it go like this. Go up, turn back, and then go up into your input that's on the other side underneath. That's why we have all this stuff chaining like that. And again, we're modifying our design for this particular stacking so that our constructors can keep stacking the raw materials and then also keep stacking the finished materials, and it'll work all internally, vertically, instead of me having to rebuild it outside. There's a couple things I'll need to add along the way, but it massively reduces the amount of pieces that I need and resources I need. I got to say, I went live over here on Discord. There we go. Update that. There we go. So in theory, that should work awesome. But you don't really know until you know? So we got to go and test it out. Let's see how it works out. See if I like it. That's the most important part, is you got to like it. Now, there's actually a step in between what we're doing and the actual final iron rods, and that is your smelting. But right now, I'm just worried about the construction because I just thought of a thing that I wanted to fix from my original design over there, so we can work easily vertically with just a few pieces we need to add along the way. Look at it go. Oh, man, it's feeding that in there big time. Nice, nice. I feel like this is not at full production. Why is it not really cranking out of there? Ah, we forgot to put our things in. See, I can just tell by the belts themselves. We forgot to put our little boosties in here. Let's get our boosties on these ones. There we go. Now they're going at 300. Because I can see on that belt that it's not really going fast enough. Let's double check these over here. I think I did these. Yep. The belt should be a dead giveaway to you, everybody. There we go. Now we're at our full 1200. Now I want this to backlog that iron while I'm busy doing other things. So we should see way more on the belt. Yep. And remember, those belts are 1200. So that's not going to fill that entire belt. Okay, so we got our iron ore storage. And we want to go ahead and try our new extractor, which is a rods mega constructor. Right over here. And somehow I got underneath the thing. I wanted to get on top of it. There we go. And we're going to hit H. Nudge that into position. It's good. And now we'll test it. Bring up some power. Again, we'll get to all of our smelters and everything later. But when you're in the zone, everybody, you want to stay in the zone and try to figure out ways of making your production better. So we're going to bring that power up again right to there. We should see all of them yellow. They all turned to rods. They sure did. And when you're building a whole lot of these, then it's worth it. But if you're not building that many, then just doing one of them is better to keep it as generic. And then you can just change it to whatever you want. In our case, we're going to be doing some serious amount of building here. And then also we're going to build more iron rods later on, and we can use these for those as well. Okay, so iron rods looking good. We got some power. So what we want to do is we want to bring this up into here, like so. That's going to be our raw resources there. Oh, we forgot to put one underneath it. That's why I was down there. Okay, Mega Constructor. And we need 2 of them to test this. And basically we're just doing testing right now. Just to see how we would want to bring up those raw resources. Again, we're not going to really run the raw resources because we got to put the smelters in between. So we're just testing. So this is going to come up like this, and then would run into there. Those would be iron ignits, and then that would run from here into the next one. Nice. And then that one would then run the next one and then basically run it all the way up. Good. Then the output over here which we would then merge from below. But in this case, we could take that one out because it's not really merging. There's nothing underneath there that's being produced. Then this would go like this, and then this one would come up. Let's see if those are too far. Seems like those are a little too far from each other, but that's okay. We can accommodate that first by telling it to go in, though. And then do this. And then the resources from down below would then merge into this. And then that one would go, both all of this and all of the ones from below would merge in this and then go to the next one. So that all looks good. Okay. I think that's good. Okay. We figured that out. Looks good. I think we'll definitely try that out later. We'll take it out now. Again, we're just working on our constructors there. Okay. Now anything that's left over, anything that we added, we need to make sure that we take that out too. Like these little belts here and stuff. Take all that out. Now, because we took out the floor holes, the actual lifters themselves go out automatically as well. So we don't have to take out the lifters that we added, just the belts. Okay, so that's all good. Now, what we really need right now, though, is smelters. So, again, we have 1,200 raw ore coming in at 30 per, so that's going to be 40 smelters. So let's go and do the same thing that we just did here. But improve upon our smelting, which we have over here. You see we're doing some smelting there. Now, every time you work on something, you should try to iterate on it, make it better, until it gets to that highest level. So that looks pretty good. I'm just going to go ahead and save it again just to make sure. There we go. And clear that out, and then we'll pull up our mega smelting. Let's go in here and figure out how many smelted. Good morning, Blind Coder. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. All right, how many smelters do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Oh, that's an even number. Nice. So we need 40 of them. All right, is that what it said? Yes, we need 40 of them, so we need 4 of these, and we'll just do it at the exact right level. And it does look like we try to put our signs in, but look how our signs are not aligned. They're set down like that. We want them to be centered, but we know how to do it now, don't we? Yes, we do. We know exactly how to do it. We're going to take these out. We're going to go in here, and we're going to get our beam like we did before. We're going to run our beam across here like this. We're going to take our beam like this, and then we're just going to go ahead and put a foundation in there. Use that foundation to set those down just a little bit. In fact, we can just take the beams out at this point, because our foundation is recessed down. And in theory, sometimes it's still iffy at best, but in theory we should be able to hit H, put that right into position like so, and then put the other one in position, and they should be nicely centered. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome, everybody. I'm showing you some of my best stuff right here. I hope you guys are appreciating it. So there we go. All right. And this is going to be basically like these other ones. So let's go ahead and just take this. And this is going to be over here. Let me go grab it from over here. Huh? And we're going to grab this. Run way back over here. So I've already got it formatted. Want to keep it consistent. Put that just like that. And this one's really easy. We can just change the layout of this one to this. Like that. And the funny irony is, that's actually what we're smelting. How about we spell it right, too? Just realized I have that spelt wrong. How about we go fix that on all of these? We had this spelt wrong over here. And I probably spelt it wrong a whole lot, because if I did it on one, I most likely did it on all the rest. Look how easy it is to fix. See, you make a mistake, everybody, it's all part of the process. Let's go in and fix it. Look at this. Just over the top. It's not clip, and then cuts in. Just barely misses our other thing over here. Like so. Not barely misses, but misses it a bit. And again, we're trying to build this so it's not going to be in the way of him flying by. We'll keep checking every time he flies by to make sure he doesn't change his course and end up in our stuff. Okay, looking good so far. So now we're going back over here, and we're going to work on our smelting. So we need 4 total of these. We need the raw ore to be able to come in and keep chaining between all of these inside. So we're going to need to do a bit of the same thing we did on the other one, where we can kind of keep chaining this from one to the next to the next. So this is going to come in. Again, this is the output of this. We're going to readjust how we do our outputs. Try to align them like we did on the other one. This one needs to do pretty much the same thing, except for we need this one to circle back and end up right here. And we'll put this down. We'll use it as a visual guide. Very nice. Okay. This to go back or around, one or the other. We're going to take this out. We brought it in around this way. We sent it down the back. Then when it goes and splits here, or we could take it around this way and split it down that side. See, I'm trying an alternate one than the one I just thought of, because this is more compact in here. And then just loop this back. Or go to there. Loops back this way. Split it back there. No. Too close to the wall. Bummer. So we could do this. And then have this 90 degrees like that. Nice. Okay. Yeah, look how clean that is. Okay, that's much cleaner. Then we can eliminate this, eliminate this, eliminate that splitter, eliminate this splitter. Holy mackerel. All right, that was a really good one right there. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I'm liking all of this. Okay, so this, just to make this look cleaner, put this like that. Take this out, take this out. Never trust these lifters, ever. They will screw you over. Okay, now all of these need to be turned where the splitter is going this way. Okay, so all these splitters and belts need to come out. Yes, I just thought of a better way of doing this to the umpth degree. All right, let's go ahead and take all these out. These splitters will bring down, just so we can use them as a template. And then we'll take out the top ones all the way down. We're going to put our lifters in there, and then we're going to have them all going this way. These are called manifolds when they're all in a sequence. I love improving upon my own designs there, but again, this one's going to end up going here. And then this one's going to cross to get to our final one here. Like that. These are all going to cross connect here. Put our lifters in. Distribute the raw resource down. And then this. Going there. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to feed this from the other side. Instead of feeding it back down the center, we're going to feed it from the other side, thus eliminating about 3 or 4 splitters right here and mergers and all that stuff. Because what I can do is bring it in, run it into here, and then that is going to run it back to here, then up, and then double back it, and then go to the one up above it. So when we basically make 4 of these in a sequence, we can just keep chaining them up into the one underneath or the one above, and just keep doing that over and over to keep chaining it as far as we want. Now the distributing of this side is real easy, so we just go ahead and run this out. Let's say to somewhere over here. Now we're also going to turn the way that this outputs, so it outputs on this side too, so we need to think about that while we're running these other lines. I feel like we just want to lift that up, though. I think that would be more than enough to lift that up. But we gotta, let's work on these outputs first. So we want to change the direction in which way this is going. Outputting this way. So that all the outputs of all of these are also going in the same direction. So again, we'll use that as a template. Remove all of this internal stuff. Just eliminating a lot of work that we're going to need to do, not only just now, but when we're using these in the future. These will be able to really easily chain between each one in a modular style. So they're just basically fit together, kind of like Legos. Right here. And eliminate all of the extra stuff I've been doing in the back. Sometimes I'm in the zone, everybody. I'm in the zone like I am right now. Totally in the zone here. We're doing some cool building and logistics. And then these two are going to merge their final product out here. This one will go, so I can just put it into this one. There we go. And all of this is going to run this way. And then we're going to do the same thing that we were doing before, where we go ahead and bring it from underneath. This is the output of this, which is merging into this. We could just merge it here. Like this. From the one below. Into there. And then this one. This one's going to go up there, though. So this one... The trick is to get it from the one below, merge it, and then send it to the one up above. With the minimum amount of pieces. So if this one comes in here, then this one should go out above this one. So it can come in right above it. So this would go out of this one into this one. Oops, we had it going the right way. This. So basically bring it from up above, merging it into our pre-existing, running that way. Oh, that's so clean. All right, I should do that on the other one. What I just did here, I should go and apply it. See, I not only did I iterate on the one I had before, but I just iterated on it again. So this is like version 3 that I just iterated on it. And then again, this will come up, then we'll make a little connector. Then this will run to the one up above it, come up on the floor, and then just keep chaining, chaining, chaining. We can do 10, we can do 50, we can do 1,000. And then we just keep chaining until we reach maximum belt speed, which would be 1,200. Now we need to think about our belt speed and think about our outputs as well, because our iron ingots here are going to output at 30 per minute. So we want to go in and take our 30 and say, okay, we're outputting 30 per minute times 40. That's going to be 1,200, which is the speed of maximum speed of our belts, which is perfect. It's fine. So it can all keep merging and merging and merging until it reaches that maximum speed of 1,200. And then go into the boxes. It'll all be just fine. So good to know. Okay, and then we'll have to add this one here. If we add anything underneath, then we'll add that. If we don't add it, we'll actually take that out because we won't need it. It'll be redundant. And then this will go here, and this will actually chain to the one up above. All of these are getting fed. All we need to do now is just actually run this along the ground right over here. We'll make it nice and straight, maybe back just a little bit. There we go. And run this here. Now we can run it up above, which is where it's going to end up anyway. So we could work a little bit over here just to bring this up. So when we're coming in and out of here, it's not going to be in our way. And so we'll go ahead, let's try to build out ourselves a nice, so we just use a merger right here. Try to align this one to that one. That's tough. Let's just put one there so we can use it as a guide. And then up there. Oh, it's not sticking out of the window. That's good. Okay, and then take this out. Take this out. And we can bring this up. Run that across. Run this across. And use our 90 straight to put that in there. And now it's up out of our way. Like that. Very nice. Oh, well, it'd work even better if it didn't decide to do random stuff on its own. Try that again. Over here. I also always want to double check that stuff because weird stuff like that happens all the time. Especially with these level 6 belts. They're especially thing. But look at that. It's not in the way. I can get by. It's not at the ground level. We can get in here. We can add this. So we only have to add 2 things. We add this, and we're really 3 things. Then this, and then a little belt. Why I didn't put that a little bit closer? Probably because of the output. But I should have probably brought that a little bit closer, because then I could have just done the lifter without the extra belt. But that's okay. It all worked out. I think it's fine. Much more improved design. Making sure that everything... These are outputs. These are all inputs. Outputs here. Feeding this way. These are all feeding that way. This is going to feed to the one up above, which is eventually going to feed to this, come through here, go around, feed the one up above, and just repeat that process. Again, visualizing it in your head is very, very useful. But it doesn't really matter until you really do it. And we should also set this for... now we're going to start specializing these as iron ingots. So again, you won't even have to set it. If you use these blueprints, they're already preset for you as well. And again, all my patrons of any level, by the way, you can support for $1 or as much as you feel necessary over there on Patreon, and you get all of this. plus a whole bunch of other exclusive content. I do appreciate everybody who does support over there. Iron Ignits. Iron Ignits. Oh, that one did not kick in. Sometimes you got to be close enough for it to kick in. That's why I check every single one of these. Ignits, and then the 3 on this side. Ah. Come on. There we go. Okay, looks good. And I believe we have a new design. Very nice. Again, as I make new designs, I will upgrade those as well. Iron Ignits. I would just do that for short. MK6. Move that back. MK6. And then Iron Ignite like that. Used for smelting iron preset. Preset. Even better. Preset to smelt iron Ignits. This, and then, oh, we got to tell how many. 10 smelters. Preset to smelt iron ingots. See, I try to, be very succinct. I don't write a big old paragraph, everybody. I be very succinct when I'm writing descriptions of things. So everybody knows what that is. 10 smelters, preset to smelt iron ingots. Modular style for chaining vertically. I could do them horizontally as well. Chaining. Inputs and outputs vertically. There we go. All right, very succinct, very to the point. Nice. Iron ingots, mega smelting setup. Now, there's doing it on the blueprinter, and then there's actually making it work. Let's go make it work, chat. Here we go. We're going to get this going on. Showing you some epic stuff today. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Mega building that we're doing, having a good time. Let's get them in here. Now again, we'll just double check our math again. We have 1,200 raw ore coming in at 30 each. We're going to need 40 of these, so we need 4 of these stacked on top of each other. Let's go ahead and see how this works out. Now I'll probably go back and readjust my constructors to be like that, because that's a much better design, much more clean, and the logistics work out a little bit better. Let's test it first. See how good it works. All right, so there's one. And up here, same thing. Always hit that H, because sometimes it's just ever so slightly off. Okay, I'm gonna turn my cursor, or turn my thing here so it'll... Really? Which one is it? Left, right, forward, backwards. Forward, backwards, left. These are all going in the same direction. That is not working. Okay, try that again. Let's run some power first, while we're thinking about it. Look at that, still backlogging all that storage there. Very nice. Backlog that storage. Yeah. Back. There we go. Chain our power up through all of these. And find ourselves a connector right there. Can't see it. Right to there. All right, they're all yellow. Tells me they're all set to something. Very nice. Double check in case I need to adjust my blueprints. Okay, so now we added that. Let's go ahead and pass our raw ore. Again, we have it set where we can just pass it from the raw ore as well. And input right there. And that should then run that raw ore in. We did it right. Here, and we got to add this because again it's at the bottom of the blueprint. So we'll add this. see. Coming all the way over here. All of these ones just instantly started up. Very nice, because we have a backlog, so it's going at 1200. Oh, I see a problem here. Why is this not starting up? Let's see. Not getting any iron ore there. Got to backlog these other ones first. Don't feel like it's getting to this one. Oh, it is. Okay, it is. Just double checking. Again, these are still spinning up to full speed. Now, with manifolds, it's got to fill up the first one, fill up the first machine, then it will fill up the next machine, whatnot, and it splits it enough to get some of them started, but you really want to wait for it to just fill up every single machine with the resources, and it takes time for it to spin up. Oops, there we go, already good. Over here, already good. Now remember, this is only 10 of them, and I need 40, so this is already absolutely cranking, and is up to full speed just that quick, because again, we had built a backlog while we were working on our machinery. Look at this. I love that. I love that new addition. And then this should all be chaining and ending up right here. Now, I like to have where I can see the belt so that I know that it is actually working very easily visually. All of these are merging there. They're all ending up to their final destination like that. No belts missing. Over here, this raw resources is chaining to the next one we're going to set on top of it. So let's go ahead and do that. Now this one's the bottom one, so we don't need to merge from below because there's nothing that's going to merge the final product below. We're going to go ahead and now stack another one on top of this one. Let's do it. This is the mega smelting. So let's get this going the right way. And now we're just going to believe in ourselves, because what we're going to do go ahead, just do a whole bunch of these. How many up is that? 1, 2, 3, and then 4. 3 and 4. Okay, believe in yourself, everybody. We're going to run that to the end. One over there. Okay, so far, now see, look, it's already there. Iron ingot smelting. So it's already got the signage. It's already got that done. We eliminated that part of the process. We don't need to do that anymore. It'll actually be built into the blueprint itself. So less work for us to do means more stuff we can get done in the same amount of time. So we got our storage down here, our smelting, and we need 2 more smelters. We're just going to go ahead and throw those down. So let's get those going. This is what I love about modular style, everybody, is that it takes less effort for you to do it. And if it's really well thought out, there's only a few pieces you need to add to make it all work. Okay. Look at that. Look how quickly we did that, everybody. We just added 40 smelters there. Now, again, the more of this we add, though, the more power this is going to take. So eventually, we're going to have to build more power to manage all of this stuff. But the thing about my factories, everybody, is they don't run all the time. I feel like that is actually one of the biggest early mistakes, is that you have your factories running all the time, every minute of every day, and you have every single process running at the same time. Now, eventually, we will do that. But the smartest thing is to have a process produce a bunch of things and then stop, and then produce a bunch of things and stop, because then you free up that power to do a whole bunch of other things that you can do, instead of spending 100 hours just making power, which of course in the long run is going to help you out, but in the short term I feel it's much better to build things in modular style and then let them fill up, and then they'll automatically turn themselves off, which means you don't have to do it. It will do it automatically, which is what we're setting up right here. Okay, so now the iron ore storage has gone from the storage into the iron smelting. So if we did this correctly, all we should have to do is take this and run it up into this, like so. And then go to this side. Oh, actually, we should chain our power too before we get too far. So let's take this and chain this up into this power. And then that one will chain into this power. And then that one will chain up into this power. Look how we got this going on, everybody. Very nice. Chain that all up nicely. And then again, all we should have to do is add our interconnections here. All the way to the top. Same thing over here. Add these interconnections so that the final product chains upwards. Like this. Oops. From there into there. Hopefully we did that correctly. And then over here. Into there. I feel like I didn't do this one right. There's something just in my instincts telling me that doesn't turn out right, so let's make sure that we get that. Doing that. There we go. And then, again, this is chaining up into the first one, and the first one should be functioning and outputting, and then chaining up here, outputting into the one up above. Now, in theory, if we go to the one up above, and including the one all the way at the top, that's the one you want to go to, the end product. And look, we should see some of the iron ingots from the one at the bottom sitting right over here, up here at the top, if we did it right. But there's some more stuff that we need to add, which is this right here, which is going to merge this into this line, right? So we're going to need to go down and do those a bit, just to check our actual output. So we'll go here, we'll add another one, and then we'll go down one more, because again, there's 4 of them. So the first one is the only one that we don't need to do this on, and we should see them flowing through. There they go. There they go here. Now, I don't even need to check the one up above this one. All I need to do is go to the very top and check and see if we can see them on the very, very top, and the answer is yes. So that is working perfectly. Look at that. Just a few things that we have to add. Not as much as we did before. We just massively reduced the amount of stuff by rearranging and iterating on our original design. I highly recommend always doing that in this game by just iterating, trying to find a better logistical way that requires less work from you and more built into your blueprints. Okay, now the other thing that we need to do is we need to work on our input down here. And we can take out this wall here because we no longer need that. There we go. Take that out. So again, first iron smelting. We'll start at the first level. And we'll take a look. Okay, so that's coming in and then feeding up into the next one. Nice. And we'll go to the next one. And we'll go ahead and add our feed. This one should automatically start to run through, and then these should start up. And again, it should go through and then end up here at the top as well, going to the next one. Okay, we'll let those start up and do their thing. Let's go to this one. Same thing. We'll bring it up from underneath. And we'll go ahead and feed that right into there. Definitely working because we can see it going through there, and we can see that this one is starting up. And these are not overclocked, everybody. No reason to overclock them if we're going to build so many of them. And then run it over here. That means our power is very, very efficient. See, as long as you see one going by, that it is merging into one of these, you know it is working. Oops, we forgot to take that out of the blueprint. We're going to need to go fix that on all of these now. And again, I could take it out, re-put it back in, but we already put all the lines in, so best that we just go ahead and modify this, go back to the blueprint, take that out. So that's not in every one of these. I'm definitely taking on here. I don't like to waste any pieces at all. I mean, I might waste a bit on the embellishment of it, but if it's not necessary, it's got to go. Okay, that's our storage. Let's go fix that right now while we're thinking about it. Let's go. Whee! Yeah, grab some of them barrel nuts while we're at it. Okay, right over here. And up here. And we're going to take that out. Resave it for when we use it in the future. Right there. Best time to get something done? Right away. Oh, get that done. Look at this. Awesome. Looks amazing. Get up, Fred. Look, he's like, Kismet, I love it. I love what you're doing. Keep it going. Keep going, Kismet. Oh, and here comes our friend flying up above. Again, we feel like I'm building apartment complexes. But these are factories, everybody. These are awesome factories. All right, now that you got it going, you want to go in and check every level. Because what you want to do is get to the point where you're like, okay, everything's working. I can set it and forget it. All right, we can see these are all working. These are going here, merging in up into the next level. Nice, everything's getting a whole bunch. You can see the one at the very end is getting there. These ones here are all being fed down the straight line. Absolutely love it. Yeah, we got some mixed coloring in here, but that's okay. We'll add a little variety to it, just a little bit of fun. Everything's looking good. These are starting to get spun up over here, but these resources have nowhere to go, so it's going to fill up pretty quickly. Let's go up to the next level. Take a look at all the same things. We got stuff going down the belt. We got outputs. We got this. It's going all the way to the end, which is good. All of these are going. Yes, nice. Okay. And the one at the very top over here, going here, feeding back into the one up above, and so on. Very nice. Now this one here at the very top is actually redundant. We don't need it because it's not going to feed. Oh, actually, this is the top one. It's not going to feed beyond the top one. So again, we could take that out if it's redundant. It just helps us. It's kind of like temporary while you're working on it, and then you can just take it out in the end. Now I can actually take the end result here and just instead of running it there, I can run it over here, which is what I actually want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and take this out. I no longer need this one in the back as well. I no longer need this splitter here. I can go ahead and just modify the end result like this and just kind of put in the final touches. Run that over there. That'll be just the same, but with less pieces, more efficient. And now the final result here, I actually want to end up here because it's going to go into the next thing, which is going to be the storage. All right, so and then the storage is going to feed up and up and up. So we're going to take this out. We don't need this here at the top and so on. And then we can just double this back right into there with our nice 90 degrees. And our actual final output is going to go back over there so that we can put it into our storage. Okay, and now, again, we're going to double up on our storage. Instead of having just 10 boxes, we're going to have 24. Now, the mega storage, I don't necessarily need to mess with because we already went in and we fixed our signs in the front. And our storage has the signs differently from our manufacturers now, so it's a little bit easier to tell which one's which as well. So we'll see if that's nice aligned. It does look like it is. Now again, you don't have to put the whole thing all the way down. I usually do that just for alignment, but you can just use a couple as you can see. Now we did this correctly. It should be coming out of here, and then we can go ahead and run it directly into storage up above. Now I will go with the storage here, and we go ahead and we take this and we run it into there. And if we did it correctly, we should see our iron ingots at the end. Very nice. All right, now it's going to start to backlog all of those. All of these are now going to spin up and run at 1200. Now we want to have two storages because we're hardcore storage action going on up in here. Again, we'll go ahead and make this a little wider just to make it a little easier to visualize where we want to center that. There we go. And then more storage up here. And line that nicely. And then we'll chain the storage from down here, which is just slightly offset, but that's okay. Like so. And then change to the one on the top. And then we go to the one on the top and we look at it to see if it's coming out. Oh, we got to add the one down here. One of the storage there. There we go. And there it goes. So 24 boxes of raw resources. Both at the bottom, the ore, and then 24 boxes of the ignates. And then, of course, we still are not done yet. Everybody, look at us building up toward our mega base here. Look at this sucker. Very nice. And that is maximum production at 100% efficiency, by the way, because it's coming in at 1200 and going out at 1200. So that's pretty awesome. Now we want to go ahead and take our just our thing here. And now we already have it written as storage, so we can just go ahead and just change the icon, and we'll know exactly what it's storing in there. But we can also go in and just take the iron ingot and actually add it in there, just to be really clear. Now, you don't necessarily have to store these in-between ones, but I feel like the more you store the in-between processes, the more backlog you have for if you need more. It'll just do it at 100%. It'll already be ready. It doesn't have to extract it. It doesn't have to transfer it. It doesn't have to get it converted. It will already have a backlog of those iron ingots, and so it'll go at 1200 speed and just instantly start up all those machines, which helps you override that problem of manifolds. And that's why I store those in-between pieces. And also because we're mega building, that's another reason. But look how beautifully this works in a vertical style, right? So we can just keep building it vertically. This is a way more advanced building. And then, of course, chaining it from one to the next to the next. Now, we need to take our output of our storage here, and we need to run that into our factories. But we want to go ahead and change this up because we did improve our design, our belt design, our logistics. What's up, Fred? We want to go ahead and make that improvement also on our factory constructors. So we want to do that right now. Let's get over here. This is a really nice design. Let's save that again just in case. I don't know. I'm a little paranoid about my saving. And then we want to go ahead and get our new constructor setup that we did right here. There we go. All right, let's improve that design. Basically how we did over there. So we can take out a lot of stuff that we did here with this double stuff we're doing here. We don't need to do any of this anymore. We can just eliminate all of this stuff here. Very nice, and this can go here. In fact, we can just eliminate, we can eliminate this. This is the end of the line. Just run that. Oh, because it was running in that direction. I see. Yeah, we have to change the direction of these. We can just take that out. Change the direction of these now so that they are aiming this way. This, and then this one. Oops. Turn on our straight function so we're getting our nice 90. There we go. And then this goes here, here. We're not lifting these. These are just on the ground level. And so we're going to try to bring this around to the other side. So we're bringing this up from down below, but we've decided that we actually want to bring it from here. So we can merge it there, and that eliminates this bottom part here. All these extra pieces that we had. And then go ahead, bring this up, and then have it go here instead. Let's go ahead and run that down. Make sure that's aligned. Nope, not aligned. Back here. Always double check. Okay, yes, there we go. So this is going to come up here and then go here. And then we'll take this one out. And then just basically go up into this one. We just eliminated like 10 different pieces, everybody. We just eliminated a whole bunch of stuff. It still does the same exact thing that it did before, except for it does it more efficiently, and it chains better from one thing to the next, which is what we want it to do. We want this to chain better going up into the next area, where it's going to bring that raw ignites up and then chain them back to the next one up above, and then just keep that cycle going. And so we're going to go over here, and we're going to add that extra splitter that we did on the previous one. Be a little bit more forward because we have that machinery in the way. There we go. Bring this here, take this, double it back, and run half of it to the next one. Very nice. And then this one here, we'll do the same thing we did before, but we probably could just run it along the ground level. But I do like it to be up. We don't even need a splitter there. We could just actually take it and use a wall lifter like this. And we could run it all the way over here. And just have it beautifully run up above. I love these glass things here. We actually want to turn this. See if we can get away with that. I don't know. Seems a little iffy to me. Yep, I thought it might go through there. Okay, so better off this way. Makes me want to go back and take that splitter out on the other one and put that wall thing in there. I think I like the wall thing better. Okay, and that goes down there and actually looks pretty good. I like it. Doesn't clip. Nope. Perfect. Okay. That's going to run into there. It's running in this direction. It's going to go into all of these. These are all going. These need to go this way. Which it looks like they are going this way because we can see the output there. Output. That's an output. Very nice. These are 3 inputs. This is input. Input there. This is all going to merge up to the one up above. Okay, I think we got that. Let's go test it and see if it works. Save that blueprint over the one that we already did, because this one's very specific to rods. Remember, any of these, more of these, we need to build rods on. We already have it pre-built, so we can just chain them together. Hardest thing is remembering how you chain them. And again, you can always watch this stream back for reference. There you go. Iron rod smelting. Did we put what this was on the front? I already forgot. Yes, we did. We did. We put it on the front. Okay, so again, this is going to come out at 30, so 1,200 divided by, right here, 1,200 divided by 15 is going to be 80. We have 7 of these each, so we take 80 and divide it by 7. It's about 12 of these. So again, we might even end up going higher than my actual mega base. We'll see. We'll see how it is when we get there. And there we go. So there's number 1. Going at 4 each. Okay. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 1/3 of what we need. Then we'll take our rods mega constructor and we'll aim at our thing here. Hit H. And we'll nudge it over. Looks pretty aligned to me. Good. And aiming at the edge to try to align it. H. Nudge it over. It might be too far to nudge. Yep. A little bit more difficult to align it with just one. So we're going to do this one a little bit more. And constructor. We're just going to do a few of these to test it first before we do all 12. I highly recommend not doing all 12 at the same time, because you're just going to end up taking all 12 of them back out again if you've made a mistake. Just do a couple of them to get it going. Again, you can see I have a changing color too. You can see that the storage ones have a different color than the ones that are production. The smelting ones have a different color from the other ones. Just a little bit of a subtle color that lets me know that one is production, one is storage, one is smelting, and so on. Okay, so we have 2 of these, and in theory, we should be able to take our storage here and run it up into here. Very nice. We also want to go down here and grab some of our power. This one, and chain it all the way up. And again, these 2 are storages. This one find sort of power connector back here. Right there. Boom. Oh, that power connector should be upgraded on our blueprint if we're going to use that one. We could use this one. Chain. I think that's what we'll do. We'll use that one on the right to chain these up like that. Very nice. Okay, so now we have our power. This should be running in. And we should be able to just go ahead and start our constructors going. And they should automatically start. We should see all green on those. These over here green. Okay, yeah, okay. We got it started up, making some iron rods. And we should see those iron rods start to come out and backlog right over there. Now this is the bottom one, I believe. Let's go double check before I take it out. This is the bottom one. So we're not going to be feeding any iron rods up through here. So we'll take this out. And then we're going to go ahead and feed this iron rod up into the one up above, like so. And then notice I'm doing the output first, just to test that it is chaining its way through. And we should see some iron rods suddenly appear up here. We sure do. All right, nice. Yeah, get down from there. And then we want to chain our raw resources over here. Very nice. Just we should only have to do a minimal amount of stuff if we did this right. And I could actually lift this up where it's not on the ground level, and it would automatically have all the rest of this in there. But I built it at that ground level so that I have more room for embellishing the top part and leaving that gap. But I could offset it, but it also makes it awkward when you're trying to align it when you have it offset like that. So highly recommend just adding the little bit of pieces that you need. Again, just takes a little bit of effort on your part. And when you're doing it repetitively over and over again, you'll find that it's actually easier just to do the small things yourself. At least I think so. All right, so again, more iron ingots coming up here. We can see that the stuff is flowing in this direction, which is great. Flowing this way, flowing this way. All right. Because our rods are coming out at 1 to 1, that means that when we do all of these, right, when we do 12 of these, which is 12 times 7, so 12 times 7 is going to be 84 of these outputting basically 84 times 15, which is actually going to be more than the belt can run. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you making it more than the belt can run? Because it doesn't matter. In the end, I can go ahead and change. I can take one out and say 83 times 15, like that, or I can go down to 82 times 15. Again, I can just go and just take it out, or sorry, 79, because this is 7 times 12, which is 84. Okay, so 84 of them we have now times 15 is 1260. So there we go. So we can take it down, say, to 80 times 15. So we basically just eliminate those 4 extra ones, right? The 4 extra ones at the end, or we can eliminate the 4 ones here on the last one. We can take those 4 out. But it really is unnecessary, everybody. Just whatever can produce, it'll produce at its maximum rate, and then stop. But I don't like redundant machines, and I don't like redundant stuff. So what I can do, again, is just eliminate 4 of those at the end, because it's not going to produce more than that at any given time, because the belts can't go that fast. Right? I can split off those last 4 and kind of double merge it and then actually get all 84 running at the same time. But the input rate is only 1200, so it's only going to maximum feed all of these at 1200 rate anyway. So again, do we need to think about that in the end? If it was just 1, I would leave it. But if it's 4, I would take 3 of them out and leave 1 left over. And the 3 I would take out would be the 3 in the back here, because you can see that they're basically a closed loop. So this is coming across here. These 3 here are together. Merging together down there, so I can remove all of this process, all the process running it here, the lifter, all of this, and then just take this output here and run that output all the way down to there, right? But actually the last one is actually going to output and end up going up into this one, right? So the 12th one will actually go up into there, which will go into the storage and whatnot. So, again, let's get back to it. We see it's working perfectly. Let's keep on going. So, again, iron rod production. Now, this one I'm actually going to number them so I can keep track of where they are. This is 0, 1. Because this is a lot. If it was just 4 of them, I wouldn't number them. But if I'm going to do a whole lot of these, I definitely need to keep track of what number I'm on. All right. Let's go ahead and just fill the rest of these in, make my life easier. Like so. And then constructors. At this point, once you prove that it does work, and it's working good, you can put all the rest of them in. Again, I'm just going to go in here and number these as I go. I'm going to do them 2 at a time so I don't screw it up, hopefully, too much. Here's number 3. And then this will be number 4. Now, this is just internal numbering of this particular one. That's not going to be numbered with anything else. And that's just to let me know that that's what I'm doing there. All right, more fences up here, and we're going to zoop that up. And we're climbing to the sky here. There's going to be a whole lot of these. And then we'll just eyeball that now. Oh, okay. Feel free to just start doing a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't click on. Now, you notice I aim down there because that's the same distance as all of these. Okay. Blueprints and constructors. You notice that my concrete is going right back in there as fast as possible. My concrete here. My head's in the way. See, my concrete is filling right back up massively, even though I'm using a ton of it up. Now, remember, all of this stuff, I could easily run out of it while I'm working on the basics here, getting this all set up. But we'll see. If we do, then we'll have to adjust for that. It's already there. Oh, I got to bring my power up. Let's go bring my power up in the back here. I can see where my power is because I can see it right there. And we're chaining off of this one. Oh, a little radiation from way over there. Yeah, we got to run that back away from where we're doing. We'll turn that around and run it back the other way. Get a little radiation while we're working over here. Luckily, I got my radiation filters. Okay, so we got that going. Let's number these. Again, the reason why I added power is so I could continue to lift upwards. There's number 2, there's number 3. Let's get number 4. Let's make number 5. And we'll come back and do all the line runs and all that stuff later. This is number 6. Yeah, we might pass that up. We'll see. See how it works out. Or it might just work out perfect. We'll see. There we go, and that was number 6. Just number them as we go. 7. thing to be efficient while I'm waiting for it to fill in. I believe this is number 8. Let's go double check. Yes, 7-6. Look how efficient we're being right now. Labeling all of our stuff and everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice. And more of these. Walls. There we go. Nice. Okay. Run some more power. I can see what level the power is because these lights are up on top. I have them there on purpose so I can see what level the power is. If I go up to this one, I can see those are red. We'll work on this radiation problem later on. But for right now, I want to keep chaining our power up here, which allows us to keep floating around. This should have turned yellow. No power. Oh, must have missed the power or something. Yep, right here. Didn't actually connect. Try it again. Yellow, yellow, and yellow. All right, see, that's why I have that there, why I have it above the foundation, so I can see when it kicks in. So all good. Got that power all the way down. All right, let's keep going. Trying to get all 12 of these in here. And again, we should be at 8. Yeah, 7, 8. And Mega Constructor. Using those foundations to help me line up my blueprints. You can snap blueprints to other blueprints, by the way. I could have made a blueprint for these foundations and then put those foundations down, just 5 foundations, use that blueprint, and then did that, and then had it automatically snap to the blueprint. But that's like extra work, so I don't do that. I just make it as easy for me as possible. I just nudge it into position. Again, why make extra blueprints if I don't need to? All right, come on, you can do it. Get over there. Oof, so feisty. So feisty today. Oh, and you're going to do that, are you? You're going to do it where no matter which way I do it, it's going to go only in those 2 directions? Fine. Yeah, I get you. Sometimes the arrows, no matter which arrows I go, it's either it goes left and right, and then if I push the top 2 arrows, it goes left and right. You know, remember, games are never perfect, everybody. You know, it happens. All right, so that's number 8. Light back on. This is going to be number 9. Let's just copy number 9 to help us remember where we're at. And this is number 10. $11. Let's type 12 on that one. 12. All right, very nice. All of that good. Now we have our 12 rod production. Double check our numbers one more time. 1,200 divided by 30 is 40. So 40 divided by 10 each would be 4. So we made 4 of those. And of course, it's 1-to-1 output, so it's going to output 1,200 iron ingots, and then 1,200 divided by 15, which is the input of our iron rods, which means we need 80 of the constructors, and then 80 divided by each one of these blueprints, which has 7 constructors each, which is about 12, which is actually 11.5, but we put 12. And then 12 times 7 should equal about 80. There we go, 84. And we'll want to remove 3 of them, keep 1 extra. That's a bit extra over, just in case we want to just kind of burn up that excess resources toward the end of the process. But we don't need all 3 of those in there. But it really doesn't matter. It's really about efficiency of your frames per second, right? If you have a bunch of stuff in there that you don't need, you might as well just take it out. Because it's never going to be used, and it's just taking up more of your max build space that you don't need. Okay, so those are all good, but we need to get all the processes running. Another thing that we're going to do is go ahead now and remove all of these walls that we just used as a template. We're lining all this up. And the only kind of platform I'm going to have, just like on this one here, is actually going to be at the bottom level. So this front platform here, which we use to align, we can take all those out now. It makes it easier for me to see all the signs when it doesn't have an overhang. It's not like I'm going to... Whoop, screwed that up. Accidentally hit my things there. There we go. Put those back. Just hit G this time. G. There we go. Now we can go like this and get this one. I hit G just to select the foundations. And then I can just take a whole bunch of them out at the same time. There we go. Very nice. And then, oh, iron storage. That's right. That's all good. And then this. G on that. Hit control to get it. And then hold down control to get more. So on and so forth, so I don't accidentally get those walls again. I do them in sequence, and I can do them all at the same time, but I find at some point you're going to screw it up, so best to go ahead, like that. See, I hit, instead of hitting G, it hit F, and then took off my, my stuff I had just marked. Got those levels. What I call scaffolding as well. So stuff you're using just temporarily, just like scaffolding on a building when they're remaking a building. That's what all this stuff is. Just excess parts that you don't really need. Clear all those out as well. Okay, there we go. Now we go up and down nice and easy. We can see that we do need to run some more of our power. We've got there, but these are red here. Let's go over here and work a bit on our power. Again, we're going to get a little bit radiated. Yep, that's not running up there yet. So this one. Again, this is one gigantic factory that's all chained together that I can just turn off at any given time. And this particular factory is Soul's purpose, currently, anyway, is to take these rods and to put them in the dimensional depot. Okay, very nice. Like it. Let's go down here to the bottom. Way down here. Like so. Okay, there's our thing there. This here and this here is okay, looking good. More there. Yes. And then this is our storage, which is currently storing a tremendous amount of iron ingots right now. It's going to be ready for when we start this up, and we're able to go ahead and produce our rods here, which you can see have already stopped. And then our rods are going to go from there and transfer into this one, which we have this one running. So number 2 is going. And let's go ahead and transfer this stuff to number 3. We'll do all of our transfer stuff first, just to be consistent. Transfer from here to the next one. The raw resources to the next one. Very important to aim at that, otherwise it'll end up just going up above. We're looking for it to be blue, by the way. Blue tells you that it's not clipping through anything. I find doing the same thing over and over, one, more time efficient, and then also less chance you're going to screw it up. And less chance is a very descriptive, because you might screw it up, you never know. Okay, there we go. Got all those connected. Back down again. Again, that's filled up with a lot of waste material right there, everybody. We're going to have to do something with that waste material, that is for sure. We'll get to it. Okay, here's our storage here. Again, we got number 1 and number 2 going. Let's go ahead and look at number 3. Over here, we're going to need to bring our raw resources up. Right into there. Like this. Alright, there goes our raw resources and our finished resources transferring up here, which is transferring to the one up above. Okay, very nice. And then next one. We're just going to do that over and over and over again until we have them all running. Raw resources up. And finished product transfer. You know how easy that is, everybody. Again, if you set it up real easy, I literally have to make 3 parts here to make all this basically pass through each other, and I don't have to do a whole bunch of logistics on the back like we did on the other build. Just reducing the amount of work that I need to do. And we'll just make sure that's coming through. That's coming through. See if any of these are getting any iron ingots yet. I think they're going to need to fill up the rest of those iron ingots first. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so it is getting some. I'm going to put some that I have on me in there. But it did make its way through. That's what you want to see, that it made its way through. Remember, it's got to chain through all of these and fill all of these up first before it'll make its way all the way here to the top. So these ones at the top are going to be starving for resources to start, but over time, they'll all start up. And they'll all be running at the same time, by the way. And I think you got the gist of this, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. Hope you don't mind. This is normally the speed I play games, everybody. Really fast. If I'm off stream, I'm going really, really fast. I slow down so you guys can see what I'm doing. But once you get the general gist of it, you'll see me speed up. It's just a courtesy I do for people watching. Because I know how it is when you're watching and you're like, what did you just do? I just missed whatever it was. How did he do that thing? I do slow down on that, but this part's just the same stuff over and over. Now, if we did this right, we should see our final output here and eventually see some of these make their way up here to the very top. Now, what I suggest you do is you just kind of let this run for a little while, and then you come back and check that it is actually making it here to the top, that you see some output coming out of here, and that this is all ending up over here in your final product. So we'll let that run a while. Wow, I think that's actually going to be exactly about the level I want it to be. Neato. All right, now I just need 2 more things, and then this whole entire process is done. We're just going to take some basic walls here. Actually, we'll bring this out just a little bit. We'll use some basic walls here, and then we'll put 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll put our template out here for putting more of these in. Okay, and then we just need to store it now. So let's go ahead and get our mega storage in. Then we got to work on our top one there. Fine tune the top one just a bit. Again, I'm always building stuff to know that at least some of these I'm going to fine tune. But it's a lot less work to just come in and make a little rearrangement to one of them than to rearrange 12 of them. That is for sure. Okay, and then I'll just take this and then paste that up here, paste that up there, and then this iron rod storage. We don't need to type it twice, we can just copy it and then get this to go down, paste it. There we go, iron rod storage, nice. Now, we need to get that from up there, but actually we're going to rearrange this because we don't longer need to transfer it between the production. what we want to do is just use the minimum amount of stuff we need to use to turn this back, like so. Then we don't need this, and we don't need this. We don't need this transferring back. We don't need all of these splitters here. Take all of this out. Really clean this top one up. This, and then that nicely. Like that. Very nice. So the ones on the top are still working. And then our output is going to go here so we can align it with our storage. Like that. Very nice. Okay. Again, we'll give that time to catch up with those raw. And going to there. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and transfer the output of this one up into our storage. Looks like it's transferring. And then start to fill that up with a ton of iron rods. We know it's working if we see some iron rods going there. We sure is. Okay. And then same thing here. We're going to take this output and transfer it into the input over there. And we should see some iron rods at the end of this. Oh, after we add this. There's those iron rods. All right, 24 boxes of iron rods. And that is just about perfect. Holy mackerel, I don't think I could have actually planned that as more perfect as that. What I'll do is I'll run it out, and then it'll come over here, and I'll build a train station on top. And it'll basically run those iron rods back to my primary storage over there. But on top of that, everybody, well, before we do that, we actually want to go ahead and put a splitter up here because we can also make this even easier by just putting a splitter here, running that up here. And this will be the new home of my dimensional depot. And I'm only going to put one because I don't need a tremendous amount of rods. But I do need them from time to time. And so it'll also transfer that into the dimensional depot and always keep my rods full in the dimensional depot. Because remember, there's going to be 24 boxes deep, everybody, and we have the ultimate power. You know what the ultimate power is? The power over time. And we have that power because we have a server, and we can let the server run 24/7 while we're sleeping, busy doing something else, hanging out with the family, watching a movie. We're in there playing some other games, and we come back, and guess what? It's going to be 24 boxes deep of iron rods right here, everybody. It absolutely is. We know it makes it all the way to the top, so we know that we chained everything properly. We know everything is making it to the end. The only thing that we want to do is double check that every single floor is functioning. And the way we can do that is just looking on the outside here. We can see that they are running there. These are all running there. Everything looking good here. And again, we'll go down to where our storage is. Down, down, down. And let's see how our storage is doing. Now again, I don't have to go in there. I can just look and see that I have a massive amount of these iron ingots in there, and I can see that those are being transferred up into here, and then those iron ingots are being circled around. Now half of the iron ingots are going to this particular process, and the other half are going to the next process. Now once this one fills like it is now, it is absolutely filled, you can see that the whole entire chain of it, the 1200, is actually going to the one up above. And again, this should then chain from here to the one up above. The output should be running out. Now, it's going to take a minute for it to catch up because it's made a bunch extra on top of the 1200. And again, it's going to take a bit for that to transfer. So let's make sure that it is up here and that it is also doing the same thing here. Yes, it's running out. These are all full. How can I tell? Because they're full there. They're also full on the output, which is trying to catch up on outputting a bunch of these. We can see that all of these are getting very, very full with iron rods, which I love to see. We got to make sure that all of our belts are correct, too, that we didn't accidentally put the wrong belt in there. Over here, this is a Mark 6, this is a Mark 6, etc., etc. Usually you can just tell it by the look of it. But we're going to go down here to our iron storage as well. Again, I don't have to go inside because I built it in such a way that I can go right here and I can check. That's 2 boxes deep, 3 boxes deep, 4 boxes deep. Oh, not 4 boxes deep. 4 boxes deep there. All right, 4 boxes deep. because those were running while we were building the other ones. You want to have that stuff running so it's backlogged. And it's running at 1200 speed right now, maximum speed through those belts, and then transferring again into these. So let's go up here and see how we're doing on each level. And again, we'll take a look at the outputs. And that output's coming through at 1200. Looks good. Again, I can tell because the belt is full. Let's go look at number 4. Double check we're not missing anything. Oh, these ones are not filled yet. See, these ones are still running out at maximum efficiency. Again, they're also coming from down below. These ones are just getting started up. I can tell because they're not fully outputting and backlog. That's looking good. These are all filled. Again, the inputs are filled on it. That's what you want to see. And then that not quite 1200 going up above because you can see it's starting to thin out. Starting to thin out here. Now, if you're having a problem with whatever that word is, with having it chained too far, you could actually do, say, 4 of them, and then have it go into that 4 from your storage, and then you can make another output of your storage and go into the next 4 and the next 4 if you're in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. I'm just going to let it run until it fills up every single machine. And then by the time it gets to the machines at the top, it's going to basically be starving for resources. But the whole point is you've got to wait for it to fill when you're doing manifolds. And again, this one's filled, and we can see it's running. And these are running out very nicely. And again, we have a massive backlog of screws over here. And again, we might want to double check our math again, right? So we'll go 15 times 84 is 1260. Really, we only need 80. 80, which will give us 1200. So we can remove 3 of them at the very top. And again, those are just getting up to speed now. Same thing here. Everything's green. Yes, yes. Everything's got a bit of everything. Very nice. You can see that it is backlogging across there. And again, it seems like it's doing less, but it's actually doing just the same amount. It's still doing that 1200. It's just to use some of it up along the way. And again, as each level gets full, each of these will run out. And eventually, as the boxes at the top get full, it'll all backlog all the way back where every single one of those machines will be 100% full. And that's what we want. We want to let that fill right up. That's working great. That's at 100 right there. So all of those are filled. Very nice. You can see here it's really slow in the back here. Let's go ahead and check those right there. Those are all good. Everything looking good there. Up on to the next one. Again, you want to check them all, everybody, because this way, peace of mind right in here, right? Peace of mind that these are all functioning at 100%. All green, all good. Doubling back, running. Oh, look at this over here again, coming from down below. These ones are getting merged in. Definitely running those rods out at maximum speed. And then up here, how we looking? Got to a point where these are still filling? Nope, those are pretty full. Pretty full there. All right, looking good. Next. Really can just check this last one here. Yes, this is where it is right now. So it's still filling these, and it's going to max these out. So currently it is on level 10. So it's filled up 9 levels of it already, and now it's on level 10, filling up all of those on level 10. Then it will eventually fill up on level 11. Now, actually, level 12 will actually not fill because, again, we have extras. But let's go ahead and look at level 11. The level 11 should be struggling a little bit to get enough. Yes. Again, until level 10 fills, level 11 will be struggling to get enough resources. But that's okay. Eventually, it will spin up to 100% efficiently where all 12 levels will be getting all of the resources that it will ever need. And that's a lot of rods there, everybody. Let's see, how many rods are we producing? So it would be 80 of these times 15 rods. So we're going to be producing 1,200 rods per minute in this particular factory. Per minute, everybody. All right, and then our iron rod storage up here. We could go inside, but we don't need to. We can go up here. We can see that it's starting to backlog a little bit here because it needed to connect it first, which I have it connected. And now we should be able to go up here to the top one and take a look at this one, because this is the last one that then chains usually over that way. We can see that we are getting quite the massive backlog of rods in just a few minutes that we've been producing them. And then so this will fill up 24 boxes deep of iron rods, which is about 2.5 times more iron rods than you need to finish the entire game. Right. Did that sink in? 2.5 times more than you need to finish the entire game. Absolutely. Because I've done it with just 10 boxes deep. I could probably do it with 5 boxes deep. It'd be pretty close. But 10 boxes deep of every resource up to aluminum. And then, boom, you can just build all the rest of the stuff in the higher level. And then you're good. You're going to need some power, though. You're going to definitely need some power to power your accelerators, for sure. Love your creativity. How do you take out the rods from the storage for use elsewhere? Well, right now we're throwing it in the dimensional depot. But we are building vertically for a reason. One, because it looks awesome. There's number one. Look at this. Very creatively awesome in a vertical style. See, again, a lot of people, they build horizontal. I've done that so many times. I probably played this game through 40, 50 times. I can't remember it so many times. But I find a lot of people, they build in a horizontal style. They just make a big plain thing, and then they just keep making them in horizontal. I like to try modular and in vertical style, because eventually all of these rods are making their way to my future train station, which is going to be up here on the top. So my train's going to come by, pick up these rods, and then take these rods back to my central storage. Now this rod's right here, because we're mega building and not efficiently building. Efficiently, I would not build this. Normally, if I'm just trying to finish the game, I would not build this. This is only because we're mega building. And this is sole purpose is to go into the dimensional depot. 1,200 rods per minute into the dimensional depot. Now, if you notice, I only use one dimensional depot on this because I don't need as many rods as I would need down here when it's concrete. So concrete, I put 5. And over here for this one, which is producing plates, I put 5 because I'm going to need those at a much higher rate than I would need rods. So that's why I only did one dimensional depot here. Now this also replaces our storage that we have way up here that of course we built in that super efficient square style, maximum square footage, made a bunch of blueprints and just built that all out. Now, again, I am at the end of the game and could have already finished the game a bunch of times, which I've already finished it in my previous playthrough. We played it super efficient. We used about 30,000 power, 30 to 40,000 power to get to the end of the game. That's all we ever needed, and we finished the game. Now, I think I could do it with 20,000 power, because in this playthrough, we're only using about 30 or 40,000, and I could have easily done it with 20,000. That 20,000 is basically your fuel power. You combine it with your coal power. If you go crazy on your coal power with your fuel power, you would never need nuclear power. You never need any of that. You can finish the entire game. Absolutely. And that is what my job is, because I work at Fix It Corporate, and I'm your official Fix It Corporate trainer. Now, again, if you are being inefficient, it's a different department than I'm in. I'm not going to tattle on you. You will get lasered from space, so watch out for that. That's what I hear anyway, so watch out. So that's where I take the rods and I put them in the dimensional depot, which gives me access to them right here. Just think of the dimensional depot as like a pocket dimension. It puts those rods in that pocket dimension where you can reach in there and you can take it out of that pocket dimension no matter where you are in the world. Dimensional depot is a complete game changer, I think, as well as the hologram mode. It absolutely changed the way that I play the game. But again, I'm building it vertically so it aligns to my base. Now, why do I have my base up so high? Well, because my trains never have to go up or down. They can just run completely flat through the whole entire world, and I can go ahead and do it. Now, this is over here. You see all this built? This is all going bye-bye, because we're going to slowly eliminate all of the processes that we're doing over here, and we're going to build them at a much massive level than all the process over here. And again, we did all the processes along the way, except for a few things. Still got to do rocket fuel and all of that. We're going to do every single process in this build. As well, as you can see, I have nuclear power. I have plutonium running over here, showing a bit of plutonium and stuff. Way up here, this is my initial storage at the very beginning of the game. I went and did everything all the way up to aluminum. I let it run on the server. It backlogged 10 boxes deep of every resource all the way up to aluminum. And then, of course, it helped me get all the way to the end of the game. So very cool. Again, time is your ultimate power. And again, using a server makes that easier. And again, how about I make it even easier to save yourself some time and, oh, not that. Save yourself some time and get rocking and rolling by shouting out my buddies, my pals, over at G-Portal over there, which is this server's been running for 3,600 hours continuously since I turned it on, since we did a new playthrough. Not me, I haven't been in there. It's been doing it itself because I set it up and then I let it run. It's very fun. It's a great, fun way to play the game. Now, you can also play it on your local machine, let your local machine run, or not let it run at all. You can play, I've done it that way as well, where you play the game where you're not letting it run. You actually only are producing when you're actually playing in the game itself, when your character's in there. I have played through that way as well. Very fun. I finished it in the early access many times, as well as finished it in release. This is version 1.0. Have not used 1.1 yet. I'm kind of saving it, kind of like a DLC. For when it comes out on stable, and then of course I'll get my mega build. I'll back it up first, and then we'll continue our mega build in 1.1 using all the new features of 1.1. Pretty fun. Okay, now guess what? That is set it and forget it, right? That's what you're going to do on that. Once you get that all set up, you never have to think about it again because it is all self-contained. It'll run in the Dimensional Depot, and we won't have to worry about it. Its sole purpose is to make me iron rods. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's a lot of power that you're using, and that's going to burn up a lot of power that you could use on other things. What it's going to do is fill the Dimensional Depot, fill 24 boxes deep of the actual iron rods, then it's going to fill 24 boxes deep, let me drop down here, 24 boxes deep of the iron ingots, and then it's going to fill 24 boxes deep of the raw resources, and so I'll have all of that backlogged, everybody. Remember, the resources never run out. So I can let this run and run and run, and anytime I need some rods, guess what? I've got every part of the process already backlogged, and anytime I need some rods, I'm going to have tens of thousands of rods that I can access at any given time. There'll be a lot of those in there, but I forget how much it is per box. Like 100 times thing, it's thousands and thousands and thousands. There's a lot of iron rods are going to be in this one building. Now, this is just 4 nodes combined into 1,200, and we maximized the input, we maximized the production, and we maximized each step of the process, so it'll backlog those steps. So as the rods get filled, it will then backlog, and then backlog to the iron ingots, and then backlog to our raw resources. Now, we can also put dimensional depots in those if we want to, where we could have our raw resources go into dimensional depot. I think it's unnecessary at this stage. I just need the thing I need, right? That's it. Now, I could also use it for another part of the process. Say I want to do reinforced iron plates. I could go ahead and take this and run this into reinforced iron plates, make some screws, and then also take my plates over here and run those into there as well. But these are dedicated for that one purpose. That's what I'm doing. Dedicated factories for the single purpose of my convenience. Because that's who you want to be convenienced the most. You want to have your convenience to make it happen. And then eventually all of this stuff will run to a central storage just because it's cool. I don't need a central storage anymore. See, that's what you're really trying to do. Eliminate your central storage. Why? Because I don't need to go back and keep getting the storage anymore. Because the speed at which it's inputting into the dimensional depot is the speed at which I am using it, right? So if it's going in at 5 times 240, which is about 1,200, or we're just ran it down to 1,000, it's 1,000 per minute. So if I wait 1 minute, it's got 1,000 concrete in there. If I wait 1 minute, it's got 1,000 plates in there. Believe me, that's a lot. And the other thing I could do is I could literally just take the concrete out and into my inventory like this, and watch how fast that sucker just fills right back up again, everybody, because it's already ready to go. It's already got a backlog of that concrete to fill that in. And the second that starts to fill in the dimensional depot, it starts the process back up again. So it's been using no power all this time. Now I've pulled a bunch of concrete out of there, and now it's going to start the process up. It's already got a backlog, of the raw resources. It's going to go ahead and convert all of those very quickly. In fact, it's going to work right now, right down here. I got 700 more back in there. It's going to start right here. And you're going to see it start back up. And we can very easily see if it's working without actually having to go into it at all. Because the way that I've designed my extractors and then all of my different levels. And you can see I'm embellishing it, everybody. This is when you mega build. You're embellishing it. Instead of just square boxes and stuff, you're making it fancy, right? It's all in a glass cage. It's perfectly aligned to the actual node, and not just the world grid, but to the nodes grid, and it fits perfectly into the thing. I do perfect alignments of my extractors, not this crappy alignment that a lot of people do where the extractor hangs over your plates or it's not centered or whatever. This is perfectly centered, perfectly in the thing. Now, what it's doing right now is it's extracting at its maximum rate. This is a coarse node, so it's extracting at 300. It's all you really need for concrete, everybody, because you just let it run and run and run. And what this is telling me is that it's no longer in overflow mode, meaning that it's not stopped. It's actually running. It's actually running and producing concrete. How do I know? Because this one is not filled. When this side fills up, that means that it's made as much concrete as it possibly can. It's run as much concrete in the dimensional depot as it can. It filled up every single box. It filled up every bit of raw resources. And now it is all the way back to the original node and it is stopped, which means that all the power has automatically turned off. Just like you can see in this one over here. And also in my iron over there, which is running my plates. So you can see that this left side is done. And I designed that myself. To just visually be able to look at it and say, okay, first, what is it extracting? It's extracting limestone. Is it in overflow? Yes, because it filled up that box over there, and now it backlogged, and now it's in overflow. How much is it extracting? It's extracting 600. Now, I can also say what the process of it is. Over on this one, you can see that I am doing, I numbered it as 01, factory 01. So this is a factory, which is different from your power. And it's extracting limestone. So it's F001. It's going into the limestone storage, then concrete production, and then once it produces all that concrete, it goes from the concrete production into the concrete storage, which is 2 storages deep, 24 storages, then up here in the dimensional depot at 5 times the rate, or really about 1,000 plus per minute. Oh, by the way, it's already done. 2,500 right back in there because it was a couple minutes, build it right back up again. So I can do that all day. In fact, I don't even need to carry concrete on me anymore. I can just take it out of my inventory. Same thing with plates. I don't need to carry plates anymore because I just eliminated the need for me to carry plates. I don't need to carry rods anymore. I just take those out of my inventory. I don't need to carry any of that. All that stuff, GG. Now I forever don't have to carry it around with me anymore unless I'm building really big stuff. If I'm building really big stuff, I can easily come over here and grab it out of the storage and put it in my inventory if I want. Because I can just roll up here, go to the storage right here, hit Control click, put it all in there, or just hit Take All, and bam, I got a whole bunch. In fact, I can do it 24 times. 24 times. Just visualize that in your head. 24 times I can pull that out of there and put that in my inventory and use up all those resources again and again and again and again. And then while I'm off using the resources, it's going to fill them all back up again. Because I have the ultimate power, because it's on a server, of time. I can let it run. So when I'm not playing the game, guess what it's doing? It's in there making me more stuff. Which is what I like it to do. That's like flashback from when I used to play the game when it first came out. You're always running around with your little barrel in your hand. There we go. And then the same thing over here. Backlogging, and then over here, it's working on that backlog because we just started this doing our iron rods. Now, again, this is like the original start of the game, but on steroids. On maximize. It's maximized to the actual extraction rate, right? So we're extracting at 1,200 because we're combining 4 coarse nodes together. So good use of your coarse nodes. Combine them together. Maximum extraction using your overclockers. Because you might as well, because that's the best use for them, because then you don't have to run more lines, you don't have to extract more stuff, and that's 1,200 all the way up, stacked perfectly, up to where I can just run a train and grab that any excess and run it over there, and make a whole nother box full of 24, 50, 1,000, as many boxes as I want of iron rods. And I could let them run So I would have so many iron rods backlogged that I could make anything that I want. And that's the power of time. That's the power of having a server. And I highly recommend it, everybody. It will change the way that you play. It's pretty awesome. What's your take on making a huge central storage of all main items like Ignis for distribution? We will do that. You'll see me do it in this particular playthrough. I do like a combination of working at the node and then also building a mega base. Now, we're going to try to tap every node. We're going to try to hit the build limit. There is an actual build limit to this game, just so you know. But we're going to tap every node. We're going to go to every single thing. We're going to build every single process. We're going to explore every cave, every part of the world, which I've been saving and savoring until this playthrough. This is the ultimate mega playthrough of Satisfactory. As you can see, we are building to a crazy degree. Now, again, everybody, when that finishes, that costs me 0 power, but has thousands of concrete. This costs me 0 power, but has thousands of plates. When this finishes what it's doing, it's going to be thousands of rods, but cost me 0 power. Why does it cost me 0 power? Because it's going to backlog and fill up because it has nowhere else to go, because it's not actually part of another process. So this process automatically turns itself off. I don't have to do anything. The extractor will go off. All of these productions will go off. And you'll see. Let's go look at our current power usage. Down here. Right down here. Our current power usage is right around, say, 10,000, 16,000 peak. We have about 40,000 power. Again, I don't need it anymore. I could have finished the game about 5 times already. Just in this playthrough alone. I could go finish it right now if I want to, because I have all the resources I need to do all the different processes. The only thing that we actually ran out of was aluminum, because we were running so many belts and so many plates and whatnot. But actually, I could take all that out now and use my higher-end belts, and then I get all that aluminum back if I really wanted to. But we're going to let it run for now. Again, this is all a combination of fuel power and nuclear power. We actually took our coal power out and used our coal for other things. And again, we have a lot of other processes to put back in there, but the point of each process is to eliminate the need for the power for that process, right? To self-eliminate so that it backlogs a ton of resources and then turns itself off. And then it runs my power super efficiently. So I don't need hundreds of thousands of power to run every single process of every single minute of every single day. Though I could. I absolutely could. You know what I could do? At the top there, instead of letting it fill up and stop, I could just put a awesome sink up there and just awesome sink all of the extra resources. So anything that that made it all the way through, and I could still leave it in the boxes, and then when it's coming out of the boxes, if it had an overflow, it could do that. I could also make it where it goes to a train station. Any overflow that already filled up the train station could then go into the dimension or into the awesome sink, and I could be awesome sinking all of that. But I find it's actually more efficient to awesome sink your higher end items than it is to awesome sink that, because it costs you power, it costs you your most valuable thing, time, to set all that up. What's more important is that you actually are doing it efficiently. And efficiently means you're taking less time to do the same thing you would have done before. I find one of the most efficient in the very beginning to run, because it's a really easy resource to extract and it makes an absolute ton of it, is your stuff right here. Where is it? Right over here. Your Caterium. So you take your Caterium, you make it into quick wire, you run it into the awesome sink. Now, there are a bunch of other things you could do. You could take food and convert that and put it in there. A whole bunch of other resources that you can go in and convert. But one of the easiest ones, a Caterium, because you roll up there, you put an extractor, you put yourself, because again, there's no bunch of process in between. You're smelting it, then you're converting it into wire, you're running it in there, and then you can unlock every single thing that you need to get you started. And then all the really advanced stuff and all the other trophies, which I've never done, by the way, on purpose to leave it for this playthrough. You can actually then set all of these to overflow if you want, and you can build massive power and do all of that. But remember, why do it if you don't need to? That's my motto. If it's inefficient, why do it? Why make 10,000 plates if you're not using 10,000 plates, right? In my case, I'm making massive amount of plates right here, but I don't need a giant factory that's dragging every single node from every single place into place to make 10,000 plates that I don't need. I just want to backlog, 24 boxes of plates in this case, just to scale it up a little bit. I only really need 10. Only need 10 boxes, but we doubled it up plus a little extra, just to kind of mega build here. Now we do have one more thing to do on our factory over here, and that's to give it a little bit of style with our giant supports here, our pillar supports. So let's go in here and finish it up with some nice supports. Now this is going to be a problem right here. I think we might be able to get away with it. Let's see how that works out. Right over there. Even better, we could just do this. And use the actual building as the support. Nice, nice. Yes, like that better. So we'll use that building as part of the support structure of the top part. And over here in the corner. Right there, very nice. And then we'll just run over here. I like to pick stuff up with the middle mouse button. It's taking me so long, because again, I played the game since it came out, everybody, a long time ago. Since it released, I bought it on day 1 of release. Oh, that's kind of an interesting one. Gonna be right there in the stuff there. Okay, well, we got to do a little bit of tree manipulation. By what I mean is blow stuff up. I don't like my trees touching my stuff. All right, and then we'll middle mouse button this. We'll bring this down. We'll see how it's looking. We'll say there. And then this one. I always do my supports last, everybody, because you always end up redoing your supports over and over. I did a playthrough, by the way, where I was doing supports first, and it just sucked up so much time redoing those over and over and over. Again, you can just RP that you went in there, and you cut that out, and you set that down in there, and then you filled it back up with dirt, and so you cleared it out. It looks great. All right, awesome. Now all we got to do is just give it a little bit of style here, and then I probably should hide our things so we don't blow ourselves up. A little bit of style here. Let's give it a nice carbon steel finish on these so they're not just sticking out too much. Right over here. Very nice. And then up here on this support, and that one, this one, and that one. And there we go. Totally legit. Holding that up. Looking good. Let's get these inner ones too. Right there and right there, because we got a center support there. So there we go. Those supports are holding that sucker up because space metal. And look how nicely they're stacked. They also are different colors, so you can see that these are storages, these are production, storages, production. You get the idea. All the way up to the sky, which eventually, again, thing. And I really like the fact that we adjusted our storages too, because our storages look different from our smelters and from our factories, so we can see which ones are storages just by the way that the displays are stacked. So we know those are storages, we know these are factories, and as we go up, we can see these are storages and those are factories. Okay, just little visual clues like that are really, really helpful. There you go. Let me catch up on chat. Let's see. How do you change the number at the bottle in the circle back to 0? How do you change the number at the bottle? What bottle are you talking about? Or keep talking. Are you being disrespectful in my chat? You want me to ban you? Careful. I don't mess around. I'm not your papa. You can't be respectful in chat. I'll permaban you like that. I'm not your papa. You're asking me a question, so you might want to wait until I'm done explaining what I'm doing. Be respectful, and then be patient as well. Because I don't owe you nothing. So remember, if you're young and you don't know that yet, I'm giving you a little schooling on that. And of course, you can do whatever you want. You can make a choice, and I'll ban you forever. I don't play around. I'm not playing high school here. There you go. Your quick options are all deleted. If your quick options are deleted, your quick build options are deleted, I would reinstall. I would uninstall and restart. Hey, Harm, what's up? That's the first thing I would do. Uninstall the game and reinstall. If you lost all your quick build stuff, all of this stuff, when you're going in to do stuff, I would absolutely, if you lost all of this, if you lost all of your stuff down here in the bar and all of that, uninstall, reinstall. I would back up your save first, but that's what I would do. So there you go. I don't know what it is about people on Kick. People on Kick are like the rudest people. I find a few nice people, but they're like really rude. They're impatient. Talk to me now. Talk to me now. That's really disrespectful to people. If you walked up to somebody and you started talking to them and they were talking to somebody else and you said, hey, talk to me now. Talk to me now. Talk to me now. Would you find them like that? That would be really rude. So don't do that in the chat either. That's a really rude thing to do to somebody else if you don't know, if you haven't been around as long as I have. I would never do that to somebody. I would never go in their chat and demand their instant attention, or I would also never go and do that in real life. In my day, you do that to people in real life, they may kill you. So look out, because I ran around with the dangerous crowd as well, for sure, for sure. They're very needy. Yes, I think so. I think so. I think they're just young, everybody. And again, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. That's why I say, hey, you know, be respectful. I tell them about the chat rules that they should have read when they came in the chat. But again, I'm respectful. Maybe they just don't know. And maybe they're still trying to learn how to be a decent human being. Maybe they're still level 0 human being. They're trying to level up in real life and say, oh, I didn't know. Sorry. See, those are the type of people that I really like, who come in, say, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to, and then we're cool, right? Yeah, that's what's really cool. Again, that's it's some of the people are like that, but see, people who put, or just keep talking and doing what you're doing and you're not paying attention to me right now, that's very selfish. That's a selfish thing to do as well. But hey, if you're on Twitch and you're one of my peeps, you could do a command to get my attention if you wanted to. So there you go. Good morning there again, Harm. Thanks for coming in. Gassy, thank you very much. Yes, very, very much so. And they're always trying to do some sort of scam or something like that. And that's because it's like a gambling website over there. I really had to decide whether I wanted to stream over there. And so far, a couple nice people, a whole bunch of scumbags. And again, I appreciate the nice people. I appreciate the people who are respectful, who come in, say, Kismet, I love what you're doing. Hey, I appreciate it. I got this question. Especially if you're asking help from somebody, you should be especially nice. Because they don't owe you nothing. They owe you zero. I don't owe you nothing. I don't owe you anything. I love helping people, though. One of my favorite things. But not if you're disrespectful. Again, I'm not your papa. I'm not here to teach you how to be respectful people. But I do throw it out there from time to time. Using modular blueprints in your own build now, too. Thanks for the great ideas. You're welcome. Now, again, you can take my blueprints and make them even better. Of course, give me a shout-out. And go for it and build it even better. Because, again, I really especially like the lights on the side of each of my extractors. I think that's really cool. Gives it a little bit of a flair. And normally I do not build this because it's not efficient and not officially sanctum. Not officially approved by Fixit Corporate to get all fancy with your builds. But I'll show you how to do it as long as you're doing it efficiently, because I am doing it efficiently because I'm modularly building it. So that's efficient, see? Even though it's a little bit more fancy. Okay, so we got that done. Iron rod's done. We can check that off the list. Let's get it rocking and rolling. Dedicated aluminum plates and plastic. We got to get that going. Let's put that as number 1. We got to check our nuclear waste. And we got to work on our backup battery power. Yes, that's going to be the center of our entire mega base. Is going to be an excellent backup power that we're going to build. It's going to be awesome. Just right here, right now. It's right there. And I'm going to show you how to build it in modular style. Build a bunch of blueprints. Again, if you're one of my Patreon supporters, even $1 or above, you can get all these blueprints. I'm going to upload these ones on Friday. And again, because I knew I was going to change them a little bit today and just give them a little bit more ability to stack. Now, again, this is like version 1, version 2, and now we got like version 3. Or really, this is version 1 and version 1, and this is version 3 because we skipped over 2. Of the ability to run those modularly and then have it look awesome. for running in there. So there we go. I love it. All right, look at this all the way up to speed now. So you can see that it's at that 600 speed. How do I know? Because there's only gaps every other one, or every two really. So that's running out of there around 600. And then down here, still not in overflow yet. So if it goes in overflow, we'll see it over here on this side. So awesome. Now we just let it run. And then we'll have tens of thousands of iron rods. And then it'll turn itself off, and then we won't have to worry about it. Let's go over here and look at and see if our concrete has taken that concrete that I took out, and I actually just threw it away. See how our concrete's doing. Concrete's still rolling. But here's the funny thing, that the concrete down here, or the limestone, is actually already backlogged 24 boxes deep. So this means this is actually running at 1200. See, the extractor runs at 300. But because I've already extracted it and backlogged it, it's actually running at 1200. So what I could do is anticipate the backlog and then build 1200 worth of construction or concrete production. So I could have stacked these much higher so that when I do flip it back on again, it just instantly makes 1200 concrete. I could have done that too. But I've actually synced this to the actual amount of extraction, not the amount of the backlog. So you can do that, everybody, because again, eventually, if you do it like this, where it just goes in the dimensional depot and then backlogs all the way back and shuts itself off, I could go in and make basically more production to make it equal the maximum speed of the belt. So when it starts back up again, it'll run 1200 out of there, and then 1200, by the way, let's do a little numbers. 1200 out of there going in at 45 would be basically 27 constructors. So 27 constructors divided by 7. 27 divided by 7. We could stack 4 of those on top of each other. So it would be 4 times the production I'm doing right now. And it would do it right now because we have a backlog. Again, that's the power of that backlog, the power of letting it backlog. And then when you need it, boom, it just creates a whole bunch when you need it and then turns itself off. That's awesome. Again, that's kind of three-dimensional thinking, everybody, not just from the extraction, but also thinking in terms of your backlog and then, of course, your final product and what speed you want to produce that final product. Now, I don't need to create it at that rate because I also have 2 boxes of concrete backlog. So I don't really need to do that because I also have 1200 per minute coming out of the concrete backgrade storage and then going around 1200 into the dimensional depot. And I have tens of thousands of concrete backlog. So tens of thousands is rebuild everything I've already built a couple more times. Yes, everything, everybody. Everything a couple more times. Because you got to think that I only used 10 boxes of concrete, which I didn't even use at all, to build every single thing that I've already built. And so I have 2 times that right now. So I could build it all again. Basically build the whole entire thing, everything I've ever done in this particular playthrough twice. Twice over right now. But we got more resources to do before we get into craziness like that. Giving the Oblivion remaster a try. Rotisserie G, you went down the Oblivion rabbit hole like I did. Holy mackerel, that game is really fun, everybody. Really fun. The battling is a little janky, and then running up the hills are a little janky. But, you know, I give it a little slide because the gameplay is really fun. I got my mansion right at the very beginning of the game, too. Like $5 grand. Bam! Give me a mansion that's, of course, haunted. How a comparison. Suddenly 12 hours have disappeared, and it's next day. I need some sleep. Yeah, there you go, Rotisserie G. Hey, if I turn you on to great games, then I'm doing my job, everybody. That's what I think. I think my job is bring a little joy and positivity into your day, as well as to inspire you to go out and do amazing things. Build your amazing builds, everybody. Your mega builds. And, of course, make it cool. Look at this. Perfect. Watch this, everybody, if you haven't seen this yet. We built this to accommodate our flying manta ray here, who's going to fly right down through here. And, again, when I'm building, I'm going to make adjustments for Mr. Manta Ray here. So we can see him do a little drive-by. Exactly where he can just fly right by. Take it easy, little Manta Ray guy. Doesn't run into any of our buildings. Does his stuff. I think sometimes he goes further out that way, and then sometimes he goes further in this way. But that's why I'm building my buildings where they are, to make it where he can just fly around and not run into my buildings. Now, if he runs into your buildings, he's not going to destroy your buildings, by the way. If you're standing in the building and he comes through, he's going to push you out of that building, by the way. Because you're solid, he's solid to you, but not to your buildings. Your buildings are transparent, he'll just go right through it. Which is cool. Well, for now he will. I don't know, maybe one day they'll change it where he'll come in and knock your buildings down. I doubt it, but, you know, they could. It's their game. They can do whatever they want. Okay, and then we had a teleporter over here where we teleported over here. We definitely need to move our nuclear waste back in the back again. Because our nuclear waste is massively building up over there. Let's see if we can go ahead and teleport back. I think our teleporter probably went off. It sure did. It sure did. This has got electricity on this side. But that's not helping us because our actual portal itself went off. What's this do? Press the button. Yeah, the problem with the portals is they're constantly using up your... it just dawned on me. They're constantly using up your resources. So you'd have to just have a process just wasting those resources all the time to keep the portals up. And constantly running it in there so that you could then just teleport at your convenience. It'd be nice if you could turn the teleporter on and off. Yeah, if I had it set to a priority power switch, I could run to my priority power switch over here. And then I could go in, turn that circuit breaker on. You can see I've got a lot of circuit breakers running. Turn that circuit breaker on to fire up a few of those, throw it in there, and then I could then have the teleporter and be able to remote control the teleporter. That's something we might want to do. Let's put that on our to-do list. Priority remote control of teleporter. Otherwise, it just burns up all of your resources. I've already burned up hundreds of them just letting him run in there, and I wasn't even using the teleporter. That's not a great way to do that teleporter. I really feel like they should make it where it only uses the resources when you actually teleport. I think that that would be a better modification of that. Because it's highly inconvenient to do all of that, but we'll make it work. We'll work around the shortcomings. Hey, Fred, what's up? This is my buddy Fred. He's always up in my business. He's like, Kismet, I like what you're doing over here. You're building some gigantic mega structures. I'm digging it. He's like my personal inspector, too. He goes in and inspects everything, make sure everything's up to code. He's going to go do that right now. He's going to let me know. I build everything to code there. And check out these perfect spirals, everybody. Not just a spiral, but a Kismet perfect spiral. Which means it doesn't slow down on the way up or the way down, especially when it's towing stuff like water, which is very heavy. It is the perfect spiral. And we're going to run back over this way, and you can see we got a lot of stuff here. Actually, we can use our belts as well to go a little faster. Our Caterium belt here. Oop, I missed it. This is how we used to do it in the beginning of the game, by the way. There was no hyper tubes. There were no trains. There were none of that stuff. We got around all on belts, and we also would just launch ourselves instead of using the launcher that you can make. Now, I haven't made that yet. We'll have to make one of those at some point. The hypertube launcher, we would use the belt launcher. And so we would aim the belts in the direction you wanted to go. We'd get on the belts, and it would shoot us up off of there because you'd also run and shoot it up, and then you would fly and then jetpack before you died. Not always, but sometimes. Unless you ran out of fuel and forgot and then took off and then you just landed and died. And then you'd be like, oh, I forgot my fuel, and then go back and get some fuel. All right, and then over here, of course, this is all for production. These are all pure nodes being extracted at maximum speed. You can see we're over here talking about putting on labels and labeling your roads and how to use a whole bunch of advanced pieces to build and offset and do all of that stuff. That you wanted to do, like kind of build your own little custom stuff there. How to put walls at every other one, as well as you can just go in, do this, like this, hit H, and you can nudge it right into position, wherever you want to put it. Again, you can put them even closer. This is like every other one there, and then even closer if you want, or a certain distance. And nudging those. by hitting H and then nudging those in position. And again, talking about beams and all that other stuff. Again, if you watch the first episode of this, you can see the episode number, by the way. There's an E number. That means episode. This is episode 3. So if you want to go back and see episode 1, where I talk about all of this stuff, you can on YouTube. YouTube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button while you're over there. Because I have all my videos up there. Over 4,500 videos. Feel free to check them out. Okay, over here we've got a bit of water packaging. That's going in here and going in the dimensional depot in case we need that. Don't need it anymore, but we were using it for a little bit. And then also we are offloading our water packaging over this way, and then it's going up these lifters way up there to the top of our base. Let's go up here and show you guys. There's my awesome coal power, where I talked a bit about coal power at the beginning of the game. Don't need it anymore now because we have fuel power and nuclear power. Though I could make a lot of coal power. I've actually made 146 of those before, over 12,000 coal power in a previous playthrough. And basically had it cost me 2,000 to make it, so that's your overhead of cost, right, of your extractors and all that other stuff. I had 10,000 power left over, which is pretty sweet. 10,000 power in the early game. That's a lot of power. All right, here we are at our main floor. These are battery backups in here. And again, the most efficient way to build is actually in a square style because you're maximizing your square footage. That's why they build square buildings in real life, everybody. That's why they build them square, because they have more square footage. It costs them, the amount of square footage per cost is lower than if you build a round building. Now, round buildings are cooler, and in game, you don't have a cost limit. You can build how much ever resources you extract and convert. You can build to the nth degree. It's not like it has a money that you have to earn and spend and all of that. The closest thing to that are your little tickets, but you don't have to do anything. You just take the resources, you convert the resources, and you can build however you want in the game, which is pretty awesome. Here's all my fuel generators over here. We have our trains bringing our oil in from way over there and dropping the oil off over here. You can see we're also making ourselves some of our plastic over here. And, of course, processing all that fuel over there. Over here, this specific stuff here, this is for biofuel here. And then also I went in and I was making something. What was I making over here? To throw in the dimensional depot. I already forgot. What was it? Oh, yes, fabric. So we were processing some fabric there. And then all of this here is actually for nuclear power. All of these factories are stackable factories. So basically, you put the raw resources in at the top. In this particular way, so you can build from the bottom up or from the top down. Oh, there goes the little caterium getting going on. And it's building its way downward, and then it builds its way downward, and then it goes into this blue building, which I typically use blue for storage. And it will go into this building here and backlog 10 boxes deep. That's right, 10 boxes deep right there. You can see we go to the box in the back. We can see it's full of quick wire. Now, of course, this is for my use. I can go in here and use all this quick wire, but also what it does is it takes these resources and passes them on to the next part of that particular process, which you can see right here, that we're taking our control rods from over here, and we're passing those down and running it over to our nuclear plant, along with a bunch of other stuff, some concrete, some reinforced stuff there, and also you can see we're making a whole bunch of these empty canisters to be used. And then, of course, all my nuclear power. Look at the thing in the background. It's over my nuclear power. This is all my nuclear power. Now, we got a massive amount of nuclear waste out there that we got to manage and probably double back because that's going to fill up. Now, what we really need to do is take all that nuclear waste and at a higher degree, basically get rid of the waste before at a higher rate than we're producing it, right? So we got to get into our plutonium eventually and do it. Now, right now, I'm just backlogging it. I'm backlogging it in all those boxes, and those are all going to fill up eventually because, remember, we're running on the server for thousands and thousands of hours. And eventually, that nuclear power will stop. It absolutely will. But the cool thing is I'm producing massive amount of resources and have massive amount of resources, so I can just keep storing it and keep storing it and keep storing it. And that's why it's over there, and the rest of my base is over here. Because that is bringing in, right here at this station, some uranium, taking that uranium and running it over here along with my sulfur here and combining it into uranium fuel rods, which is then running over here to my power. And then, of course, all the excess is coming over here where we're tinkering around a little bit with plutonium And we'll get into all of that later on when we rebuild all of this. This will all go bye-bye, including all of my storage up there, except for our Christmas thing that we built up there. We'll leave that. But we'll rearrange all of this. All of this storage will eventually be eliminated because we're going to go to each node and modularly build at each node, extract those resources, have them automatically going in the dimensional depot. So each and every one of the processes will basically automatically be available no matter where we are in the world. We don't have to keep running back to a mega base. We don't have to keep running back to a central storage. That's the power of the dimensional depot. It actually changes the way that you play the game. And if you needed to go in there faster because you're using it up so quickly, then you just add more dimensional depot inputs, right? And I've upgraded my dimensional depot all the way up, which took about 80 of the Mercer spheres to do that, which means I have about 120 left over. Now, do I have 120 resources to put in there? Yeah, close. But we'll do all of that as we go along. Now, the ones I need more of, like concrete and plates, those get 5. The ones I only need just a bit of, and that can just run in there and backlog over time, I will just put 1. So I'll have each and every resource as we go along. One of the other resources that we might want to put in there is all of our biofuel and all of that. And that's what this does over here. Say I need some biofuel for my chainsaw or whatever. I want to move some trees out of the way or whatever. By the way, they also made it single mode too, so you can actually just take out one tree instead of AoEing. You can actually change the mode of it. But as you can see here, we can go ahead and just run this in. It'll make solid biofuel in here, and that biofuel actually goes into these biomass burners, which are sitting right back in here. Now again, this is how you start your power, right? First you start it on your hub, then you do your biomass burners. And then again, if I need those biomass burners for whatever reason, they're there ready to rock. And so we can run all of that stuff in there, or we could just cut the part of the process out, meaning that when it runs into here to go into there, instead of there, we can split it this way, take out this one here, and just run it into Dimensional Depot right here as part of that process, and run all of that biomass into the Dimensional Depot, or even better, into storage first, so it'll backlog it all, and then it will be always ready. So the second I use it up, it'll automatically put, thousands more in there, and then also have tens of thousands of backlog, so that at any time I don't have to wait for it to make the thing. See, the first thing that happens in this game is you're waiting for stuff. You're waiting for stuff to make iron or plates or whatever, or you're making it yourself. You're waiting. You want to eliminate the waiting. You don't need to wait anymore. You want to get it so it's making the process, it already has it done, it instantly has a huge backlog, so anytime that you need those resources for building or for processing or whatever it is, it's already done. It's already ready. It's kind of like you get hungry and then somebody knocks at your door and they give you what you want to eat without any waiting, without having to call them up, say it'll be 45 minutes before I deliver that pizza. No, it's like they knock on your door the second you get hungry. And that's how I like my factories to be waiting for me versus me waiting for it, right? That's where you want to be. You want to have all those resources ready to go for whatever you want to do in there, which I find very, very fun. So we're going to go ahead and continue along that line. We're going to work on our dedicated aluminum plates and plastic stuff probably next. And you're like, well, Kismet, what about all the copper stuff and all of that? Well, we'll make dedicated stuff to that later on. But the real important thing to do is to do the ones that are the most valuable, the things that you need the most at this stage. Because I already have a bunch of backlog of all the resources, I just need it to be replaced by something that will always be running, that will automatically run. It'll turn on, make that thing, turn off automatically, right? That's what we're trying to build in a modular style, and then eventually run it back to the mega base that will erase all of this. And we're going to build the mega base around our power storage, and of course around the space elevator. So space elevator, power, and of course our hub, which by the way is useless now. Our hub is completely useless. And you're like, well, what do you mean it's useless? The only thing it's good for is of course a crafting bench if you need that. But I've already unlocked everything. So you basically eliminated the need for the hub. The only other thing that the hub does is when you die, you'll respawn here. That's it. I don't need it anymore. It's completely obsolete. And that's what I try to do, obsolete things. I try to obsolete things that I no longer need to do that thing. I no longer need to make concrete, run over and collect the concrete. I no longer need to run over and collect the iron plates. I don't have to do the rods. Those have been eliminated. Set it and forget it. Never have to do it again. It'll automatically just put them in the dimensional depot. And then I could also train them over here if I wanted to. And we'll build a gigantic central storage. It'll probably be one of the largest structures I've ever built. Right over here, we're also going to integrate our power augmenter. That's why we have them right here. Most likely, we're going to build it a little bit over that way as well. A little bit further away from our radiation over here. We've got this whole area here ready to go. So when we start to build it, we can then, of course, do all of our logistics. We're going to be doing a lot of train building, a lot of more advanced train building with intersections and switch signals and all of that stuff. A lot of stuff still to go, everybody. A lot of stuff still to go. We're going to take it one process at a time so it's easy to understand as I go along. So let's keep on keeping on. We're going to go over here and take a quick break, though. Let's go in our office. Can we actually sleep in here? I don't think we can actually sleep in there. I don't think I've ever tried. Maybe put in a burrito in the microwave. Maybe make ourselves a quick shake in the blender while we take a quick break here. Now, of course, I'm going to let you guys have a bit of fun while I'm AFK. Now, every now and again, everybody got to get up, walk around. I'm an old man. Try to keep my health going. So we've been going for another 3.5 hours on top of the 2 hours that we already did earlier. Right now, 5.5 hours in. We're going to keep going, but again, we're going to have you guys have some fun here. We're going to go ahead and put on our words on stream. Let you guys go ahead and get started on that, and I'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. How we doing? Oh, it looks like you guys need some help. Well, I'll try, but I don't know how it's gonna go. What do we got here? Viral, you already got. Rita. L-U-T-I-R. L-U-T. L-U-T. Route. Tout. What? Vert. I tried a bunch of. Oh, my hands are. I'm typing gibberish. Oh man, that's what happens when you have your hands a little bit over on the home row. My bad, my bad. Oh well, you guys tried. That's the important thing. Let me give you guys a bunch of kids caps for giving it a go while I was taking a bit of a break there. I got a message from my older daughter. She succeeded in a project she was working on. Very proud of my daughters. They are awesome at all the things that they do. Amazing, amazing. I was texting back to her over there while I was on break. Okay, let's get back to it. 3,335 days since the last incident. I wouldn't say so. We did this. Those incidents just haven't been reported. Okay, everybody, we want to go ahead and keep on going. Now, our next thing is we want to get some dedicated aluminum plants and plastic. Now, we've got some plastic going over here. I kind of feel like we need to go around and actually do some more of our radar towers first. Just to get the rest of our radar towers in here. I think we need a radar tower right here. Put one there. How big are our radar towers again? Let's click on one and figure out how actually big they are. Yeah, so we could put one down here. Again, they're about that big, so I'm just going like this on the screen, everybody. Not kidding. So, about this high. So let's say right about there. I'll put one here. It's okay if they overlap. I got plenty of power. And then again, it's about this wide. So, over here. And then over there. So let's say a little bit in here. Something there. And what are our radar towers we need? Maybe one right here in the center. And all of this. This distance. Dead center would be right about there. So say somewhere there. Okay, let's go put some radar towers in. Now we're just going to kind of do something a little different. We're going to do some radar tower stuff. So we're going to go ahead and click on this. This is one of the best things they did was to highlight it. Then you see it highlights in your radar, but also highlights in the world so you can see where it's at. It's over this way. Uh-oh. Oh, God, we're all gonna die. Oh, no. Hit spacebar, by the way, to kind of spin the little propellers to try to carry you over a little bit. Even if you don't have any power, it'll still stop you from dying. But you actually won't die, by the way. Over here, if you look at your... other way. Over here. If you look at your health over there, if your health is full, you'll never die. If you fall straight down with a little bit of damage, you will die. But if you have no damage, you'll be fine. You can just keep doing your thing. Oh, I forgot one small thing. I gotta go back this way. Actually, you can walk here. It's really shallow in this area. I didn't even know. I didn't even know. Scotty doesn't know. Remember that movie? Somebody's ex-boyfriends or something. I can't remember the name of that movie, but it's actually really cool. Like a video game. Guys playing a video game with the girl's ex-boyfriends. Something like that. I think that's the movie. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting two movies confused. All right. Let's get up here. I forgot to bring some power to power the... oh, actually, let's use the big boys. To power the radar. Put that there. Grab this. Oh, it's not going to sit up on top of there. Sadness. There it goes. Boom. Then we can also have some fun over here. Just use our thing. Use our little slidey thing. And then we'll run one over here. Here we go again. Really cool waterfalls right here. Can't remember the last time I even came over here, if I have ever come over here. That'd be kind of a cool place to build a base over here. Just because it's cool. Okay, radar tower it is. Let's go. Logistics, no. Transport. Oh my god, I can't remember. Hour. Organization, there it is. Having a mental block there. Okay. Now we got our radar going, but doesn't see anything. There's absolutely nothing over here. Oh, but we got to see these ones here, which we tapped over there earlier. But apparently there's no nodes over here. I don't know. I've never been over here. See, this tower right here is letting me go up nice and high. Don't really see anything. Let's run this across over this way. Go look around. I just run these little simple power lines around. So I can float around and look. Wow. Got a little cove over here. This would be a really cool spot for your base. I don't think I bothered to ever come over here. Too long. Cool. Well, now we know there's nothing over there because we put our radar tower there and we know we're good. Don't see any animals. And just use my space bar to float down slower. Let's see if it's got anything else in this radar tower. It's got 3 guys, one hard drive, bunch of various mobs, but other than that, not much. Move this to the top so we can see what the bottom of it is. Yeah, just floor stuff. All right, well, nothing over there. It is what it is. Let's run back the other way. That's a bottomless pit down there, everybody. You're going to die. That's why I didn't go across. Though I totally could have. I guess I could have built a power here and then just lined across there. I kind of feel like I want to go look and see what this is over here. Let's go. Oh, I bet this is where that hard drive is. Get locked and loaded, just in case they suddenly appear. What we got? We got some screws. Concrete. Got some basics. Oh, rotors. See, sometimes it's better to go around and explore a little bit in the beginning. And then try to wipe out some of these mobs. This one right here had no mobs, so you could have just came over and got this beginning of the game. We need some modular frames. Luckily, we can just pull them out of the dimensional depot, and we're good. And there's that one hard drive that was in this area. Done. I'm gonna come back after 1.1. I'm gonna take all of this stuff out, clean up my whole world here. All right, then we'll go ahead and make another transport system between here and here. And get our little thingy. Just kind of, you know, as you do, doing some zip line by the waterfall of death. Because you go down there, everybody, you're dead. That's a bottomless pit, like I said. All right, and then we can also take this, put that down there. Use it to get over this way. All right, well, we've been working on our mega building, our mega extraction. Okay, let's go ahead and highlight the next one. Before I put that tower down, I should have took that thing out. That's my bad. I always forget to do that. Take the little question mark out first. All right, let's highlight this that way. All right, let's try this. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a little explorer. And then some biofuel. How else do we get in the back of it here? Put our biofuel in the fuel. Go on a little drive. We haven't used the vehicle in a while. This one's really great for off-roading. And I just like to sometimes YOLO! Cover the tree! Oh, hit the tree. I tried to turn. Hard to turn in the middle of the air. Look out, Fred! Coming through! Oh, feeling going right. Now, we could have just flown here, but driving is more fun. Whoa! Standard Kismet driving right there. Nice. Little front wheelies like you did on your bike back in the day. All right, now I can take that back out. Just goes right back in my inventory. And I think we have some power nearby. We do, right there. Wow, we could have done it this whole time. Okay, this time I'm going to actually take out the thing first before I forget. Right here, we're going to roll over that, remove stamp. And then we're going to build it right here. What was it, organization? Yes. Right there. And then run our power to it and see if our power is actually active. There we go. Oh, okay. We got all the, wow, we got all those nodes now. Wow, that's perfect. And these are geysers, yeah. Cool. Oh, more Mercer spheres. Wow, only 4 left, though. I found a whole bunch of them. And a whole bunch of other stuff. 41 of our little guys. Now, we're going to go get every one of those, by the way. Every one of the Mercer spheres, every one of the Summer Sloops, every single one of them over time. Oh, I forgot about that coal node down there. I knew about this one here. I forgot about this one in the back. It's actually up on top. I've used it many times before. It's kind of like up on a top edge like that. I forgot about that one. Okay, that one done. On to the next one. Now, see, I didn't use these radar towers all that much in the beginning, but look how nice they are, everybody. They really just kind of tell you where everything's at. Helps you plan and stuff. Kind of feel like I want to put a radar tower way out here on this side here, but it's not really going to do anything, I don't think. But we're trying to fix up all the gaps in our radar towers. Yeah, put this one down here just so I can get this bottom part. And it's okay if they overlap. That's what you want it to do, to overlap. There might be some nodes, too, that kind of slip through the cracks of the in-between parts of these. I'll just click it without the thing popping up. Because, again, you know, you got this little part here. But you can see that this here should be able to get cleared out. All of this kind of invisible stuff. Same here. So, again, anywhere where it seems like it's not going, we could go ahead and put another one in the dead center of that one. Maybe even to capture some of this. So, come on. Give me the thing. Let's put it right there. And then, how about over here? I think we put one in for this. Kind of hard to see where it goes. This one's got all of that. Yeah, no, those are all overlapping. But we need one out here further to clear all of this. And this is the edge of the world right here as well. Probably get this top part here. We got the edge out here. And right there. Also the edge of the world there. This right here is getting all of that. Yeah, maybe one there. I kind of feel like better if it was over here. Now we got this. This one, if we can click on it. Right about there's the edge. This one. Right about there is the edge of this one. Oh, wow, I was right on it. Okay. So that's the edge of this one. Using my fingers like this to measure. So yeah, right in the center of that would be a better spot. Maybe down a little bit. Say there. Take this, remove that. And then this, I like that. Move this, and that should roughly get a good chunk of that area. Maybe even overlap a little bit here. Looks like this part here needs more overlapping. We'll probably put one here in the center as well. Again, if we have overlap, it's okay. Okay, and then we highlight it as this way. Here we go. I say we get our car out again. Go for a little drive. Just for fun. Look at that little lizard doggo coming through. Where are we going again? Way over that way. Oh, this is going to be crazy. Almost. A lot of thick foliage over here. There's a road. See where this road takes us. Actually taking us in the direction we want to go. You're like, Kismet, how do you know it's a road? Well, it's more of like somebody drove through there. I think it's a road. Love doing that every time. Off the top, everybody. Let's do it again. Whoop, whoop. Made it. Whoa. How close are we? Pretty close. I think we're right on it. Now, luckily, we've already run through some power through here. Some aggro over there. How far away is this? Right, it's right there on that that edge there. Okay. First things first. Get out of that mode. Take care of the baddie. Then blow some stuff up. Grab that guy, get this. And then we'll just put our tower right here. Looks good to me. All right, let's check it out. Oh, there's oil over here. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Normal, normal, pure. Pure. Wow, there's 3 pure nodes over here. Ooh, that could be a good plastic factory right there. Kind of liking that. Or a plastic factory. Just a dedicated plastic factory there. And then we just train it back to our primary base. I forgot that was over there. Been so long. Normally I get the oil up here, which is in a cave up here. But I totally forgot that was even there. Or maybe they changed that. Maybe they added that and I didn't even know. I know I need to get over here and put another one of these radar things down to cover all of this missing area and that missing area. Kind of feel like this one's going to get the bulk of this. So we could put one, say, right here. And we'll go do that one first. That way. All right, let's run out this way. You can see we've already got some power run across here when we were looking for Mercer spheres and stuff. So we'll just run along our power lines. Oh, the guy's shooting at me down there. See where these power lines end up. They're going this way. Crash landing over that way. You can see I go and explore using my poles because I can just go above all of this and just travel around. And by the way, this is as fast as your little car. You're actually going really fast. The other car goes way faster. But this is a great way to navigate around, especially when you're in all these mountains and hills and stuff. We got a ways to go. Let's go this way. Oh, there's some more of those yellow flowers that we need for Marsilia. Yeah, down there too. Oh, there's a dead end right here. Keep trying, bro. Ooh, that was actually pretty close. Yeah, a lot of Marsilia through here. We could grab. We're just gonna make a beeline for it. Oh, purple guy. What's up, little purple slug? Oh, radiation down there. Whoa, look out. Oh, big boy over there, too. Let us go! Oh, sucks to be you, bro. I'm gonna get you a little friend next. Anybody else want some of this? You do. That's why you carry a big stick. Or big stick of dynamite. Look at all these spiders over here. I see you down there. Man, I'm on point today. Creepy little spiders. Still moving. I knew you were gonna move over there. Die, sucker. All right, spider loot. Oh, I hear another one. Want this? Here you go. Go fetch. Go fetch. Go fetch that spider. Later. Oh, another one. Lots of spideys around this spot. Again, we're using our vertical ability here to save ourselves. That's a lot of spiders, man. If you're on the ground level, it'd be all up in your business. Thought I heard something. Let's check. Oh, I was right. I hear a Mercer sphere. Probably down in there. Oh, right there. Picking up things we can blow up. Yeah, Mercer sphere.
soon.
Yeah, another Mercer Sphere. Nice. Put that away along with our little sluggy friends. And also all of our things. Put our spider stuff in there. Oh, yeah. A little bit of this. Nice. With that. Nope, that's full. This. And some leaves. There we go. Clean out my inventory a little bit while I'm at it. Okay, well that was totally worth it because I heard the noise of the Mercer Sphere. Wasn't even looking for him. Oh, here we go. Big boy's back. Later. Now he'll come back again, by the way, everybody. He falls off the side and then, like, miraculously, he'll just end up back up here again. It happens a lot with them spiders. So many of our little glowy friends. Look, you can see them all down in there. All right, I'm not doing that, though. I'm trying to get down here. All right, here's what we should do. We should go up higher in case Mr. Spider shows up. Ugh, creepy spiders. We should go ahead and do this. Tap this into this. And that. Like we'll put it right on top of that thing. Give a little bit of room. Oh. Or not. There we go. I see another Mercer Sphere over there. What? Oh no, no power. What the heck? Did it not connect? The power did not connect. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. I got a way to fix it. Biomass burner. To here. Jump on the biomass burner. Put this biomass in there. Why am I not able to fly? There it goes. Oh, my backpack. The backpack's not working, like it's got no power. What the heck? Something went wrong. Dirty power. How much power do you gotta have to power one of these backpacks? That should have worked. We'll just go back up. That's what I was trying to set up down there. Put some power on it. It's weird that my power doesn't work down there. Is that like a power null zone or something? I thought I connected it. Oh, it is not connected. Yikes! They actually got me. Now you're gonna pay for that. You're going to pay for that. Fill myself back up in case that happens again. Yeah, little sucker got me up there. All right, yes, I forgot to connect the wire. I thought I connected it, but apparently I did not. Okay, now we good. Another Mercer Sphere nearby. It's over there. All right. Now let's go test this out. Okay, yes, we got it now. We'll get our stuff back. Now here's a great trick, everybody. If you didn't know this, not only can you go down on a zip line in this game, as you saw me do just a minute ago, you can go up a zip line. And that's actually probably its most useful feature, is the up part. It's hanging off the side there. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix it. I don't like it hanging off. We'll just put it over there. We'll take this one out. Where's all the baddies? No baddies? I mean, hey, if we see them as we go along, we might as well grab them. More dimensional depots. Wow, look at that shot. Very cool. Wow, look, purple. Blue one, another one down there. Oh, that looks like a summer sloop. All right, we're here. Let's go check it out. Oh, wait, we should make our radar tower first, because that's our mission here. Let's get our primary mission done first. We fit it on there? Oh, yeah, right there. There. All right, primary mission complete. Move that stamp. Yeah, look at all these nodes. Bunch of box right in here as well. Man, I'm totally using this for a plastic factory. We're going to build a massive plastic factory right there. There's a ton of box right over here, so we could do aluminum over here as well. We have to think about what else we need for aluminum, but I bet you we have more than enough. Look at all this. Look at all this coal over here. All this time I've been suffering with coal, and there's absolutely tons of coal over here. I feel like they moved a lot of these nodes around since the last time I was seriously playing. Ooh, uranium! Oh, we could use that for some nuclear power. Right there. Yeah, we're revealing more map secrets over here, everybody. Putting down some more towers, checking out the edge of the world here. I feel like I want to put one over here just to get that last little spot. And this has got all of that. And really all we got to do is just go around the other parts of the edge of the world here, get the rest of them. Again, this is a mega run, everybody. So we're going to look for every single node and whatnot. Kind of feel like we should just go over here and just build one just to get rid of this corner over here. So let's just build one right there. And we'll go ahead and highlight it. We'll go get that done. But first, we want to go up to here and see what's up this way. Let's go take a look. And see, these go much further than your standard poles. So you can travel way further. Look at this guy. 2 of them. Use the pole as a way to block it. Oh, God. Snap on the thing already. I'm out. Oh, there's definitely something over there. Yep, summer sloop. Alright, a bummer to blow up all these plants. But we're going to get rid of this toxic stuff first. Oh, that was not it. Right here. Alright, we kept all of our other plants too in case we need those later for some fabric. And a summer sloop! Awesome. See, it tells you, even if you've gone through a lot of these areas, that you can always find something else. There's definitely something over there underneath that thing. Kind of hard to build next to it. Oh, wait, we got a little bit there. Alright. Here we go. Sulfur down there. Take care of this stuff first. I'm so glad that this stuff doesn't affect your stuff, though, because I could very easily, if it did damage my stuff, I could blow up this pole right now, and then I'd be stuck over here. But when in doubt, everybody, just make some biomass. And that will help you, that'll help you power back up again your pack. Just a purple guy. Oh, spiders over there freaking out. That's okay, we'll take them. Yeah, the spiders are getting hit by those, by the toxic stuff. In fact, we came through there. Interesting, we never came over here and got any of this. Another purple guy up there. All right, we got things to do. Back to work. Creating myself a little, whoa. Creating myself a little transport network here. There we go. It's a little tricky to get on there. Oh, you fall down there, that's it. It's game over. Oh, I got a bunch of these guys over here. What's up, big boys? That's why I got these platforms. Ha ha ha, I grabbed it. You couldn't get me. Neener, neener, neener. Probably not a good idea to taunt them, right? Oh, I gotta go that way. I'm out. Later, suckers. I think there's a Mercer Sphere down there. Let's go see. Yeah, that's straight down, though. Where was it? Down there somewhere. These are smaller ones. Down we go. Oh, I hear it. Oh, it's right there. How about I just snag this while you're not looking? Yeah, come on. Come get me. Now's your chance. Come on. I'm right here. Come on. Come get me. Come on. Sucker! Bye-bye. Alright, no Mercer spheres. Alright, how do we switch this thing? I forgot. Forgot how to switch the thing. Left arrows. Oh god. Forgot how to switch the mode. Clicking. Right clicking. Summer sloop. Mercer sphere. Alright. All done. Up we go. Traveling in style now. Instead of the little ones, we're traveling along the big ones. Goes much faster. You can get where you want to go. As long as it's not too steep. If it's straight up, it doesn't work. But if it's at an angle, it's actually powered. So it's actually power moving you up there. Because if you look at the thing, you can see it's got little power things that rotate you along. Just right over by where we want to put it down. Easy. So we're replacing our smaller transport with our bigger transport here. And see, when you get in between the gap of those, though, you'll lose power and you'll drop. So being on the zip line is much better, I think. All right, let's put this up high, because that's cool. Right there. Some power to it. Now we got no black spots there. Now we want... Got to remove the stamp again. I forget these things. There we go. Now we want the one over here. We're going to highlight this one. And we're going back the other way. Yeah, one of my playthroughs, it flung me way over here and I fell in the water and I couldn't recover my stuff. When I got on top of that ship that takes off up into the thing, yeah, not a good idea. Probably wasn't one of my smartest moves. Heading back. Later, sucker, so you can look backwards while you're doing it. I'm trying, suckers. Oh! Actually hit me on that one. Almost knocked me down into the abyss. Good job, guy. Let's just go this way. We can take a little shortcut here. Get us there a little faster. Guy's trying to get me. Bet you that Spidey's back over here again. Okay. Really far that way. Man, we got ways to go. Let's just use the power systems that we already have. over here to navigate. Although we could check out some of this stuff on the way back. Put that there. Connect this to this. And that. Down to there. Go check it out. Going this way anyway. Just gonna fall into the abyss. Anybody over here wants to get rowdy? That guy. Alright, what do we got? Ooh, silica. Motors. Rubber, okay. A little bit of some. Clean this place up a little bit. Quick wire. Uh-oh, we got aggro. Uh-oh, out of ammo. Luckily, I built a lot. Get out of here. Oh, it actually was we needed there, the motors. Nice. Can't wait to get rid of all of these, so I stopped looking at them and say, I wonder if I went over there and got those. And the problem is if you get DC'd from the server, it forgets all of your markers. So all the markers I painstakingly put in to say, hey, I've already been there, are gone off of my thing, because it just DCs me, which totally sucks. Oh, we got to do one up here, too. Right there in the middle of that. And then we'll do these ones here on the top. All right, now we're just doing a little recon here. We're running around, doing our thing. Again, oop, going this way. Straight out that way. All right, let's just make ourselves a little way to get up here. Easier than making a whole bunch of small ones. Make one big one. That'll take you really far. Look at this tree. Something hanging from that tree there. Always looking around for summer sloops or Mercer spheres I might have missed. Oh, I've definitely been up here. I can see my power poles. Lots of power poles run all over the place. Collecting loot. You collect this stuff? No. I think I've ever really noticed those trees. This I can collect. Alright. Again, all of this is connected to my central power. Allows me to just move around freely and up out of the way. That's what you want. You want to have that verticality to fight off the mobs. Get all them mobs down there. Yeah, dream on. I'm out of here. Again, I made an intricate web of these power poles that I could use at any time should I need to come back. And they're cheap, resources-wise. You guys are right where I want to put my thing. Oh. Get on this while that guy's trying to shoot at me. So I'm going to try to take this stamp out. There we go. Keep forgetting to take him out first. How are we doing? All right. Just powered up. Oh, we didn't power it up yet. Beautiful view. Okay. Oh, okay. We unlocked some more stuff over here. Wow, lots of coal over here. Man, I feel like they added those coal nodes. 12 more Mersospheres in that area. More uranium. Uranium there. Uranium here. I thought there was more uranium nodes. Oh, there's a gap right there. See, there's a gap in there. Yeah, here. Right there. Right there. All right, the more I put these down, the more of these I feel like I need. Just kind of filling in all the gaps here. Highlight that one next. Yeah, I feel like in there too. I should go back and actually systematically put these at the right distance, but we'll just roll with what we got. We need one up here too. We didn't quite get that gap there. So we'll put a thing there to get that gap. We were up here getting this one. Isn't there another one up here I need to get? Yes. So, should I go left and get that one, then up here, or should I go up here and then come down and then go up? Probably up and then back and then over. Yes. That's what we shall do. Now we're extending our radar tower network here. And luckily we've got a whole bunch of power poles that we ran here. Don't need to run them all again. Though it'd probably be smart if I ran all my heavy poles so I could use them for transporting. But whoa, look at these guys. Come on, guys. What you got? What you got? Come on. Later, suckers! I think they should totally die when they hit the ground, but whatever. What's up, you little spideys, you? Well, hold on. I got something for you. Something for you. A little special present for you. So long, and thanks for all the loot, suckers. Reload. Speaking of reloading, reload my weapon while I'm floating around. Going this way. Oh, up in the tree. This way. I'll just be taking this, thank you. Later, suckers. Summer sloop. Oh, sand ore over there. See, when you're not looking for it, tons of it, you find it. When you're looking for it, can't find it, everybody. The law of gaming. Oh, Kismet's law of gaming, anyway. Looking for them summer sloops? Can't find them. Not looking for them? Tripping over them. Oh. Get a bit of this while we're here. Mob on me. Down below. Hello. Hello, Clarice. Take out this marker. Really hard to remove when you're right on top of them. That's a bunch of mycelia. Put all of our goodies away here in case we actually do die. All of our goodies away. that we might need later on. Anything else in here? Spideys. That we already have. This. What about that? No. Throw that away. This? Yep. Water we can throw away. That it's full. What else? Aluminum? Oh, aluminum's full in there now. Alright, cool. Hard drives. We can throw those in there. Haven't used any of them. Okay. Again, getting a little extra Marsilia while I'm here. Now we need to put up a radar tower. Where do I feel like putting a radar tower? Check all these trees for stuff. Oh! Well, that was a smart idea. What's up, little buddy? Yeah, I guess here is as good as any. Trying to get it out from underneath the tree a little bit. Stay right here. All right, cleared that up. Wow, okay, that's getting a lot. Why are these nodes green? I see some of them nodes are green. Why are they green? You just tell me, chat. Why are those nodes green? And here. Any other places where we're not overlapping? Yeah, totally coming out, making that into a plastic. We got to run our trains over though. We should just go right here where we got this water drop off and run that straight out to our train area. And then we could feed all of these lines in there if we wanted to. Just straight across. Boom, right to that oil. Get our plastic together. Have it just making crazy tons of plastic. Bunch of coal over here also. Cool stuff. Yeah, good stuff. All right, we got to still stay on mission though. Stay on mission. Get that one last radio tower from the bottom part. Then maybe screw around up here and get one up there. All right. Again, this is part of making a dedicated aluminum plant and plastic plant and all dealing with all that other stuff. Because we need a place to build it. Oh, another Mersosphere. I see it right there. Hilarious how when you're not looking for it, it's just like everywhere. Everywhere I go, I just like eyeballing it. Take as many as I can get. More dimensional depots. Back this way. Pick it up on the way. Yeah, look at this. There's a whole bunch of resource out here for Marsilia that we can go here and get. So I'm going to go ahead and just put a little node thing there. Oh, wait, better. Let's remove that. Marsilia. Something like that. Apply. Change it, set it to stamps. Plants. Apply. Okay, now I know where to go for Mycelia right out here. We got it marked. All getting a little radiated. Coming through. Oh, we want to be going that way. Got any power lines through there? Doesn't look like it. Let's run this way. Hey, Fred's already ahead of us. He's like, Kismet, go this way. Thanks, Fred. I always appreciate my buddy Fred helping me out. We can cross-connect all of this. We're going this way. Always looking for summer sloops and for other stuff that I might need. Use the transport we already got. And sometimes it flips you off the side of that. You gotta capture back onto it. Nope. Trying to get me. I'm out of here. They go as fast as me. Nope. Tree. Man, a lot of dangerous stuff trying to get me. Kind of a fun way to travel. Allows you to look around while you're zipping around. Is that a rock or is that... I hear something. Oh, guy underneath. Up there. Let's put this up here. Yeah, a bunch of uranium over there. I don't think I've ever done it this extensively before. Made this many power lines to extensively just another Mercer sphere right there. To just wander from place to place. I feel like in any game, everybody, if you run out of things to do, just start doing this. Just start wandering, like Fallout 4. Just put your feet on the ground, start walking. That's always one of my favorite things. Because again, when you're not like specifically looking for stuff, all sorts of crazy stuff happens. Whoa! I missed one.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Okay. We're going over there. Not even looking for them. They're just popping up in front of me. I'll take them if they're in front of me. Unless I got to track down later. We can spend time collecting all these worms, but that takes a long time. So we're going to avoid that. There's something down in here. Probably one of those slug guys, but we'll do what we gotta do. Yeah, look at this. Deuterium and sulfur in one spot. Oh, another Mercer sphere. See? Look, this is just proving my point, everybody. Not looking for them. Tripping over them like it's nothing. Alright, we'll just put our little radar thing over here. It's good enough. Oh, we gotta take the thing off the map first before I forget. And radar tower. All right. Now we got that little gap filled up. This one. All right, now we know where some more uranium is, and one way up here too. Couple impure nodes. That's a normal. 2 impures and a normal node. Okay, since we're already out here, let's get this other stuff done. We want to kind of go over this way and get this edge. Let's say, oh, they're here. Let's see, this is about that far. So, let's say on this island right here. I like that. Off we go. Now sometimes I just get out of the base and start wandering around, as you can see. By the way you have these turned actually has an effect on your zip lining. If you have them turn weird when you get to the other side, it'll just fling you off the end. But this way we can take a little tour of the place, going in places we haven't been yet. Oh, another one out here, huh? Let's go see what's out here. One for you. One for you. One for you over there. Yeah, that's definitely like a purple guy. Purple slug. And then one for you. Oh, can't pick it up. Gotta zip right through the middle of it. Sometimes you can't blow these things up. So you just reach through the center and grab it. Alrighty. Onward to the question mark. We're going to put way out there. Look at all those materials flying. Yeah, and obviously we haven't been through here because there's no power poles through here. Most of the time I just let the loot guide me where I need to go. Kind of let fate do his thing. No, get the small one. There's somebody after me here. What we got? Copper. Daters. Alright, little something. Yeah, it sucks to be you, bro. You can't get to me. You cannot get to me. Guy over here is trying to get rowdy as well. How we looking? Need some power? Oh, that's easy. About 40,000 power. You think that's enough? Go out, come back in again a couple times. Easy. 40,000 power. Got it done. Alright. Anything else? Nope. Mobs just getting rowdy. Using my vertical power. Sam ore over there. Man, couldn't find Sam ore forever. Now I'm just tripping over it every 5 minutes. It's funny. But again, I appreciate everybody not telling me where it was. Look at that kind of weird rock there. It looks like a Mercer-sphere. Mercer-sphere? No, it's Caterium ore. Let's just get that. By the way, you only have to hit E. You don't have to hold down E. I have that problem myself. Just hit E and it'll take it out. This way it doesn't look like a Mercer-sphere the next time I come through here. Keep dreaming, guys. Keep dreaming. All right, another one. Actually, we just connect to that one over there. Now we got some cross-connecting going on. Whoa, all right, relax. Get on there. Whoa, treetops. Through the trees. Whoa, look at that big monolith out there. I've been over there? I think I have. Not where I'm going. I'm going this way. What we do, we gotta do. Look at them big towers over there. Oh, I did build them all the way through there. Look at me go. Well, this I can just take the fast way down. Looking around, trying to eyeball it. I mean, I could use my scanner, but I'm not really looking for them other than I'm already traveling by, so I might as well kind of look as I'm going by. Trying not to activate any of these mobs. They're trying to get me. They're trying to get me. Gotta go in ways I haven't been before. See if I just run across stuff. Definitely want to go up here. Come on, I know you go up there. Look, I hear something. There's something nearby. Ah, lucky. All right, let's fix this though. Let's fix this. This sits on here better. Get that one out. All right, let's see what this is. So I think when you put one of them in there, it should just blow them all up, but that's just me. Sometimes they don't blow up. There we go. Ah, another Mercer Sphere. Easy. Just travel ways you haven't been before. Okay, we're going this way. Later. We're having a big adventure, everybody. Very, very fun. Turn this way. Using our zip lines to look around while we're traveling. Of course, we could have go faster if we just put a bunch of small ones down. But it's kind of fun to run around. Ooh, they activated. I'm just going to keep going because they're going to try to track me down. Oh, again, over here. Probably a yellow slug. Wow, we got it on the first try. Blow it up anyway. Just because I feel like blowing it up. Yeah, I went through the effort of doing it. Might as well. Oops. See, I'm working here. There we go, got it at the top. Guy's trying to shoot me. I'm busy. Probably very unnecessary to put one out here. I'm gonna do it anyway. We gonna do it anyway. Okay. Come on, get the bottom part. There we go. Okay. Yeah, clean that up. Nice. Okay, now we gotta go way out over here. Kind of feel like based on the distance, we could probably get into this bridge area here somewhere. Let's say right there. See what happens. I like that. Which way is it? This way. Alright. Back we go. Alien biomass for solid biofuel is the best source. I have no idea. My first big save, I built a huge factory below the waterfall. Don't lose a vehicle in the bottomless pit. It will show on the map forever. Yep. Are the question marks on the map from the radar scans or something you added? The question marks are something I added. I'm putting in the question marks to lead me to where I want to put the radars down. That's where I'm kind of navigating around. Now, I'm trying to go in ways that I haven't been before, through areas that I haven't really worked with. Look at this kind of wild area back here. Just so in case I see some Mercer spheres as well, I'll have some of those. Also, I'll have some power nearby. Should I want to tap these nodes? Yeah, look at all the lines down there. Okay, up here. Yeah, I only learned this in the last couple playthroughs, that you can go up. It's very effective for up. I mean, going down, that's easy. You can just jump down. But going up, a lot harder. I mean, you can use a bunch of poles to climb yourself up there. Yeah, there's like more coal out here. Coal nodes. Probably something underneath there, too. Oh, man. This is just straight luck, man. It's almost like I'm looking for them.
Your waves left at our shores. When will you land?
Almost like I was looking for those, everybody. I'm not looking for them. I'm just trying to put these radars in. The most use I've ever got out of these zip lines. Very effective when you're traveling, though. You don't have to make a bunch of small ones. You just make one big one to get you from A to Z. There's totally something down in that cave. I just know it. That's not the best spot to put stuff. That look like if you're trying to travel through there with a vehicle. I kind of feel like I'd rather have it up here. But we're way over here. We're trying to go out there. I think that's enough. I think it's going to show us the edge. Something way over there. I'm like a little, I don't think you can get over there. I think that's the edge of the world. Well, let's find out. Let's go ahead and put a radar tower down here and see what it says. Boom. Yeah, that's definitely the edge of the world. All right. Well, now we know. Anything out that way? Like Mount Fuji out there. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's telling us there. Oh, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff we haven't done here, though. So again, we'll try to put that out there. We'll take these stamps out. We're going to put one right here. And the furthest out we can go. Oh, and I forgot to highlight it. Highlight it, because then you can see it over that way. All right, onward. Can we reach that one over there? Yeah, we'll just do this one. Watch out below. Okay, we're going to come back and we're going to explore every nook and cranny of the entire world, everybody. But we're doing it kind of in waves here, so we're not spending 10 hours just exploring. But it is really fun just to explore stuff. We're kind of building ourselves a little bit of a transport network here. Whoop. Sometimes it's very touchy. There we go. Building ourselves a bit of a transport network across the top parts here. So we just kind of look around as we're going. Now, I went around and I scanned a bunch of areas for immersive spheres, which is how I upgraded all my immersive spheres and using all my dimensional depots right now. But again, there's some that did elude me. And again, if we can find those random ones that we haven't seen yet. Oh, it's a good thing. Later, bro. Oh, the sound went off. A huge compression coal factory coming? Maybe. You never know. Oh, we want to go up there for sure. Make sure you leave yourself enough room to slide on those. Well, that guy's over there not paying attention. Well, we'll just snag it and he'll turn back and be like, hey, where'd it go? And we want to go over there, but what we really want to do is go up there. Actually, better down here. Because of the angle. A little better. Lots of slug friends around. Yeah, much better angle. Oh, there's like a bottomless hole down there. Let's go take a peek. Solid down there, just that guy. Let's just sneak up, grab him. Nobody will ever know we were there. Fred knows that we were there. Anything else under here? Doesn't seem like it. You know what? I've never tried to go up one of these things. Can I go up these too? Oh! I don't think I've ever tried that. Yeah, go up those lines too. I never even thought of doing that, everybody. I thought you could only do it on the big ones, but you can do it on the small ones. Huh, that's funny. Could have been doing that the whole time. That's actually really useful in the beginning of the game before you unlock these. Alright, we got to go straight vertical now. I find that the smaller ones are easier for straight vertical. Let's go and go here. There is definitely something over here. Crash ship and stuff. Alright, yeah, just crash ship. We'll come back for it another day. Bingo. Going vertical. Oh, this is a jumping puzzle if I've ever seen it. Look at that. Jump, 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 jump. You jump around that. I don't need to do that. I got the power of verticality. Going up. Oh, hello, uranium node. That is not showing up on my radar. Yeah. I wonder if that's a pure node. I kind of feel like we want to put it up here now. Even though that would give us more out this way, but I think we should just put it up here. In a way in which we can see it. We're definitely coming back and tapping that one. What is that one? Impure node. Oh, no pure nodes yet. Okay, so that got pretty far out there, so we know there's nothing much here. Of course, there could be something hiding in this emptiness. You never know. All right, more that we need to do. We'll take this out, and we'll go ahead and add some more. Hey, Sea Fish, what's up? We're adding some more radars here to reveal the mysteries of this top area. Right here. I like that one. Then while we're at it, we're also kind of making ourselves, this way, that way, that way. Making ourselves a little bit of transport areas here. And checking a bunch of places we haven't been. Yeah, I feel like we'll make a big tower. Right over here. Like so. Tag that into that. And then just run these across the top of these. Now this is actually not the max distance that these things can go. They go really, really far. You just can't put them really far from this side. But you can put them on the other side really, really far and then connect them even further than what I'm doing here. It only lets you build them a certain distance away, even though they can run way further than that. This is one of my better ideas. Oh, we got something over there. Could be a summer sloop. Let's go. Lots of little glowy friends. Yep. Summer sloop just sitting right up here. Oh, and there's the Mercer sphere too. All right, yeah, come on. Come on, you got it? Come on, bring it. Oh, it's just the guy that does the thing. Just the guy that throws it. I thought he was going to charge me. Get out of there. Summer sloop. Put those away. Man, we got a lot of stuff to put in the dimensional depot. Lots of goodies. Got some Caterium in there. There we go. The rest of that stuff's thing's already full in there. All right, look at that over there. We've got ourselves a thing that we want to go do. Can we get it right to the top? We sure can. Probably a little bit hot to come in on the top, though. Probably better to come in a bit back so we can get our weapon. Use our weapon to wipe it out. Let's go. Getting rowdy. Purple guy on the left. Oh, 3 bullets left. I told it to reload. Do what I gotta do. That was a bit of a fail. Thought I told it to reload, and then I was gonna just shoot it, and then it ran out of bullets. Gave enough time to spawn.
Live, laugh, consume.
I'm on it. Down this way. To this purple guy. Over there. Weapon fully loaded. There we go. Fireball guy. Jukes him behind the tree while we grab it. Sucker! Too bad, too sad, bro. There's another purple one over here somewhere. We out. Mercy sphere over there. Look at that, everybody. Again, you just go places you haven't been before. You start finding tons of stuff. Yeah, there's a purple guy over there. Put that over there to remind us. We'll also divert this way. And down. Summer sloop over that way. You're finding all sorts of goodies. There we go. Get wrecked. Going up. I could have just went up here and grabbed it, but kind of felt like wiping them out.
This bleeding temple hums a resonant song. Play for us.
Let's go back this way. Get the purple guy. See if we can just duck in there and grab it. Nobody around. I always assumed there was mobs nearby. There usually is. More Samor out there. Look at that. We definitely want to do this. Run that. Right across. Juked! Grabbed it and bailed. Snooze, you lose, brother. I'm out. Okay, maybe not. Go. Man, we finding all sorts of random goodies not even looking for. Just trying to put my radar out there. Just keep putting those in the dimensional depot. All the way out to the end. I'm also running my power too, so I can power up all of these things, by the way. A little side effect of what we're doing. We're also just having fun. That's awesome, right? Yes, very, very fun. We're going to go ahead and put another radar tower way out here. A nice SAM ore right there. Is that even on our thing? Oh, yeah, we got it. Uh-oh. Mr. Fireball guy. That's an impure node. Alright, we'll go see what's off in this island over here. Another purple guy over there. Right down in that island. Grab this purple guy. Oh, no power. Come on, grab him. Grab him leaves instead. Now we gotta run back up this way. Get our power. Get on out of there. Whoa, look out for the tree. Oh, and the thing. Ah, another one. Can I get there before I run out of power? Oh.
Look through the window and witness the thread.
This is nothing but luck, everybody. Nothing but luck. He's like, hey, you took my Mercy Spear. Yeah, it sucks to be you, bro. Juked in there, grabbed it. I was gone before he even knew I was there. Alright, radar tower. Oops, did I take the thing out? Oh, I forgot to take the thing out. Remove. Radar tower. Alright, wow, okay, we cut that way in there now. Man, that does go way back, doesn't it? That way. And I don't think we can reach that out there. Be worth to know, though. We'll go up this way. And head over here. I don't think we need that one there. Well, actually put one there to get the rest of this. And then we'll go along this side edge and see where that takes us. Let's highlight this one. Now, again, this is the most I've ever, like, revealed the map. Again, we're mega playing, everybody. We're really going crazy. We're going to unlock every node. Kind of weird it's got a big empty spot right here, but that node, that is covering that spot. You can see, look how many nodes are in the world. Everybody's always so worried about nodes, everybody. You got so many nodes. I mean, it is crazy how many nodes there is. And we're going to try to tap every single one. It's going to be insane. Again, until we run out of build limit. All right, we're going this way. Let's just head back this way. We'll take this one. Where do we want to go? Let's say right over there out in the open. Let's go. Oh, look, a couple more purple guys there. Man, there's a lot of these little slug guys here. I should probably make a note. I'm looking for the slug guys. Right over here, so put that there. Slugs. And we'll change it for little slug guys. Now, the problem is if I get DC'd from the server or kicked from the server, all of those markers are lost. It's a huge tragedy every time. We do what we gotta do. Another Mercy Sphere. But again, just going off the beaten path where I haven't been before, trying to unlock a bit of this. And just running into them at this point. I find that's the fastest way to find something. Stop looking for it. I know it seems counterintuitive, but obviously this is working. I can use my thing as a blocker so they can't hit me. Laters. Yeah, crash in the water there. I can't remember ever coming over here. I don't think one time. We're over here now. Up a little higher. And away we go. If I see a lot of mobs somewhere, I was just telling me there's something over that way. Oh, hello. A lot of stuff over here. Oh, good shot. Whoa, whoa, where are you guys coming from? Get away from me. Should take care of the thing first. Getting hit left and right. Oh, my health is low. Retreat. Put your things out. Uh-oh, gonna die. Gotta go. Gotta bail. Use my little floaty thing to float me down. Alright, we got out of there. That didn't go well. Maybe a little too close to the danger. Alright, reload the weapon. Loaded. Go do it again. Put our Mercer Spheres away. Take a chainsaw out. Alright, round number 2. Just took out the, you gotta take out the little guys first, because when I was fighting that guy, those other little ones spawned. You can see him floating over there. Alright, get wrecked. Alright, little bees, where did you go? I don't know. Oh, didn't shoot. There we go. We got her done. Where's my loot? Oh, off the side you go, sucker! Okay. More danger up here. Some radiation. We got our filters. Okay. Got our loot there. Any more of these guys off the side or something? Is that why they were spawning? Nope. Well, this has been an incredibly amazing trip over here. We are getting all sorts of loot. Without even trying. Onward. Oh, hold on. Don't get overzealous. Jukes! Jukes! How'd you hit me through there? Oh, another one of these guys. Right there. Guys are next to impossible to hit. And they're literally right in front of my weapon. Whatever. Whatever. What's up, big boy? Come over here, get my loot. I don't need to kill you. You're just a waste of my time. Still there. Oh, something else to blow up over that way. Alright, let's put our radar tower way out here on the end of this thing. Boom. Push way out there. Yeah, there we go. This one's going that way. Oh, it doesn't quite make it. Need one right here in the center. Right there. Oh, and I forgot to remove the thing again. Luckily, it wasn't like right where we were. Okay, highlight that one. There we go. I like using the boombox bass boost to blast baddies off the edges. Yes, those are really fun. I get some of those for free sometimes, and I use them. But other than that, another Mercer Sphere over there. Other than that, I typically don't make them, but we're going to make every process in the game here eventually. Right now, we were just putting up some radar towers to try to decide where we want to put our aluminum and plastic plants. And I think I got spots for both of those. Another Mercer Sphere. Again, I'm not even looking for the Mercer Spheres. Again, I'm just here for the radar towers. But if they're just going to give them to me, I mean, it'd be foolish not to just grab them. It would be quite foolish of me to not just take that free loot. Whoa, look out! That's one way to get rid of trees. Wrong thing. I was trying to put the thing down here. I kind of feel like we want to go this way. Like this. Not even going to bother to use my zip line. So I can just float my way down. Guy's still after me. And then up. What are you blocking up here? Oh, the little blue guy. When you go to shoot those, make sure you got plenty of ammo. Really like the turbo fuel ammo. That's pretty nice. I use that from time to time. But I have a huge backlog of this regular ammo, so I just use that. Good enough. Gets the job done. Okay, we're going this way. See, I already got a radar tower over there somewhere, so I've been through here before. But again, you can go through a place 5 times and see something new each time, I find, in this game. World building in here is just so good. It's just so detailed. Massively detailed. All the little parts and spots of every biome. Just really well done, I find. What do we got up here? Oh, sand ore up here. Alright. What sand ore we got there? Whoa, pier node. Ooh, we're going to come back and maybe tap that one. Alright. Oh, we already got power through here. Let's just go ahead and tie that in right there. A little redundant double connect. Definitely came through here. We can see our power lines are already run, but we didn't go that way. So I say we go ahead, rearrange some nature. Something's shooting at me down there. That guy over there. Go ahead and put ourselves a little tower down here. Cross connect our power. Then let's have some zipline fun. Right over there. Later! Oh, another thing to blow up right there. We gotta watch out though. A lot of these little bee guys. Let's just make sure we're fully loaded. Really usually takes about 6 of them or so, but just in case it doesn't die fast enough, you want to have full a few bullets in the chamber to take out any leftovers. One thing when you're hovering too, you can pick up stuff from way further away than when you're walking, I find. I'll try to pick up all the loot first so I don't forget. And see how far I can be away from there. Some in there. Let's see what it is. You're like, Kismet, you got 4 of these left. I actually have like 10,000 of these. Sitting in some boxes. Not kidding. That's not an over-exaggeration, everybody. When I say I got 10,000 of something, I really mean I got 10,000 of that thing. Yeah, it's in about 10 boxes over there. I got a lot. Don't worry about it. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Look at this one, like a mushroom kind of style. I don't know. I don't really need this guy, but kind of feel like going to get him. Let's go see what's going on down here. This is why I leave this stuff until I'm really going to play through it. But that's why I waited until release before I get into all the little nooks and crannies. And they've revamped these areas over and over and over again since the beginning of when I started playing, at the very beginning of the game. When it first came out, I was like one of the first people to purchase the game. I bought it straight away. And I've loved it this whole entire time. How many hours am I into it now? This is 1,300 hours on Steam. And then like another 1,300, so about 2,600 hours, which I consider to be rookie numbers, everybody. You could easily spend 10, 20,000 hours in this game. Easy. Kind of like I did in Fallout 1. Absolutely. Oh, that's not good. I don't like that. Nope. Taking that out. I don't like it. We got to go up here first. And then we're going to go from here over to there. And we're going to take out these lines. That just makes it easier for us to zip line. Another purple guy back that way. I feel like you come this way, you find a bunch of stuff, and if you go back that way, you find a bunch of stuff on the way back. Which is really fun. Alright, we're going over here to put a radar tower. We'll go along this edge and see how long it lets us go. See if we find any goodies over here. I feel like one of the fun things about sliding across this thing is basically looking around. It's fun. Take care of this guy. I think they heard my weapon. Whoa, 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 lost power, lost power. A whole bunch of them after me. Take a hit for that one. You can't get me because I'm up here. You got to run around the other way, and by the time you get there, I've already got it. I already got it. And then, just to throw it in your face, I'm going to go ahead and build a radar tower right here. And then run back over here, where you can't get me. Behind my little radar tower over here. Or my little power tower. Alright, let's remove my stamp. Let's go ahead and see what we got. Okay. Did I already have that one unlocked? I don't know. Kind of feels like it. Okay. Yeah. More uranium there. I think we had already seen that one before. Uranium, uranium. Got another uranium node up here. We could take all that, run it via train into our central area and use all of that for nuclear power. Doesn't seem like that many uranium nodes. And so a lot of these places feel real barren, like in here and right there. Across here. Well, they're definitely overlapping, though. Feel like we want to get up here and find out where the edge of the world is. You know the edge of the world is here, because you can see it squares off. There, and then comes up here. Yeah, a little bit of muck area there, but yeah, we want to go right here. Let's go see what's along this edge. Over there. Probably want to bring this out to here first. All right, let's go. Would have been good to bring a teleporter and then some of those things to power it up, and we'd teleport all the way back. Just dawned on me, which had dawned on me before I left the base. I mean, I could probably make some and make it work. We'll try it later. Some over this way. Right up here. Get up there. Those guys down there. Whoa, radiated guy. I don't even think we need to mess with him. Later. Ah, there's a sneaky one on this side. Give me some nukes at some point. I'm gonna nuke all these guys. Oh, good shot. There's a lot to kill them guys. They still radiate you, by the way, even when they're dead. Oh, my free loot here. All right, looks like it's probably one of them little yellow guys in there. Oh, yeah. Okay. What we got up here? That's a good question. We'll find out. Going up. Ah, Mercer Sphere. Watching for baddies. Not even looking for them. Finding them like crazy. For those. For this. For those. That's already full. Purple guys. Good stuff. Heck, we can put our chainsaw in there. If we need it, we can pull it back out of there. There's like another one over there. Look at this. Not the edge of the map yet. I feel like I want to go for that Mercer Sphere first, though. Let's go ahead and reverse engineer our tower here. Pretty vertical. But we can make it go, instead of just making it go to that one, we can make it go to this one over here. Just gotta get a little closer. Oh, just a little too long, huh? No problem. We'll build one in between. And we'll run it down like that. We'll test it. See if it works. Peekaboo! Miss me. Always fun. All right. Then, way over there, again, we can build these really far out. Got another crash site over there. Remember, we can always use these. This is why we're making these, so that we can use them to navigate around. A lot of radiated guys. Oh, there's a purple guy. Might be able to get away with this. We can just kind of jukes around this way. Grab that purple guy. And we're on to the next part. I've definitely been over here. There's a radar tower over there, but I didn't see the Mercer Sphere. Again, usually I let the loot guide me. When I'm finding the Mercer Spheres, I'm just going wherever the radar is sending me. Hey, sometimes you just run through and find something. And there's still a ton of them on the map, everybody. If I go and look and roll over the thing here, there's 8 of them still in that zone. Over here, there's 2. There's 16 there. Over here, there's 16 more. Or sometimes there's an overlap, though, so might be like 9 and 9 or whatever. But there's plenty more left. I like how I got that way up on the thing there. Very cool. All right, heading back. We want to go out there and see what that's all about. That'd be a cool little build spot, too. Again, this is a long distance. I'm going to do it on purpose where it breaks me down. And then if you just hold down the left mouse button, when you get close to the wire, it'll just grab it. Okay. Now we're going to split this off. Yeah, we should probably go to the end here just to make this easier. And see if we can reach down there. Probably going to be pretty straight down. A little far there. I better click it or I'm going to run out of power. Otherwise, I'll be climbing back up again here in a minute. Because I was too far away from that one. Okay, that works. That's death down there. And we're getting there. Actually can't see it. Interesting. Let's just risk our demise by rocking it on the edge of the world. Now, usually when you reach the edge of the world, there'll be a barrier or you'll start getting irradiated. So we'll see how far over here we can go. Never been over here, I don't think. I don't remember ever coming over here. Well, that would be a good spot. Wire too long. All right, to there then. About to the top. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Take some postcard photos while we're out here. They got a new photo mode coming too. Oh, look out. Red alert, red alert. Nope, can't go that far. How far can we go? Right there. Oh, let me put down a wall, will you? Nope. Oh, falling down. Watch out, don't fall the wrong side of the water. Exactly what we need to do. Get ourselves a foundation. Scoop it out this way. Rad zone beyond this point. All right, then we'll go ahead and just take this and build ourselves a little spot here for it. Okay, now we know. Rad zone beyond that point. Okie dokie. And then we unlocked all the rest of that. We can see all of that now. We know where the edge of the world is. Right there. Oh man, you get really pretty close to the edge of the world. Now we don't know if there's anything out here. We can look that way. It doesn't look like there is. Makes me want to build some foundations just to go out there and explore it. And you know what? I think I will. We angled at the edge of the world here. Let's go look. If I went that way. Oh, this way. That way. That's the edge. Yep. Stop hitting X. That way. Oh yeah, world grid. Holding down control. Next to the world grid. See if I get radiated. Nope. Look at me go. Okay, so in theory, I could go across there and discover all of this part there, or put a radar tower right here and then get all the rest of that. I feel like that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to need to bring some power, though. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to just tap it right here. Actually, even better. Let's just do this first. There. We're going to remove these. All right, we're going to leave our, we're going to remove these behind us as we go. So when we reach our destination, we won't need to take them out later. We'll leave our power behind. Again, we should be going right across the edge. Oh, perfect. And what I did is I held down control to align it to the world grid. Which should square it off to the edges. And which is what I did. Oh, almost took out the one I was standing on. It's a dangerous thing to do. No, I could have just swam back over there and got power and just made it again. Alright, let's go explore the edge of the world. Again, never bothered to do this before, everybody. But really fun to do now. Really exploring a bunch of stuff. Way back there we didn't get. Let's go see what we can find. And I can guarantee you I've never been out here. Never bothered to come out here because now I know there's nothing really out here, but we're going to explore every nook and cranny of the map that we can. So we're just walking out on the edge. We know this is the perfect edge of the world here, too. So we could build everything all the way out to this edge if we wanted to. I'll probably leave one of these foundations just to remind me that that is the edge of the world. Again, I don't need a bunch of extra foundations sitting out here, though. That's just more processing that the game needs to do. Oh, I thought we got shallow right there for a second. Way out here. All right, let's check the map. Okay, yeah, we're starting to get into the part where we're discovering this corner of the map. Build that while I'm taking this out. Multitasking. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we could have brought power and just built a radar tower out here. Probably should have done that, but I really want to connect it on the other side over there because I kind of feel like this would be closer than running it clear across all the way to here. I could just go out here and then get to the center of this, say right about there, and then just run a power line from there to there. Get that, and I can get most of this top part here, and then this should get the rest of it. Maybe. We'll see. But the main thing we want to do is figure out where this edge is first. Figure out the edge, get rid of the edge stuff, and then we'll work on that. Building it while you're taking it out behind you. This is fun. Very fun. How we doing on time? Holy mackerel, 8 hours went by? Like that. Went by in a snap, everybody. Sure did. How we doing? Oh, yeah. Clearing those empty sides of the map. Going for 100% map exploration here. We'll get it done little by little. Again, I could have just built a bunch of radars along the way. But that wastes my power. It'd be funny if there was something hidden out here. Kind of like in that movie Free Guy, where they have that hidden island way out there in the thing. And they put like a hidden thing out here, and I'm like the first person to discover it way out here because nobody ever comes out here. That would be pretty awesome. We'll see. Maybe I'll be the first one. I would imagine somebody came out here, other than just me. Oh yeah. Long way to go. Man, that is a long way. Holy mackerel. Always seems closer than it is. Doesn't in real life, too. Yeah. Something went funky there. You guys are just watching to see if I fall into the water. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. They're waiting for me to take the one out underneath me and I fall in the water. I gotta start all over again. Hope not. Take our time. Get it done. Could have just powered it up along the way too, and then taken it out. Power it up, take it out, power it up, take it out. This is actually working. This is actually working. All right, let's just speed this along a little bit. And we'll come back, take all this out at the end. Oh my goodness. Alright, maybe we want to go back and take some of it out, because dang. Because dang! That's a lot. Alright, what are you doing? Messed up or something. There we go. You can get out of build mode. Old school right there, but when you slide and jump, you go a little faster when you slide and jump. I think I had it right the first time. Take it out as you go. This way you don't miss any. Actually, I could just do this. Just dawned on me. Take it out as you're running forward. Makes you walk slower, though. Nothing wrong with having a fresh sip of Fix-It bottled water. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that. And again, I probably wasn't paying attention. All right, that works. Turn around. All those gone. Yeah, nice. Okay. That works too. Keep on zooping. And then F, hold down control and run forward. Seems like this takes longer, though. Seems like it takes longer. I have to walk slow. Yeah, do it the way I was doing it. My way was faster because I'm multitasking. I'm building and removing at the same time. Harder to catch them that way, though. Then I can run. Always that one in the back. Oh, another one. Getting there? Close. We're on a great journey here, everybody. We're on a giant journey of discovery here. We found a ton of Mercer spheres we weren't even looking for. A few summer sloops. Got all our radars up. We're exploring the edges of the map right now. I'm trying to put a radar tower out here. Once we get this lined up, I think we're getting pretty close. I also went this way just so I could get rid of the stuff on the top of the map up here, this little bit, so I didn't have to make another radar out there. Then I'm hoping that this radar tower, because these radar towers are pretty big, and I can actually just measure it with my finger. It's going to miss just a little bit of that edge over there, so I want to move it over. So again, just measuring it on the screen, by the way, like this. This would miss a little bit of that edge. So I want to move that over just a little bit to say right there. If we don't get the upper corner, that's okay. We can just move over, put another one down, and then go from there. But yeah, we want to do that. And let's take this one out, and which makes our job easier. I don't even know which direction that came from now. Which direction? That's back. Okay, I just put it back in again. The wrong way. Wrong way. Easy to get confused. This way. Oh, we didn't mark our thingy. Highlight it. There we go. This way we can kind of eyeball it. I think that's probably good. Right there. Now we're going to go this way. Might be off by a little bit, but oh well. Do what we got to do. For a bit. Since we have to bring the power back anyway, we might as well just build out our foundations. And then deal with the rest of it later. Way out here. All this to explore that corner of the map. And don't think I've ever been over this far. Never bothered to come all the way out here into the deep water area. But man, you think about how much water you could extract over here? It's a lot, man. That's a big area. Look at that area all the way out to there. You could put so much water on this side of the map. You could be pulling a whole lot. What's over here, too? Ah, look, you can take your coal and then use this whole area up here in the corner for water. Holy mackerel, you got coal over here, too. You could build a massive coal location here, and your oil, too. Oil, more SAM over there, too, a pure node. Man, you could pull all this oil, all this coal, and all these resources and build a gigantic base right here in this upper left corner. I got some uranium up there, too. Wow, actually, this is a pretty good area. Look, you got sulfur, you got quartz all together, you got SAM ore, you got deuterium, you got coal here, coal there. You got a bunch of oil over here. Yeah, pure nodes. Some pure nodes in there. This is actually a really good spot. I don't think I've ever thought about making a base way up here. And the reason why it's a great spot is there's just massive resources and different variety of resources nearby. The other thing I would be looking for is nitrogen. Is there any nitrogen up here? To progress in the game, if you wanted to win the game, yes, right there. If you want to win the game, you need nitrogen gas. So it's right there. You have every different types of resource you could possibly need right here. And then you got more over here you could tap and just run all these resources over there. More coal down here. Lots of coal, oil, all your stuff there. Deuterium, you only need a normal node. There's another one here if you need it. So, yeah, and another one there. That's actually a really good spot. Maybe in a future playthrough, right there, a big mega base. Right in that corner. But for now, let's run this power out here and discover this corner. Maybe this playthrough I'll come over here and do it. We'll see. Build a ginormous factory out here for sure. Tap into all this water. Just to run the water. Just build a factory, a vertical factory. Run the water all the way to the top. And then just let it flow down to all of the machines underneath. Better to have your water flowing down than flowing upwards, everybody. Alright, feels like we're going to need to go up at an angle here. So let's just use our angled ramps. What I haven't used in a long time is, I used to use these all the time because they're the best, the double ramps. The double ramps were so great before they added the zooping. Because you could go in and angle them up easier than all the other stuff. But now the zooping makes all of this easy, so. It makes it much nicer. Oh, perfect. I should go down by one. One? No, a bunch more. Maybe one more. Yeah. Then we'll go ahead and put ourselves a nice foundation there. And then we'll try to grab this one. Now you can see it's too far away for me to grab it. So the smart thing to do is just on this side. We'll go ahead and build out a little spot here for our power. And then if you connect it from this side, you can actually connect it really far away like that. So we don't have to actually travel all the way over there to get the power. We can just grab it that way. Now what I'm going to do here is just to grab this and run this as far as it's going to let us. Probably should have turned it the other way. Right about here. Now, the reason why I want to turn it the other way is if I want to just slide down here, you'll want this like this. Let's just say right there. Then we can reconnect it, even though we're really far away like this. See how far you can do it? You can do it further than you can actually put it down, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah, we have it connected. We're just going to keep walking until it says you can't put any more in. If we used our smaller ones, we'd be doing a lot more smaller connections. But as you can see, this thing goes a really, really far away. All right. Way over there to way over here. Max distance. We'll get this. I'm just curious to see if it's going to get it all, or I might have to build another little side area. We'll find out. Again, you want to click it at the top so that you're getting the big one. Make sure that the actual wires are connected, so it tells you when you're at max distance. Yeah, this area is huge. Absolutely massive. You could just bring all of your resources up here in the corner. Man, I might have to try a start over here. Just run up here and start a base. Man, every resource you possibly want is within a good amount of distance of right here. All right, well, good enough. And now, look at our map. All right, and let's power it up. Boom. Oh, still too far. It's just the line stuff. What's with this line stuff? All right, a little too far there. That's okay. We know what to do. Let's go build another one. Way over here. Can I chain that power? I don't think I can chain that power. Bring this down to here, and then that to there. Oh, more. More this way. I didn't start this goal. I was just going to try to get a little bit of where all the nodes are. But now I'm in a whole nother zone. I'm in the clear all the stuff off the map, all the empty parts of the map. Now, there's a whole bunch. There we go. There's a whole bunch of caves and stuff like that that I've never been in. There might be some nodes that I'm missing because it's not quite overlapping. That looks like a lot of nodes there, bro. Yeah, see. Right there, it's overlapping through here. Now, actually, that's pretty good. And those are overlapping in the corners. But you never know what's hidden in potentially some areas that are not perfectly overlapping. Like we got some there. We got that. We got this. Yeah. That is pretty close, though. That is pretty good. Maybe right here. Right there. Oh, that's all overlapping. All right, nice. Okay, so we want to get this part over here as well. So we got this. We can take this out. We can take all this out and backtrack. I have to go up because we got some power out here too. Make it a little easier to take these out. Oh, I forgot the little things there. Like, what's that green beam there? That's my marker. All right, way this way. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Take that out. I'd say 3 more rounds. There's 1. Just to be sure. 2. Let's pull our power while we're running. Number 3. All right, let's see how this does. Oh yeah, nice. I think we get this one from the corner. Just take all this out, go to the corner, put one there. Oh yeah, right there in that corner. We'll get most of that. If we can't get it, we'll move up just a little bit and we'll get it. All right, we're out. And when you're up high like this, it's way easier to take all this stuff out. We'll utilize our power on the way back. We get to the edge here. Oh, down I went. A little bit. Definitely going to go down when I take that out. Damaging fix-it property a little bit there. See how many we can take out from here. Oh yeah. Good amount. The last couple. Alright, we got it. Nice. Take out our marker. Oh, I'm over it. Remove that marker. Gotta walk. Oh, I can run. There we go. Thought my run wasn't kicking in. Boom. Oh, there we go. Hold down Control and Shift. You can just run along here, setting all of this stuff to remove. I didn't know that one. Holding down W, Shift, and Control all at the same time. Alright, that's probably good enough. That's really awkward to hold down, though. Oh. Yeah, we'll get that power, too. Ah, it works. Look at me learning new stuff. Yeah, Shift, Control, W. You can take 50 of these out at the same time. I don't see it counting, though. Which I find interesting. Man, this is way faster. Holy mackerel. Oh, oh. No, no. Don't trip me up now. Trying to trip me up. There we go. All right. Shift. Control. Run. Getting all those ones? Yes. Let's go. Man, that is so much faster. I could have done that on the other side. I just learned new stuff, everybody. Had no idea you can do both Shift and Control. It wasn't working earlier, but now all of a sudden it's just started working. Under the right a little bit here. Oh, there we are, maximum. Boom. Nice. Okay, and get over here. Remove all of that. Nice. And then get out of that mode. Switch my thingy. There we go. And then we're gonna do this. maybe do this first. Take out the foundations. We'll probably make it. We could probably make it. Show you a little trick. Going up as high as we can. Then we're going to take this out, and we're going to go this way. We're just going to hit spacebar a bunch of times. Kind of auto-rotate the propellers to work our way over here. So we don't just fall to our death. Bam, made it. Nice. Nice. Up we go. We just explored that whole outer part there. Man, I really like that spot. Because dang, there's just so many nodes right here. I bet you very few people ever even bothered to come up here and ever build a base. And probably one of the best places in the game. With so many nodes nearby, holy moly, look at all these nodes, everybody. Again, you can take all your oil from over here and just run that out to here. You got this whole area to build. Big old massive area to build. That's crazy. A lot of, wow, pure node. 2 pure limestone nodes. I never even bothered to come up here, ever. Never bothered to come up, and certainly never tapped any of these nodes. But hey, we're gonna have to do what we gotta do. At some point. Alright, right here. That's where we're going, that way. Let's go up here first. Makes you want to explore every nook and cranny up here, though. See, the cool thing about this game is you can always replay it and put your base somewhere else. And then just keep doing that over and over again until you've basically built a base on every location and explored all the different areas. I think that's super fun. Looks like somebody made like figures or something there. Is it me? Or do those look like figures? Oh, and there's a little purple guy on there. Now, let's go get the purple guy. Over that way. Looks like little dogs or something. I don't know what they're trying to represent there. Maybe they're aliens. There we go. Whoa, look out, baddies. Of course I run out of bullets. Swear to God, I cannot hit those guys. I don't know what the heck. Literally right in front of my arrow. Alright, cool spot. I'm digging it. Alright. Look at that coal right there. Is that coal? Yeah, it sure is. Look at all that coal. Usually you're hurting for coal in the forest area. Cool area. Ooh, there's a spooky cave over there too. Alright, back up we go. 8 hours in. You knew about this spot? Well, there you go. Very cool. Oh, that looks like spider legs there. Creepy. Creepy. Alright, going down here. Let's do it. Alright, let's see if we'll be lucky enough. Put this lookout, not the lookout tower, the radar tower in the water. Oh, I think we can. We can get away with it. How we do? Oh, ho, ho, perfect! Floored the whole edge. Wow, that was pretty lucky. Alright, we don't need it. Get rid of it. We already have these other radar towers doing that. We'll leave our power. We'll take out our marker, which I'm probably over the top of. That's just the way it is. Any other goodies hiding up? Oh, come on, give me my thing. There we go. Sometimes it gets stuck and it's not giving you your tools and stuff. Dangerous when mobs are on you. Yeah, some spooky caves and all sorts of stuff to check out in here. Let's lean over the side here and see what we got. My instincts say lean over the side. Very cool place. You can build all the way around the corner too. Build down this side. Yeah, connect it all in here. So the oil down here, run that oil up into this massive corner here. Holy moly. You can go all the way across. Just build your base. Like that. Maybe even just like a shape of Oklahoma. Right there. Big time. Or a big pan, depending on how you look at it. Little dipper. Big dipper. Right there. Holy moly. Look at all that iron over there. Iron and copper. Mama. So much good stuff. Though I still do like my starter spot because it is by the oil and has a whole bunch of various resources nearby. Set the quartz is way out there. See, right here on the edge, you build your main base either on the edge here or over the top of right here. Then all this stuff is just literally just around you in a circle. The only thing you're going over here for is deuterium and uranium. How much copper? Yeah, you got some copper. Got tons of limestone. More copper down there. Deuterium here too. So 2 deuteriums. Oh yeah. And again, your oil is nearby. Build your nuclear plant right around that node there. Oil plants here. Coal plants and all your water here, and then just build it multi-level. So the bottom level is just nothing but water extraction. The next level up is all your basic resources, and then so on and so forth. You could build an absolute humongous base there. And just have basically an unlimited amount of water. That'd be unlimited. I mean, this part down here is also very large, which is where I'm at. But this is actually way larger. But again, you can see I could tap a lot of water there. Over here is same. This is definitely the largest flat spot in the game, right here. Largest flat spot with the most water. Absolutely. If you're just you just want to make it nice and flat, just make it a horizontal base. Don't even go vertical. Big area there. Again, I don't think I've ever bothered to explore that whole top corner. All right, what have we not explored? I guess this one little spot over there. I think we can leave that for when we're over there working on these nodes and stuff. Again, we're going to try to tap every one of these nodes, everybody. Again, there is a build limit, so we might hit it, so we'll see. Again, it's not really necessary to use all of these nodes, but, I mean, you can if you want. The real trick is to get enough power to extract all of those nodes. Even if I wasn't even using the raw ore, to just extract those mini nodes is just an insane amount of power. An absolute nuts amount of power. All right, well, we got that mission done. Wasn't really our primary mission, but we got it done. That's the important part. Let's roll out of here. Let's roll out. We're just going to leave all these little power connectors here because you know we'll be out here again for some other reason. Looking for more Mercer spheres or whatever it is we're looking for. We'll see if we see any on the way back. This is a great way just to go from mountaintop to mountaintop. I think in future playthroughs, I think I'm just going to start with these. Unlock these as quick as possible and use them for transporting me around. Very fun. All right, we need to go that way. I think we have some transport over here. Going down. Just cut across. Actually, we could just cross connect just for fun. Give us a little bit of time to look for more Mercer spheres and other loot. Man, there's just so many nodes. I want them all. And I want them now. We're right through the middle of here. Look, we don't have any power poles there or nothing. We didn't look through here. Huh. Seems like something we should do then. Maybe tap this one over here. Run that one across. Yeah, right through there. Be off in case I want to drive my vehicle through there. That pole in my way. See, look, Fred's guiding me. He's like, Kismet, come this way. You haven't been this way before. It seems like I've been here, but we'll just take a little peek. Check it out. Yeah, holding down spacebar. Just smoothly descend. Using my hover pack. Look, that island's trying to attract my attention. Now remember, I've run through these places before, even before I got the ability to build all of this stuff. What you doing down there, Fred? Trying to build these up high. And they came through here and already got all these Mercer spheres. And we got a little friend here. We'll grab them on the way back. Copper nodes. A lot of good stuff. We should go out toward that island over there. Maybe something like this first. Go where you haven't been. Or at least maybe you haven't been. See, when I put these things down, I'll know that I've been there. Remember, not just down, it's also up. And it also works with your smaller lines too. I didn't even know this worked with the smaller poles. I never even thought of doing it with the smaller poles. That would be awesome at the beginning of the game. You can create whole... Oh, hello! Looks like a little blue guy hiding under there. Oh, I see a little baddie, though. Guy's gonna try to get me. Probably some hidden around here, too. Wipe them out. Hello. Oh, more. Wow, we used up that many Nobilis? We used up 250 Nobilis. Pretty impressive. I don't really need these slugs, everybody, but yeah, we'll grab them. Never know, might need them one day. What we got going on out here? Yellow guy up there. We're here. Let's get her done. I don't have to blow those up. Didn't used to be where you could blow those up, by the way. But they added it now where you can blow those things up, which is really fun. I just do it for the fun part of it. I could just go in there because I've got filters. I could just go in there and be fine, but kind of fun to run around on these edges of the map. You may not have been. Oh, hello. Looked like we got whatever was up there. Let's do it anyway. Notice I didn't have to zip wire, and that's because I connected to the power from this. The zip line. There was definitely something right there. Looks like I already got it. Probably Mercer Sphere or... Oh, look, there's a ladder. I left the ladder behind. Yeah, see, I went old school and I used the ladder to get up here. Yeah, we can take that out now. Usually I don't leave stuff behind. Interesting that I left that behind. See, there's another way you get up here. Use the ladder. I've definitely been up there. All right, onward. Making our way back to the base. Seeing what we can find out here along the way. Again, you're going this way anyway. Now, I could build a teleporter, but I'm kind of more interested in to see if I find anything mysterious along the way. A good time to put all this stuff in the dealio here. All these goodies. This maybe? Nope, that's full. That's some wood. There we go. Any of these? Nope, those are full too. Well, then just throw them away. Boom. Try to keep my inventory sorted so that the stuff should end up at the end. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't, because other stuff runs out. Okay, we know we've been here. Go check out this island. Oh, Mercer Sphere right there. Right in front of my face. I'm getting rowdy under there. I think I found more Mercer Spheres not looking for them than I did looking for them. Usually another one hiding nearby. Scope it out first. Apparently no. Not for a blue one. Pew pew pew! You're at the spot you usually build your base? Awesome. Oh, that's why that's there. I was like, why is that right there? So there's something over there. Merry Christmas. Didn't know you can blow those up really easy when they're small, with the small ones. This is a little annoying that you have to actually put one on each one. I think they should affect each other, but sometimes, you know, you put one in the middle and it only kills the one, so I'm just going to be thorough. Wipe them all out. Get in here and get this power slug that I don't need. And get this too that I don't need. Let's get all the stuff I don't need. Alright, put that in there. That in there. This in there. Oh, actually our sulfur's full. Interesting. That there. Nice. Okay, another guy that went up to the top. Like so. Alright, nice. Finding all these little secret guys. What do we got up here? Not much. Really? What's going on? Why are you not reloading? I burn up all that thing again? Alright, line of sight. More ammo. Wow. Burned up another 500 ammo there. I'm back, sucker! Another one of those things on the other side. Have it out. I got plenty of ammo, bro. I got 10 boxes deep of ammo. It all just goes right in the dimensional depot. I don't know what the heck is up with these things. Hey, I finally did it once. For the first time. Alright, free loot up here. Get it. Wow, there's actually some good loot up here. Look at this, crystal oscillators. Dang, cooling systems, some aluminum sheets. Well, we're gonna put this stuff through our sorter. Nice. A lot of goodies up here. Alright, repairs needed. What do we need? Open in the codex. Quartz crystal. Ah, we got that because we were smart enough to put it in our dimensional depot. See, this is what makes this dimensional depot so incredibly powerful. But no matter where you are, bam. Oh.
Initial scan suggests partial recovery of data is possible. Take the damaged hard drive to the MAM for analysis.
Well, thank you, Ada, for your insights there. Let's put that back in the dimensional depot along with that. And that hard drive. And maybe some cooling units. Oh, they're already full. About some quartz crystals. I imagine that'd be full too. Yep. See, this stuff's really good at the beginning of the game. If you went around and just found all these things and got a bunch of this, you'd have just crazy tons of resources that were beyond your ability to make in the early part if you just went around and explored. Oh, here, look at that beautiful waterfall. Makes me want to put that as part of my base. It's pretty cool. All right, looks like we've been over this way before. Let's have some fun here and build ourselves a little tower. Let's say right there. Bring this power back to that tower. And this one, cross connect that way. We got some things to do. We want to go this way, actually. So another tower up here at the top. Going this way. I'm going to come back and remove all of these once I start doing 1.1. I can just reach that one there. I think it's just a little too far. That's okay. Deal with it in route. I'm going to come back, take all of these out too. I mean, playing to a mega degree, everybody, where we're just going to do everything. What's up down there? Guard that box right for me. I'll be back for it. And up to there. Beautiful waterfall. Traveling around by zip wire. Awkward. You just aim in the direction you want to go. If it's not too awkward, it'll let you go that way. Not too harsh of a turn. What's going down there? Actually, we could go down there and take the fast way back. Yeah. That sounds like a plan. Oh, see, this is coming down really harsh. Is it going to let me transition? Oh, it did. Yeah, catch me if you can, suckers. Oh, not a good transition there. Let's line back. Man, mobs everywhere trying to get me. Later. All right, you can see my oil extraction over here with my beautifully lined up stuff here. Look at my extraction there, all labeled and everything. So nice. This is producing all of my fuel power right now. Running all of this back over here. And now we can take some quicker transport. Fred already ahead of us. I don't know how he got ahead of us after all of that, but he's fast. What can I say? He's very fast. He can get there in no time at all. Go ahead and use our hypertubes. Now, I use hypertubes very rarely. Did I blow that thing up yet? Hold on. Let's change our mind and go back down the other way. Did you know you could do that? You absolutely can. Just looking that way, holding down W, going to take me back down. I think I already blew this thing up. But you know what? Let's do it again. Oh, I hear something in there. Blow it up. Sometimes it doesn't blow up. Oh, summer sloop under there. All this time, everybody. All this time. We must have ran past about 20 times. I thought I'd already opened it. But that answer is no, I didn't. Take that. Not want to blow up. Hey, I'll take it. Free summer sloop. Man, we can boost some of our gear with that. Boost some of our goodies. All right, back to work. Making some sweet progress today. So we basically explored the bulk of the map. Left a little tiny part of the map way off to the right that we'll go and unlock at some point. Oh, and a little spot there too. And we'll go over there, put a little radar tower down. Maybe run that out a little bit, do another one. At some point, we'll leave it for some fun for later. Look at my water spirals. Water spirals are awesome. Gonna head on up here where it's got my train doing its thing. Any train in the station? Oh, train coming in. We'll get on the train. Way! No hands. On the train, having a good time. All right, load up that oil, brother. Load it up. I don't gotta do nothing. It's gonna do it for me. Yeah, pretty fun. Already full of oil. Can't get the oil out of there fast enough. Away we go. I feel like I need more oil cars. Like maybe a fourth or a fifth one. Just to distribute that oil faster. Yeah, on every one of them. I'm just going to load 5 of them instead of 3 of them at the same time. And then it could output faster because it has more outputs, if you think about it. It could get it out of there quicker and then, of course, distribute it more. I'll have to think about that. Whoa. A little ghost train there, because I would have crashed if that was really that train. A little ghost train out of nowhere. All right, coming into the station. And after all that giant adventure, everybody, we're back in the base. Here we are, back again with the broken moon way up in the upper corner there. Back over here where my fuel is being produced. Okay, that was an epic thing. Now, we're going to do some planning. We're going to try to decide, this is the hardest part, where we're going to do this dedicated aluminum and plastic. Let's go up to the top spot here. Stand up here, think about it. Get over here, just kind of take a good view. Oh, wait, there's one even higher. Hold on, let's go up. Over here. Watch our nuclear power plant do its thing. Over there. And then check the map. All right, now we've gone in. We put the radar towers around all over the place. Ooh, there's oil extraction right there. We've decided... that we, of course, started over here in this little alcove right by the waterfalls here. These are all these waterfalls that you see over that way. You can see I'm over here by this kind of L-shaped waterfall area, sideways L. This is the forest area over here where you usually start in the forest. What I did is I started on the forest and I just went and beeline right over here for this thing that looks like kind of like a dog on its side. Kind of tilted its head downward. But basically along this cove area, so all you have to do is just kind of run up there, run around this way, get on up in there, and then bam, you're over here. The bunch of pure nodes here, you can see iron, limestone, copper, more limestone, a nice pure sulfur node. The only problem with building way over here is that you got to go and get a bunch of your resources there, and of course bring them back. The one thing that you don't have a lot of over here is you have a good amount of oil, but you could get a lot more from over here. I don't think I've ever bothered to come over here and tap this oil. I think this oil is in the cave. Is this the oil I got, or was it the oil that was up here? It might be this one. This one might be the one that's in the cave. There's a couple oil in the cave. I kind of feel like they added these oil. I don't remember those from before. But you never know. You never know. It might have been there and I just missed them. But I have remembered getting these oil ones in here and then running these across. Yeah, right through the forest area. And running those over here. Yeah. And this is the arch right here that I typically build my base by, because the arch is a great waypoint. There's kind of like a cavern here where a meteor hit. Yeah, I definitely have done these two. I don't remember doing these, though. So we got this. We got oil nearby. I mean, coal nearby. So for a dedicated aluminum plant, we're going to need some things. So let's go over this way. Look at all my intricate connections over here, where I was making tons and tons of copper powder. Got a lot of that backlog. We should probably turn that back on. We'll get around to it eventually. Let's go over here to our aluminum extraction that we have. Now, I built a little temporary one here because I did run out of aluminum because, again, I was using it for so many things. Probably the only thing I've run out of. All the rest probably have 5 to 10 more boxes of it in there. Like we can see that this is both backlogged on our aluminum casings and then also on our aluminum sheets. So let's go back here to the starting process. So first we have our bauxite coming out, and of course we're going to need some bauxite and some water. So if we're going to go over here, we're going to look and see where the bauxite is. Bauxite way up here, way away from there. So we could, wow, look at all that copper or coal over there. Mama. Lots of coal way over there. Tons of oil here, though. So we're thinking about our oil for our plastic. What do we need to do for plastic? Let's go take a look. Plastic, we just need oil. And then to manage our heavy oil residue. So, turn that back to... was it set to? Bauxite. It was set to, what? Aluminum solution? Yes. Aluminum solution and then our extra silica. So we're going to need bauxite to do aluminum. And we're going to need some coal, which I knew. And we got our water coming up the spiral here. So we can see our trains coming up in the spiral, and they go up and down. There's one coming up right now. Yep, there it goes. Bringing that water up and delivering it for our aluminum. And then we need water, which we got. Aluminum solution at 240. Making 240. All right, very nice. Going in there, water. We've got our water being packaged over here because we're taking some of the plastic that we already have, making empty canisters, running it into here, and then packaging all this water, the excess water anyway, and running it in the awesome sink. Over here we would need some silica, and then aluminum and copper combined. Make our goodies here. Just aluminum there. So we need copper, we need water, we need bauxite, we need coal. All right, let's take a look. We got bauxite. We got copper. Over here. Yeah, we got a crude oil node right there we could use. It's an impure node. We could tap it and run it to here. Got some copper nodes here we could use. Coal back here. We're pulling the bauxite from where? Up here somewhere. Dismantled crate in the way. Yeah, we're pulling the bauxite from right there. So it does not really close to any other stuff, though when we run it back down, we could get the copper, bring the copper down. There's coal right here. All right, let's double check that process again. So we need bauxite. We need coal. We're gonna need plastic so we can do the containers. Why we need the oil. We're gonna need our stuff here, our quartz, way over here. Probably not the best spots just because the quartz is not there. Down here. Yeah, quartz is way off on the side there. Let's look around. Let's not get too locked in on that. Take this oil. Take this and run this to the oil. You got copper, you got this. But you need quartz. Quartz nodes are all spread out. A lot of quartz nodes. There's a bunch over here that we usually tap over this way. Now, when I start in the forest area down here, I usually go over and get these nodes here. And I also discovered there was a SAM ore there. It's my first SAM ore node I found. There. I usually get those. So really, quartz is the thing we want to find. So here, quartz. Scroll out, roll over quartz. It'll show us where all the quartz nodes are. Quartz up there. So here, there's oil here, coal, quartz, copper. What kind of nodes are these? Impure, impure, normal, normal. 2 normals and 2 impure. Got water right here we could tap. Tap that water. Get this here, get that. There's no bauxite around. We have to run down here and get it. Oh man, this is tricky stuff. We want to build a big old plant. Now I could just build it from the stuff I already got. Not making this easy. Oh, man, I want to get that there too. Oh, I forgot this one. I forgot that one right there. We got to go get that radar tower in there at some point. Good question. I got bauxite right here. We got bauxite, we got quartz, we got oil for making plastic. So plastic, this, that. We got water, we can go. Drag this water in there. Copper in there. We could just make a line that goes straight across. We have this coming up here to the coal. Actually, we have it coming up here going to the uranium. So we could just go up like this and go across. Too bad you can't see the tracks on there. That would be awesome. If you had the option to turn the tracks on and off, that would be great. So you could see the actual where the tracks are going. Yeah, I think I could line that up right off of there. Run that back. Yeah, uranium is picking up over there. Line that right across to here. And then go up to get this. Bauxite. Run the water across. This stuff is spread out. No, oil up here. You're still gonna have to truck this stuff around. Wow, no bauxite in the upper right corner there. Yeah, no bauxite there. Bauxite over here. Oh, that's its weakness in the upper left corner. Yep, that's its weakness. No bauxite. You have to come down and grab it here. That's not too bad though, because you got a pure node and a normal node. You can just run way down and grab it. That's its Achilles heel, is bauxite for aluminum. Each spot has its own pluses and minuses. Yeah, you can just run down and grab it though. I'm grabbing mine from right here. Problem is I'm using all of this oil. Now we could think of this a different way and go and tap all of the uranium. Just have a uranium train. Wow, these uraniums are all like in an L shape, a reverse L right there. You could run through here, grab this uranium, this other uranium, grab this uranium, have it come back and drop it off, and basically triple up our uranium right now. That's a normal node too. So that's a normal node. This is normal, impure, impure. Wow, you can have it go this way too and get this one. It's actually like a box. It's like a square. Yeah. Let's build a big square around that uranium. Goes here, turns around, comes straight back down. Build straight up and straight to the right until you line up with this one. And then you build a box there. You run this up, you run that across. All of these, so the train's just going in one direction, getting all that uranium and bringing that back to the base. I like that a lot. That's pretty nice, the way it does that thing. Been watching all night. How's the Gaming Tycoon doing this morning? Been doing good. Having a good time. 9 hours in on this right now. We are contemplating our next move here. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like just grabbing all the resources, bringing it back to my primary base and just doing it there for this aluminum. Now, I was thinking about doing the aluminum at the node But because of all of the other stuff, we'd have to do some work here. I think I could probably tap this node here for crude oil. Then we have more crude oil here. Again. So I could use, again, trying to build a circular train so I can just feed all of this stuff into the train, and then the train can just pick it all up in one circular thing here. And I can put multiple trains on there doing different things, like picking up different types of resources and delivering them to the central hub. Or I can put one ginormous train on there that's just picking it all up at the same time. You know, put 50 cars on it and just goes around and picks up all of the stuff there. What do we need to get first? Do we need to get the oil first? Because we need oil for plastic. Or we get the uranium first, build a bunch of nuclear power, then we don't need the fuel depots anymore, and we can just use all of this oil. I mean, you don't need that much plastic, just a little bit. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm making a lot of plastic and a lot of things. And I don't even need the aluminum right this second, because all of that's going in the dimensional depot. But it's fun to think about. Fun to think about, you know, visualize your train runs, how you're going to do all your train runs, how you're going to tap all the nodes. What I do is I do centralized lines, right? So, like right here, you can see my trains are going up, and then I have another one that goes up here and then goes to here, so I can get all of this. So I've already got kind of a U-shaped train line there. And then I can just go ahead and connect this across so it connects to this one and then back down again. And then I've got kind of a circular train there. And then I would definitely take this uranium and just run it across. And then I'll just run this uranium this way to match up with that line. I'll just probably have a separate train that just drops it off here and then runs back. Or just run the lines, either way. Just have that train come straight across, feed that in there, and then go straight up, grab this, come back, get this one, and drop off every bit of uranium that we've found so far. Again, I don't know how many total uranium nodes there are, but it looks like we found most of them. Because that would allow us to do our more power. But the problem is of course, we really need our ability to get rid of that nuclear waste. So yeah, we could just absolutely massively add more to our nuclear power. And see, my central base is really where all the power is. All the other stuff that I'm going to be building is, especially the basic stuff, is going to be at the node. And some of those nodes are purely for my use. So they just go right in the dimensional depot. We're going to do that with all of our basics to put it all in the dimensional depot, and then we'll use ones for specific processes. This will go and be for this process. This will be for that process. And so I'm just kind of visualizing in my head how I'm going to do all of that. Now, a way to do this, again, just go around, get all the uranium. Go around, get all of the quartz. Go around, get all of the bauxite. I mean, all of it, not just a little bit. I mean, every bit of every single node that has to do with that particular thing. And then you have one train that's job, or really one train line, that's job is to just pick up the quartz and bring it back to central base. And one job to go and pick up all of the iron, which as you can see there's a massive amount. That'd be a very long train to pick that up, and so on and so forth. And then you could have multiple very long trains that go and pick up all of the stuff at once. If you want. So you just have a really long train and it goes in, all the stuff feeds into one really long station. It just rolls up, feeds it all at the same time, and then rolls on, which is actually more efficient than having multiple train stations, because it's going to load everything at the same time instead of loading this one and then go to the next station and then has to stop and load that, and so on and so forth. It's actually more effective to run it all to one super station and then grab it all at the same time, because the loading and unloading would be faster, and the inputting and outputting of it would be stopped less than it would if it just kept doing a bunch of smaller stops. So it's actually smarter to make larger trains. And this would be just way more resources than we need, but again, I like to build it to the node itself. And when you're building like power plants and things like that, you need a bunch of other resources that utilize that thing. What you really need to figure out is what is the input of every node, and what is the transfer rate of your trains, how fast is transferring those resources to your big mega base. And if you can figure out how many nodes you're extracting and basically how much you're running, you can then scale it up to that scale. But if you're going to scale up that scale, you probably want to scale your power first before you scale anything else. Because that's when that's what you're going to need to scale all the rest of the stuff up. Yeah, that's what I'm tempted to do. I'm tempted to go get every oil node, or every uranium node first, every oil node. But then if I get every uranium node, I'm going to need a bunch of sulfur, because the sulfur is part of the process of making atomic power. And then we'll need more copper nodes, and then we'll need more of everything as well. Yeah. And we're just kind of using these forest nodes down here as kind of dedicated nodes for, or actually down here, as dedicated nodes for doing iron rods, and concrete. We've also got deuterium down here that we could dedicate. We've got copper right here we could dedicate. This would be wire. This would be all the copper things that we need, copper plates and stuff. And that's an impure and an impure. Notice we had two other copper nodes. These are way over here. And there's a copper and a copper there. So if these impure, those are normal and normal. Oh, we can combine those two and get 1200. But this would be more than enough, again, for our own personal use. And what I'm also doing is eliminating nodes for dedicated use for the dimensional depot. And then as I eliminate those nodes, all the nodes that are left over, those are the nodes I'll bring back to the mega base as well. Yeah, like a good example over here would be doing like our steel production, because you have a pure node here, and then you have all this iron over here that you could use. And when you're doing iron production, using your foundry, and so what you're going to need is you're going to need your iron ore and your coal right there. And you just need the raw ore. You don't even need to convert the ore. Then once that runs, we're going to be making our steel beams and pipes. So steel pipes are going to use just the raw stuff. Steel beams, same thing. Again, we can unlock a ton of alternate recipes for this stuff too. We'll do all that stuff when we really get into some serious fun. And we'll do every alt recipe too. We'll do everything under the sun. We're going to do all of these processes, every alt recipe, everything in the entire game. Again, that's what Mega Playthrough is about. And they'll probably add more stuff by the time I get it all done. And again, we may run out of build limit before we can actually do all of that. But we're going to try to do everything in here. I know, crazy, right? Every single thing in here completely automated. At least as much as we can. Like, we can't automate summer sloops. Because those are unique items. Okay, so yeah, we could do our steel production down there as well. So again, get this going. Copper production, deuterium production, steel production. We can do dedicated SAM ore down there. Isn't there a pure node somewhere? Normal. Normal. Where's that pure node? I know I saw it here somewhere. It's way up here. Normal? Where did I see you, SAM node? I know you were out here somewhere. Oh, this one. Impure, nope. Where'd we see you? Right there. Pure node. Pure node. Okay, let's look at all the SAM ore. This is where all of our SAM ore is. Where's our closest pure node? Oh, we're already tapping the pure node. Right there. We already tapped it. Oh yeah, we're gonna build a factory right over that. We got trains right next to it. We'll build a factory over that for all of our SAM ore stuff. Sure. All right, feel like we should go out and do this one more antenna before we forget. All right, we gotta hop some trains over here. Look at my one going up the water. All right, I gotta hop some trains. Let's go. We gotta go this way. I gotta just make my own train. Make my own train. So I don't have to wait for the train. Oh, my headphones died. Man, we haven't taken a break in a while either. We'll probably just try to finish this up and head out after that. Let's get this last radio tower in. Over here. You know, famous last words. All right, there we go. Let's go. We're going to hop a train out here. Try not to crash into our other trains. No guarantees. Oh, get that water spiral going. Waiting for the other train to come back up. Burr, burr. I just remembered that, everybody. Hey, look, I can remember stuff. You can actually honk the horn, left mouse button. Coming through. We gotta go that way. Full stop. And look, we didn't even interrupt any processes along the way. All right, nice. Take this out so that when that's done loading, it'll go back to its job. All right, we got to go that way. Have some more fun with this. Oh, wait, there's already one down there. How convenient. Oh, my uranium train just went by. I could sense it. Slide on down here. Oh, that one's already full. Where's that one going? Going that way, and then back up the way we went. Let's see. You can work around that. Oh, hello. Wow, something more for us to blow up. Oh, hold on. Take care of business over here first. You want one of these? I got some for you. Oh, bullseye right on his head. That was a bullseye right there. What is going on today? What is hey, relax down there, bro. Relax, take it easy. What is going on? I'm just finding them without looking for them. Something crazy going on today. Crazy. All right, let's get our thing here before this guy shoots me again. Tap that over there. Ah, we turned the wrong way. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Doing this while dodging the mobs. There we go. Sometimes you just go the ways you haven't been and just miracles happen. Oh, box right there. Running this right through the middle of the forest. See if we run into any trees. Oh, speaking of, there's a tree. Down on the ground level. Pretty scary. Someone's trying to get me. Oh, the yellow guy right there. Grab him. I see you down there trying to get me. Well, I got something special for you too. Where'd you go? Like that? I got one for your buddies too. Stand together. And that's why you don't shoot me, because I'll come after you. I'll come after you, yes. I was gonna let you live, but then you had to get rowdy. Onward. Where are we going? This way, right here. Perfect. Man, we got here fast. All right. Oh, I think that's one we already saw. Yeah, we already saw that one. Okay, some uranium by the edge of the thing that way. Probably down in some cave somewhere. Looks sketchy to me. All right, I think we got to make our way back. Oh, we were going to try to make a thing out here too. Do we have some singularity things? No, we don't have. All right, we'll just make our way back the normal way then. We got to get all the way over there, but really all we got to do is get back to here, or we can just take that train. Let's go. Just, you know, zip lining through the forest. Watch out when you're zip lining on that side and runs it right into that thing. What's up, home slices? Hit me if you can, suckers. Oop. Get on there. Ah, look at a cool river. That'd be cool to make that part of your base. Oh. Huh. We have a connection here? Oh, down to there and then across. That's right. Going up. See you later, baddies. Hopefully they never make it where these spiders can run up these things. That would not be good. I shouldn't be giving them ideas. Oh, extracting a bunch of goodies down there. And we're back. Train coming in. Which train is this one? This is our coal train. Wow, really? Is that? Oh, that's all the coal we're extracting? It seems like we need a bigger coal train over here. I think this coal is specifically for compact coal. Yeah, pure coal node pickup. Man, we should be getting more because I can see it's already full. Already full. No hands. That should automatically switch track and turn itself around right here instead of going all the way to the end, which is why I made that little switch there. And then also all the trains automatically have block signals, so it knows when to stop or start or go left or right or turn around. It knows how to do all that itself because if you set it up correctly, nothing you need to do. It does it for you. That's part of the fun. Part of the fun of playing the game. Again, see my block signals and my uranium. going by, but I was safe against the uranium inside the train. Again, this one picks up the coal here and runs it back over this way. Right back to my base. Water train going up the spiral. Nice. We go to revamp all of our power, we'll revamp all of that stuff as well. Okay, I feel like that is a lot we got done today. Holy mackerel. We maxed out our iron rods. We already did our plates the last time. We did the other stuff there. We found an insane amount of Mercer spheres on accident that I wasn't even looking for, but definitely going to help us when we go and do all of our builds. Kind of feel like we're fine on all this other stuff. Aluminum plates and plastic. Yeah, we should just probably work through our basics. Maybe do one more extractor run next time. And just work through our basics, our copper, deuterium, our steel, our SAM nodes here. So we can bring this pure one straight over. I've built my base here many, many times because it has this pure node here. And this is before you had fluids. So you didn't need fluids. But now that you need fluids, look how much water is here by Bibkiss. I have to go over here and tap this water and run that water way over here. So yeah, very little water in the forest area makes it really hard to build it there. And then, of course, the better place to build your coal plant is right here where you have all this water, and then you have water up above as well. But I built 140 coal plants right there. And then used all of this for the water to fuel the water. But that's nothing compared to what we're going to do in this playthrough, that's for sure. And again, you could use coal for producing coal power, or you can do it to produce steel. I prefer to do steel. And then again, we're just going to have dedicated factories that are just for producing those resources all the way up to aluminum. And then each of the higher level factories are going to have multiple nodes. And those we'll just bring back to the mega base. Yeah. I'm going to tap every one of those nodes. But that seems like a good thoroughfare is to bring the uranium straight through. And then use that as the main line down the center. Yeah, that's pretty much the center of the map. A little low on the center. I think it's more like up here. But we'll go right down the center like this. We'll go up and we'll just make ourselves a little square here. Maybe we'll line it up to this. Have it go through there to here. Down. That's what we should do next time. We should work on our uranium train line. That's going to be a really long train line, though. But see, what we're trying to do is build like a ladder. So you're building it step by step, like a stepping stone. So the first stepping stone is to establish where you want your primary train lines to run, right? Like the big, super fast train lines that you're going to make really big trains on, and that go very long distances if you're going to do a mega base. Now, obviously, the best place to do a mega base is in the center. Why is it better in the center? Because it's less distance to every single other resource. So in the center of the map is actually the smartest place to put a mega base. The only thing that you're going to have problem with in the center is going to be water. But you can just also transport the water over as well. Because it's the least distance to every single bit of every single resource. And the center, roughly, would be right about here. I would probably put it up here where there's less nodes in this top part here. Just because there's no nodes in the way to build out the actual factory part. And then extract all the nodes and bring them in there. But a lot of the basics, you'd have to pull from down here and bring it up to there as well. And I'd probably build it up really high anyway. But that's a thing for another playthrough. Just build it in the dead center and pull all the resources in using trains. Because if you had it in the dead center, then all you have to do is do a plus. One up, one down, one to the left, one to the right. And then sublines that cut this in half, sublines that cut that in half, and then you would have the whole entire area. You could just combine all of these, run it to the train line, create little sub sides and sides that are coming up. And you can just connect the whole entire train lines together. Kind of like a giant grid. Absolutely. I love to think about all this stuff. Visualize it in my head. Yeah. So we could do that up there. And then down here, where we already have our water drop off. Water drop off. Uri drop off. Full sulfur. Yeah, because these are going up and down. Where's this water coming from? Water drop off. Oh, that's for our nuclear power. So we have our nuclear power over here. We're bringing the water from the spiral, coming up and then dropping it off here. And this one's going up the spiral to drop off the water here. Water drop off to there. Yeah. We want to extend this train down just for transport reasons too. Extend this train down so that we could connect to these resources and then just run it right through the center of these resources. So we could have this train line come down, grab all that, run back. Now see, my current train lines and my current buildings, they're going bye-bye. So that's not really a big issue. So if I bring it back on that train line, I can just get rid of all the buildings and extend it or widen it or do whatever I want to do to the train lines. I have a very large train system if you're going to bring it all back to the base. I prefer, because of redraw and your frames per second, to do it at the node, because that's more computer computation efficient, because you're not looking at it the whole time. It's way off on the side doing its thing, and you don't have to think about it, which is awesome. Yeah, we're bringing a bunch of our coal back. Again, just to type of visualize. I think we should probably work on our train lines. That's the thing we should work on. We should work on running that train line straight across there, and might as well just bring it all the way to the end. Nice and straight across there. As the kind of backbone of our train line, right down the center pretty much of the map. We'd also cross-connect it over here, but it's going to come across in a circle and then go down and end up over here where we have our base. Now, we don't have to have our base here. We can put our base anywhere. We got so many resources, we could build 15 bases. We could build multiple mega bases until we run out of space. But we definitely want to tap every bit of uranium we can get. And also have the ability to turn that on and off. You know, it'd be a nice thing is to have the ability to flush the uranium out of there if we wanted to auto-delete it by flipping a switch, and it would just go right into the awesome sink. That would be a smart idea. Yeah, because we could just take awesome sink, set the train output, and then have the two priority switches on the same thing. So if we turn off the uranium, it automatically, yeah, no, we'd have to have a separate switch. So we turn off the uranium, we turn on the awesome sink, and then it would just drain all of the extra uranium into the awesome sink, in theory. I don't think I've ever tried to put uranium itself into the awesome sink. I know you can't put the waste material in there, but have I ever tried putting it in the awesome sink? Let's go find out. Don't tell me. We'll figure it out. Let's go. When you say it will be one big line, will it be one big track and all the trains on the shared line, or multiple with their own lines? Multiple lines. I mean, like really thick amount of lines, like you see in like a giant train depot, like Grand Central Station. You'd want to have multiple lines, because this way you can have a lot of trains going this way and that way and cross-connecting. And we're going to be doing a bunch of clover leafs and all sorts of advanced stuff, everybody. I'll show you all that here in a bit. All right, here comes some stuff here. Let's see if we can actually just create what I call a flush. So you're flushing the uranium out of there. If you've got too much uranium or you want to get rid of your uranium. So all we need to do, take a little bit of radiation while we're doing it, is take an awesome sink and see, because again, never bothered to try this. Yeah, and I know you can't do it with nuclear waste. That would make the game way too easy. But I could take this out, take this out. That's loading that in. That's got a ton of uranium in there, so power? Where's my power? Over this way. Oh, confirmed! You can put raw uranium ore into the awesome sink. Never even bothered. I got 191 coupons in there. Never even bothered to try. Well, now we know. Now we also know that we got a bunch of uranium in our inventory. We need to throw that away immediately. All right, and then we got to put our outputs back in there. We'll just speed those outputs out too. Boom, there we go. Okay, put that back to work. Get out of here before it uses up all my thingies. All right. Get far away. Now you know why I got it on the other side of this road. See, everything on the other side of that road is something that's going to irradiate you. That's why I got it over there. Away from my primary base. And again, the more that fills up with waste material, the bigger the radiation radius gets. You can actually eventually, if I put enough over there, it will radiate all the way over here, everybody. Again, you just keep building up, building up. But I've got a lot of space, everybody, so that's way over here. I could just run that way over here and just put it over the water. Or I could run it up here and have this just a big waste area. just like back and forth worth of boxes there. Back and forth, back and forth. All right, God, this game is so fun. It just never stops being fun, everybody. You're just always dreaming till the next thing, right? The next thing that you want to do and the next thing you want to do. And again, if it keeps you dreaming, then you know it's doing it right. All right, I got to get rid of this thing that I forgot to get rid of right there. Remove stamp. Okay, that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna work on trains next time. Okay, we're gonna push this back, and we're gonna say the number one thing, primary train line for Yuri in square. Okay, so we're going to establish that. Other stuff for later. All right, again, you can make yourself a nice little to-do list, which I really like. And then remove all of this and put one down there. I like to put a couple extra because sometimes it doesn't do it. All right, primary line to uranium. That's why I call it Yuri for short. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start right here. We're going to run that straight across like that. And we're going to start extracting all of this and building cross lines. Cross lines there, down here, cross line across here. We got a station here that we could go straight across there. Line that up off that station. We could just pick up all of this stuff here, run all of this up, or even run a train down to get it and just have it go like this and then up. Then we can have it where it can go back, or we can have it where it can go up. Now, see, the smart thing about the trains is the trains will figure out the shortest route if you have it set up properly. If you have it where it has like a loop back where it can just go, oh, wait, I can go back this way and get there faster than going all the way around the map to go back. It'll figure it out if you set it up correctly to figure out the logistics of that. But yeah, if we had all the uranium, then we could make all the nuclear power. as much nuclear power we want. And then we could make all of the plutonium power. And then when we have all of the plutonium power, we have all the power. Kind of feel like I want to work on that first. Yeah. And you want to figure out your inputs and outputs. So how much uranium is coming in? Not just extracting, but the amount that's actually coming in per minute on train. You can see my uranium is backlogging. In fact, we probably could burn up some of this over here just to let it burn up. Let's go over here and do a little work. See if we can burn some of this up. Because I've got like tons of boxes of fuel. I could be doing 100,000 power right now just from the fuel rods I got backlogged over here. And we definitely need to rethink all of this too. We need to think of this and redo this in a scale, in a way of scaling this massively up. Oh. Before we do that though, we need to scale up our water. Yeah, no, we'd have to massively scale up our water to use all of those. We won't have enough water. How are we doing over here? Oh my God, those are all full. That's completely full over there. All of those are full, everybody, with waste. How full are we this way? Well, we still got room this way. I think it's filling this one here, and then it's going to fill that one. Hey, let's ride with the nuclear waste belt. Whee! How far are we in on this? Oh, right there. So all of those are full too. Oh yeah, by next week, we're going to be way back here. We got to figure out a solution also for our waste material. Yeah, got to do all of our basics. Primary Uri line. So do more extraction. Get all of our basic extraction done. Uri line. Rework our nuclear power. We need a lot more water. All right, see all these boxes here? Every one of these boxes has these uranium fuel rods. So it's 10 boxes deep of uranium fuel rods that I could run. In there up here, these are a whole bunch of uranium cells I could run. We're not burning them up faster than we're producing. We're actually producing more than we are running. The big problem right now is water. We would definitely need more water. Now, I've probably got a lot of water backlogged here. But we'd have to figure out the water ratio. And we need to just bring a crazy ton of water. We could also just take all of this and move it to the water. That's even better. Because then we could put it down here and put the power at the bottom. And then we won't have to bring the water up. So we could use this whole entire area out here like I usually do. I usually put power out this way. So we could put our nuclear power out this way, away from the base. And we'd have this whole area to drag all the water. And we wouldn't have to loop the water up to us. Kind of tempted to do that. Just build out a whole bunch of water extraction, and then above the water extraction is our nuclear power. And then we can remove all of our spirals, really. But that's building it down at the bottom. I could also just extract a lot of water, put a lot of trains in there, and just bring a lot of water up to where I'm at. Through the spiral. Again, see, I can just make more spirals, perfect spirals. I can make 1,000 of them if I wanted to. And then just put a very, very long train on there. with enough engines to make it go full speed, or at least close to full speed. So if I had 25 cars on there, and I ran 25 cars out, just had water that just ran all the way out, and it was extracting 25 cars of water and then just running up the spiral, I could be extracting at such an insane rate of water without having to move it down here. Now, of course, the easiest thing is to move it down here, but the fun thing is to try to do it at a next level. And that's what's fun. That's what I like to do, because look at how much water we could extract here. And having my coal plower actually at the water level, I don't think you should ever actually put your base at the water level itself. I just did it because it's convenient, but the coal actually should be on top. This way, it doesn't take up any of the water surface for collecting more water as well. So yeah, we could just eliminate our coal here and just extract an extreme amount of water. And this water's not even being used, by the way. You can see it's yellow because this was where I started my coal power. Yeah. Single foundation extraction where the pipe's in the center of the extraction. Then you have extractors on both sides running down a central pipe until it hits 600. So it'd be 5. So the 120, which is what it extracts at, times 5 is 600. So you just do them in groups of 5. You could probably set up a blueprint for the pipes and just move all water extraction over to here. And we can eliminate that other spiral. And then just have an obscenely long train with a massive amount of water extracting. And we can put the train station on the top, where we can run the water up to the train station, and then just each one running up to 2 separate cars so that it will split at 300 and 300 instead of trying to go in at the max rate of 600. So each extraction of 600 would actually have 2 separate cars because it would output at 300, meaning we get the full output faster of each of those. And then we could recombine them on the other end to get the full 600. Yeah, so 2 cars per 5. I should be writing this all down. Hold on, let me get in my to-do list. All right, lurid train, we'll put that in. That's probably not number 1. Water, remove coal plant. Massive water extraction. 5 equals 2 trains. Running out of room. Train cars. Let's turn this off. Turn that off for now. 2 train equals 2 train cars. So we can centralize our water extraction and then utilize our spiral, which we can put above the water extraction. So our spiral will actually move over here instead of over there. And we can center our spiral above, run our water straight off the center of our base here that we're utilizing. Again, we could do it anywhere, everybody, but we're just going to use our base. And start on the shore edge. And then maximize our water extraction. And we could do multiple spirals, by the way. We could do 50 spirals if we wanted to. Instead of running all the pipes and running all of the power, which actually in the long run is easier, because there's not the delay of the train. The train has to pick it up, train has to drop it off. But the more train cars, I'm starting to realize that the more train cars that you have, the actual more efficient it is. Because again, they're all loading and unloading at the same time. So say you were going to extract 600. If you put 600 into one train car, it's going to come out roughly around 600. It actually doesn't come out at 600. And it's basically going to come out at a certain thing. But if you did it, you take 600 and you split it into 300 and 300 going in, when it comes out, it's going to come out at whatever maximum rate it can come out, which is going to be actually, if it backlogs, it's going to be faster than the input. So it's actually going to come out of there faster. So again, we can also dual output it, so it's 150, 150, 150, 150. And train cars don't cost more. So if we have 50 train cars or we have 2 train cars, it doesn't cost you any more. It doesn't cost you that much more resources. Yeah. And we get those elevators, we'll put an elevator right here. Right on the edge of that, so we don't need the ramp. Yeah, we'll walk this all the way back to the water's edge. Just try to figure out where to maximize our water extractors, and we'll align them. They're pretty nicely aligned right now. Look how nicely aligned they are to the edge there. Very nice. Kind of feel like maybe I'll spread them out just a little bit and make them fit in the center of, see how they fit perfectly in the center of 3 of them? So you put 3 across, and then you put one of these down, a little pipe junction. You can put it right in the center, so then you can line that up off that center, and then I could go 3 more, line it up, 3 more, line it up, or I can just put them right next to each other and snap them to each other like I have there. But it doesn't perfectly line up to the foundations. And so if I did want it to be perfectly lined up, I mean, every other one does. This one lines up to the center, this one lines up to the middle of this one, and then this one lines back up to the center, this one lines up to the middle, this one lines up to the center. See that? So it actually does align to the grid, but it goes every other one. But that's more efficient because you're using less space, and you can fit more of them in there. But definitely we can come up with something cool blueprint-wise. I also feel like the pipes should be up high. And then you have a pump pushing it up high, because you're going to push it up anyway. I feel like doing a little pipe work. Hold on. Let's say we have this just like this, and down the middle of this is our pipe. Way up here. It's 4 up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're extracting and running our pipe up. So instead of running it this way, we would run it like this. We could try to align it, but it's going to be awkward vertically. And then we could take this out. What happens if we try to run it like this? Noodle, horizontal, vertical. Auto 2D. Get away with noodle. Doesn't touch it. Goes right up in there. Actually started up. Oh, I really like that. Yeah. Now we could also just make it straight vertical, which should probably look nicer. If we did that, we could align it vertically. Now, here's what we could do. It doesn't snap to the top of itself. That would be nice. This is a general idea. Alright, actually kind of snapped there. Kind of off, but we made it work. Oh, That wasn't what I wanted to do. I actually wanted to go vertical like that. Put another one there so I could use it for reference. And up to here. Oh, and we forgot to change our pipe style. So we're going straight up in the middle. Now the thing we'd want to do on this side, again, I don't need any of this. This is all, it's all my coal plant. All right, bye-bye coal plant. You're out of there. You served us well, but it's time for you to go. Plus all these are old pipes and old line runs as well. Feel like we could do better. Not deep enough. What? Talking about it's not deep enough. Seems pretty deep to me. Not deep enough. What are you talking about? That is plenty deep. I think it's bugged. Hurting my brain over here. Why you do that? Alright, all this stuff's got to go. Maybe it's something bugging it out. Let's just get all this out. Get on out of there. You're kidding me. Okay. Okay. It's going to be like that, are you? We'll go over here. We'll go over here. All right, so we like our ramp here. How wide is this thing? Usually, say 2, maybe 3. 3. Oh, sure. I can run it into the side of the mountain, but I can't get that. Okay, so right there. So we'll put a junction there. We'll get our water extractor. We'll do a little water work here. Hold down Control to snap it in. I like to be nice and close because then you can do this. You just jump onto there. You don't have to climb out of there. Better. Why do they make it 5, though? 5 is an odd number. Could underclock them and then make them 6. Underclocking, you can go like this and just type that you want to do 100 per minute. And it will just underclock it and actually bring the power consumption down. But then you have to use more materials. It takes up more space, all of that stuff. We're trying to maximize each thing. So we can do that, and then we can just go ahead and pick this up. Snap these down the side. Like this. Call that number 5. Connect these across. Snap that. And then we just do the same thing here, but this one's actually not going to be part of this group. But it'll allow us to snap our junction in the right spot. But then you have a problem of, see, the fifth one needs to connect into these because the pipe's only going to go a maximum of 600. So the fifth one needs to be part of that. And then you have to skip one. Just had an idea. Let's try it out. Should offset it. I'm going to do it that way. I'm going to offset it. Can our pipe go all the way across? Absolutely. Above the extractors. Then line that up like that. Can't wait till I get to 1.1 so I can make these pipes look awesome. Let's go this way. It's using the minimum. See, I'm thinking about space. Using the minimum amount of space. So bringing it up is great. But the problem has to do with lift. You can put a pump on there to pump it up. Which is what you want to do. You want to keep your stuff up high. So same thing over here. You could go ahead and run your piping above. Yeah, and this is just a idea. And you're piping up above, and then when you do this, you're taking the minimum amount of space for your pipes. And once you have it on one side, this way. Yeah, that's awesome. I like that a lot. And then you just have 5 of them in a row. 5 of them in a row, 600, you're good. So instead of combining them at the bottom, you're combining them at the top, over the top of them. The only problem, again, is your head lift. You're going to have issues between the two things here. And this is not up high enough. Why is that one up higher? One of these is going downward. Downward. Take that out. Maybe it's off by 1. Only? Can't go on there now? Can go on this one. Not that one, because it's too long. Alright, whatever. Move it closer. Do whatever needs to be done, bro. Okay, we want to be down here. Really be counting this. There we go. Alright, now it's not touching my stuff. So there. No, not there. Here. Perfectly centered. Is that not perfectly centered? It's actually not perfectly centered. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. It's actually offset to the left a little bit. I don't think I've ever noticed that. It's offset. The heck? Alright, fine. We'll just do it offset. That's what we gotta do. Keep it nice. Yeah, still too far to that way. Gotta go in a certain direction. There we go. Much nicer. Okay, now I'm gonna fix this side because I have this side to use as a template. Like that. And down. Okay, so we run it up to the top. And we apply pumps in the back. So we create cross connections for the pumps. Because it can get up about a good distance here, just from the thing here. But you just do this, and you run a pump line. Like that. And like this. And that pump line is going to be at the end, pushing that way. Pump there. Probably clean that up, but actually, let's just do this while we're testing. Start those up. Why would you need to lift it up there when you could just run it forward and then lift it up at the end, or you could run it back and then lift it up? You'd only need a single lift. You don't need to lift it multiple times. Because then you don't need as much head lift. So you need to decide where you want to lift it. So either the front one and then run the pump back this way at the end, run the pump back, because you would have a gap between this one and the next group. And that'd be good to run it back this way. And then the first one here gets pushed this way and then up. And then that water is run to the upper level where it's stored and then put into the train, and then the train takes it. It looks cool when you're doing each one though. But it's irrelevant. It's unnecessary. Because you could just do this, reduce the amount of pieces, and just run it this way, back that way. So you're just trying to connect it like this, because what I'm trying to do is save space, right? So save space, you can do as much water as you want. But I don't really need to, because look how much water I have. But that's a great space saver right there for sure. I kind of feel like I want to spread it out anyway. Spread it out too wide, have them come in, combine them in 5 in a row, and then run them to an upper pipe. Maybe do the first one as the upper pipe and run it this way so it's going toward the base. Put the thing in the middle of the 5th and the 6th one. So between this one, we're going to do, say, you know, another one, another one, another one. And then when you get to here, between the 5th and the 6th one, well, this one's starting over again. So this is another group of 5. So you can put a pump at the end and put it that way instead of having to put a pump on this side and push it that way. That's a much smarter idea. Then that would go here and go up to a tank. In fact, I could run it to 2 tanks. Multiple tanks. Up really high. So chain it all, just run it directly up to the top and then have it flow down. I've really learned, everybody, that the thing you want to do with water is you want water to flow downward as often as possible. Just like you would with a water tower. The way a water tower works, for those of you who don't know, is basically you have a water tower. It's at the top of a building. It's up here, right? They pump the water up there. They fill the water tower up, and then they shut off the valve so the water doesn't automatically run back down. Now, when you run out of power because of gravity, it will pull the water down and still have full pressure if you're taking a shower or you're using your sink, but eventually the water tower will run out of water. And entire cities, by the way, and towns, I can tell you there's a bunch of them in this town, that you can use for basically for water if the power goes out, which is awesome. You could build one in your backyard if you wanted to, if you get the permit from the city. And then just every time the power goes out, boom, you got water. Everybody else doesn't have it. Because you got your own personal water tower. So very cool. But you still got to pump it into the water tower. So you still need electricity for the first part. And eventually that water would run out, especially if it was like on the top of a giant hotel. And that hotel, everybody in there is using their water. The first thing you do when you lose power, everybody, if you think you're going to lose power for a while, you start filling up some buckets from water. Because you're going to run out of water eventually, because everyone's going to be doing the same thing, filling up buckets of water to use for if you're out for a week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So Kismet giving you some life-saving tips there, for sure. When you say it's one big train, will it be? Oh yeah, I already answered that question. Can you make a blueprint for them for these water? You can't do the water extractors themselves, but I can do all the piping. I can do all the piping. I can do the foundations. I can do all the offsets. And the way I want them to line up, like, you know, all of this stuff here, where it's kind of circling up into the pipe. See, all of that stuff I can blueprint. It'd be kind of nice if it was like Fallout 76 or other games where you could just build it and then take away the stuff that doesn't work and then say, okay, I want this, and then expand it to all of these other things and say, blueprint that. Which is basically what you can do in Fallout 76. You can build out a whole entire thing. Now, of course, if it gets too big, it doesn't work, but you can build out a whole thing. Then you can say blueprint, and then you can expand it to whatever you want to blueprint, this big structure that you made, and then you can just keep putting that big structure down over and over again. It's pretty cool. I really like the way that that works, as opposed to just doing it in the blueprinter. Because in this case, you can't do these. Same thing with your other items that we're using, your extractors. You can't put them on the actual blueprinter, so it's hard to line them up. So I usually build it first in real life like this, in the actual game, and then I get an idea of what I want, and then I go and look at all the measurements, and then I build it in the blueprinter then. You just can't use the water extractors and extractors and oil extractors and all of those things. You can't use those specifically in the blueprinter. But what you would do is just put in all the piping and then put in all of the extractors and then just make the one connection at the bottom is typically what I would do. Is just put the connection in here at each of these to let those run. Now remember that this does have its own head lift, so it can push the water at least a little ways up. But if it goes too far, then it's going to have issues. And I think it's better if we just put it flat on the ground and then just push it out one more so that we can also see the output of that as well. So I would probably take this side off over here. Again, this is all just testing for testing reasons. Just trying to... The hardest thing in life, everybody, I find, is deciding what you want. Getting your spouse to decide what they want to eat. When you're a graphic designer, to get the design that you want to do. And again, it never seems to ever be finished. But it's finished enough. That's the most important part. And I've been a graphic designer for 30 years, everybody, for a long time. I don't know graphic design for anybody else except for myself now, so don't ask me. Not going to. But I kind of like what we got going on there. But I think this whole vertical thing is, while it looks cool, is completely unnecessary for what we're trying to do. There we go. Okay, and then we'll take all this out. We'll take these out. We're going to rework this. So this is right at the start again. And then we'll take this out. Again, we'll snap our rows here. Oh, it doesn't want to align, huh? Don't want to snappy snap, do you? Okay, so each of these will have their own center line, water line. So it's going to center on that. And just in case, we'll take all these back out. We'll take all this stuff out. Here. If I take out some in the background, don't care. And then we're just going to realign this how we want it to start. Just to get it started right. Where'd my water thing go? Down. There. Okay, then we'll get this nice and close. And let's say something like this. And we're going to have to noodle that, auto 2D that into there. And we could try to bring that up or align that straight across. We have to do... That's not going to work because of the way we have our foundation slightly in the water. We'd have to move our foundations down. Underneath. Go on. See if that would align. It's going to end up going in the ground. Yeah, it would go in the ground. That is pretty straight, though. Yep, that's right at the perfect level. It needs to go down by 1 meter. See, that's when you need that vertical snapping right there. Yeah, it's 1 meter down to make that align. But we're right here at the edge, so making that work is going to be tough. I could just move this forward, and that will allow me to line those pipes how I want. Now, anyway. Let's just go see if we do this. Snap this there. Then do this, get our pipe support back. We're just tinkering. Perfect. Yeah, exactly at level. Nice. All right. Well, hey, we figured that out. See, the problem is keeping that pipe going because, again, it's sloping upwards. So I probably would start it there and just say, you know what, we'll leave a little bit of extra room there in case we want to run foundations and whatnot by there. I would also just pull these out now. I would pull this out and then just use this as... the starting point, what we're doing, and then I would bring these back up so you're just slightly in the water like that. Now we've got that, or I could just leave the starter one so it looks like it's legit in there. Let's do that. Also, remind me how I did it in the future. Number 8. All those out before I forget. See if there's any underneath there. Okay. And then we'll run this. And just say that we chopped off some of that to make it lower. Yeah, why don't we have one that's like that? Makes you wonder, right? Makes you wonder. Let's go ahead and see if our pipes can actually go to that level. Yeah, see, our pipes go to that level. So our pipe lifters are that level, but these are not at that level. I see. That's actually not quite perfect there either. It was up a bit higher. So we could take all this out. Run this actually to the end again. Realign these. Yeah. To the center. Then take this, put this here is our first one. Like so. Take our pipe, put it back here. Oops, forgot to rotate it. Nope, wrong rotation. There we go. And then just run that down the center. And we need to go up one. So, turn it this way. Click it. Up one. Click. Bring it over here. Bring it up one. Ah, look at us learning stuff. Man, I don't think I've ever bothered to try that. And now, we got it perfectly aligned to the output. Perfectly straight. Nice! I like that. And again, my foundation's just ever so slightly below the water. So that just perfectly lined itself up. Now, I don't know if that works every single time, everybody, but that is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Now, again, we're mega building, everybody, so we care about the little details of what we're doing. So we're going to go ahead and get all this going. And again, I'm just temporarily using this power here. Kind of feel like I can just take the power and stick it right there because I love doing that. And there we go. So we've got number 1 and then number 2, number 3. 4. Resource not deep enough. Ah, that's what it is. We have a little power line in there. What is it? How could it possibly be not deep enough? I feel like there's something blocking it. Let's run our main power across this way. To the end there. Something blocking. Foundations. There's definitely something blocking there. This whole area says not deep enough. Thinks there's something there. Let's work this other side. Or you still think some of them Christmas presents are down there? Come on. Gotta be something blocking it. Oh, I should go blueprint mode. Yeah, I think there's stuff in the water blocking it that I built previously. Come on. Yep. Just gonna roll my cursor back and forth. See if I can hit it. Making my life. Oh, there it goes. Now it's working. That's funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 sets of 5. And then easy peasy. Right over here. Take this out. Take this out. Yeah, let's run it to there. Up one. Purposely leaving some room for the human being to run through there. Namely me. Oh, I forgot to raise it up. Normally I like it to flow downward, but the connections are awkward when you're letting it flow downward. So we're going to do kind of real smooth, straight connections here. Up by one. I'm getting a question. All right. My wife coordinating some stuff. All right. See, not am I figuring out the logistics of this. I'm figuring out the logistics of the family right there. All right. I have not done this in a really long time where I just ran it straight like this. Come on. Not being awkward. See, now you got an extension at the end, which is perfect for putting a pipe there. I mean, a pump there on that pipe. I'll run all this underneath, by the way. I'll probably run it down the center, all the power. How do these power connectors connect? Over here. Kind of better to run it down at an angle. Kind of like this on the outside, in between each one, just to make it nice and clean. Take this out. Not gonna get that one. Maybe over here. Get on down in there to get it going. Maybe if I go over here and then look this way. Alright, we'll just say we connected that. This one to this one. That's pretty good. I don't like how it hits the ladder. If we went on the inside. Come on, get that edge. Let me go down in there, aren't you? Oh, I like that way better. Way better. Again, these are all cosmetic things, everybody. It'll still work anyway. But I'm going to try to go right off the side of that pipe here. Just kind of pipe back here. And just run that right there. Oh, that is perfect. Comes straight down, lines up to that. This one could be even better. More better. What I'm trying to figure out is the blueprint I'm going to make for this. And they'll already have these connections in there and all that kind of stuff. Right there with that line. Over by one. Here's the trick to this, by the way. If it does this, you want to go ahead. No empty power connections. Are you kidding me? There we go. Just move this over by one. Like that, and then take this one out. You can get it. Take this one out, and then reconnect this one. Now you got it aligned to the thing. And then we got it connected this way. Very nice. And then we can try to figure out how to do this a little easier just by, say, putting a thing there. And then get up on the thing. Get up on the pole, guy. No, I'm not going to get up on the pole. Alright, we'll just float then. There. Take this out. Run this. There. That. There. Nice, nice. Here, maybe we can just get lucky and just see it from up here. Even better. Tap those. Really trying to make the power lines where you can't really see them. I'm sure there's nothing's going to go wrong without putting electricity in the water itself. Everything will be fine, everybody. Or it's all going to catch fire and the whole entire ocean is going to be electrified. It'll be one of those two things. Alright, and then we'll just run a power pole here so we can connect this off to over here. We'll replace this here later on. Now these should all spin up. Okay, now this is a basic style. Now again, I could turn it sideways and have it go up, but really you just want to merge it there and have it be its own line. And just have them in groups of 5, so it's 600. Gotta pump at the end. Comes all the way down. And then that's when it goes up. We could do that in the center. Have that go vertical in the center. Take this and this out. And use our walls. Oh, we just could use a wall to go vertical. Even better. Yeah. I just happen to work out where it's exactly right where the wall is. Wow. And it doesn't clip the wall either. That was just luck, everybody. I could say I did that on purpose, but sometimes luck is on your side. Just go straight vertical to the next floor. And I probably put that floor... Yeah. Where I could see the lights from the upper part. See if those are running down below. Just enough where it's above the thing, but the light still pokes through there. You can always say that you went in there and you cut it out and all of that stuff, everybody. It doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. You know, you went in there and you shaped it up. But the cool thing is the light. So if I'm up above and I'm checking all of my stuff, I can very easily just look down the line like this, and I can see if all of those lights are on. So I don't have to actually go down there and check. I can just look down the line and say, okay, yeah, they're all on. And then the cool thing to do right here, again, would be to create storage for these two sides. So, again, we're going to massively backlog this. We'll cut this into sections, too, eventually. We're brainstorming right now. Organization. Brainstorming our stuff, because this is going to be way too big for that side. So we'd have to do something like this. We'll put it in between each machine so we could see where the we could see the lights. We got a ladder off the side there like this, and same thing on the other side. And see, it's still on the platforms, and we can widen the platforms out, give ourselves some more room over here and over here to walk by. Okay. Then this down to here. That down to there. This being pumped up into there. We'll fix that connection there. But basically it's going to pump it all the way up to the top, and then it's going to come down to the bottom and eventually fill that bottom one up. Because again, pumping it down is always the best idea. You want to pump it up as high as you can and then pump it down so it's pumping into all the machines. So like say you're doing your coal power, it's smarter to put your pipe up real high and have it coming down the pipe into the coal plants than it is to have it low and then you're pumping it up into the coal plants. Again, having water flow downward gives you a positive flow, which helps you, because fluids is probably the most difficult thing in the game. It does not work in a very consistent way and can be really wonky a lot of times in the game. You got to understand about how it all works, and one of the ways is to let it flow downward. Let it flow downward in your machines because you're getting maximum flow. But you make sure you have enough to pump it up there, just like you would with a water tower. Yeah, I would pump it up in here, and then the final output I would have come out, or even better, we could just have the second one up be the final output, and then that would go into a train station and flow downward into the train station. Maybe I'll do that where I have it where let's do a few more of these. Again, this is just a thought experiment here. Things in the way. I could really remove this ramp now. I don't even need it anymore. I'm just trying to get the fluid thing to line up. Must be. Oh, I gotta have my my other train station. That's why it's not going down there. Let's see if I lined it up. Close enough. Okay, so then this we could have. We would want to do one more, like this, and then have this flow to this, down on this side. down to this one. And then this one down. I don't like that vertical. We'll line that up too. And then have another one flowing down. Go into both inputs. See? Now you got that downward flow. And the one at the bottom is actually higher than the inputs. And then this one here is just holding it up. That one's not doing anything. Though it's probably got a bunch of fluid in there. But that one's just holding it up so that you have it at a higher level than what you're trying to flow into. And then you're splitting it so it's going out at its maximum rate or maximum input rate. And I'm going to only be running 600 in. So each of those inputs are going to be 300 in. So it's not going to hit its max limit, which is actually less than 600. So it actually flows in better as well. Would spiral water lines work, is the question for you kids? Spiral water lines? I could do spiral water lines, absolutely. I can make them spiral up the way. That doesn't have any effect on water. It's all about your pumps. Spiral train lines is what keeps it from slowing down when it's spiraling upward. But I don't even do train lines at all. I'm just showing some examples of what you can do. All I have to do is make a wall like this and run that pipe up there and just put a whole bunch of pumps and that water get up there and be consistently running all the time, every minute of every day. It doesn't have to wait for the train to come down, doesn't have to wait for the train to go up. Same thing with all of your oil. You could just run your oil. And I've done it before. I've run the oil from way over there to way over there on that side, kind of like where those towers are right there. And I just run the oil all the way there, all the pipes with all the oil, and I didn't need any trains at all. You don't have to use trains at all. I think trains are super cool, except for they actually have a reduction in the inputting and the outputting of your resources versus running the actual lines. So that you have to overcome. You have to overcome that input and try to find a way to have that input and output be equal or even exceed the amount that you're trying to do with that. Now, of course, it has less infrastructure to run a train than it does to run 15 pipes across the whole entire world. And less pumps and less lines and less electric and less resources and so on and so forth. That's why trains are so effective, or the most effective thing in there, because they use minimum amount of resources and they can go massively long distances and they can bring massive amount of cargo. That's why they're so effective in real life as well. That's why we still use trains in 2025, even though they were invented in the 1800s, because they are super effective. And if you see some of these massively long trains, if you've ever stopped at a train station and you see these trains going by for like 20 minutes, they're doing the same thing I'm thinking of in here, which is the more train cars you have, the more effective and the more efficient it is, because you can unload them and unload them all at the same time, as opposed to having a bunch of smaller stations where you have to, stop. The train has to come to a complete stop, then load, then unload, then speed up, slow down again, go to the next station, pick it up. It'd be more effective to just run all the resources to one gigantic station than it would be to run it to a bunch of smaller stations, I think. So especially if it's just like ore. Or anything that's non-fluids, or gas is another one that's really useful because you don't need pumps. You could just go ahead and run the gas clear across the whole entire map and you'd be fine because you don't need any pumps. But anything that's a fluid is going to be your toughest thing. And that's why I have the perfect spiral. The perfect spiral makes doing that massively less costly when it comes to electricity, right? That's what it's saving me. It's saving me electricity right now. It's saving me have to make more power and more power plants. So that's why I can run my power plant at about 8,000 power. Remember that the power plant itself is costing 8,000 power. So 40,000 power, and about 4,000 of that is my production, and around 4,000 of that is actually just for the power production. So really effective. So basically I'm getting like 1,000 times the cost in actual power, 10,000 times or 1,000 times, whatever it is, 100 times. It's a lot. I can figure out the math, but I don't want to. And this is what we want to do. We definitely want to do this. Now, another thing that we could do to make this even more effective is actually to go in and package all the water. And then what we could do is, instead of running pumps and pipes straight up, we could just package all the water and then run it as an item. And remember that belts use 0 power. So you don't even have to power those belts. You can just go ahead and run a belt. I could package the water and then have it unpackaged when it gets to the top. And then I don't even need the trains, by the way. I could just do that all day. I can do that right here. Whoop, I can do that right here, by the way. Right by my water extraction. We do it right above it. Right above it, convert it all into thing. But the problem with converting it and packaging it is it costs power. So there's your power problem again. So if you put a whole bunch of packagers down there, one, you're going to need a lot of plastic to make the containers, and then you're going to need a lot of power to power the packagers. So is it more power to package it and then run it, or is it less power to just use the pumps, or even less power to use the trains? Spoiler, it's the trains. The trains are the cheapest, most effective way of transporting something. This is why they don't make pipelines instead of train tracks. Train tracks, more effective than running a huge pipeline across the United States or across the whole world. Because you can take it, put it on the train, run it across there for minimal cost compared to running giant pipelines, and then, of course, maintaining those pipelines in real life, making sure they don't get broken, that an earthquake or a tornado or something like that breaks them, or something like that, because that would be incredibly costly. To have to go out and maintain a pipeline that is 4,000 miles long. Though they do have some really long pipelines in the world, but the cost of maintaining those is crazy in real life. Now, in game, it doesn't cost you anything. See, this is not real life things here, everybody. Again, the cost of maintaining a pipeline that you ran clear across the whole world would be insane in real life. It would actually cost you more than whatever it was that you were pumping through that thing. Even if it was oil, you could be pumping diamonds through that thing, everybody. You could be pumping platinum. You could be pumping, I don't know, the most valuable thing in the world. I don't know, lithium, whatever it is that you're pumping through that pump. And because it's pumping so far, it would be incredibly costly to keep up all the pump lines and the pipelines. So that's why trains are so effective. Trains would be even more effective if they didn't have to stop as much. And so if they were built into like a hypertube like we have in game, then they could just go from one place to another. And then they would just go back and forth, and they would never be bothered. But then again, you still have to maintenance the hypertube and make sure that it doesn't go off the track, or anybody does something stupid like blocks it or gets inside the hypertube, and then the thing's coming along and kills somebody. See, that's all real life stuff that you don't have to worry about here in game, because you're the only one here, so you don't have to worry about it, other than lizard doggos and Fred and a whole bunch of other animals around. But you're the only one here unless you're playing multiplayer. Then you got to watch out for your buddies. I don't think I've ever tried that in multiplayer, everybody. If one person goes in the hypertube and another person goes in the hypertube, and you're going in opposite directions, do you slam into each other and both die? I don't think I've ever tried that. It's something we have to test one day. We'll have to get in there and ram into each other in the hypertube and see if we die. That's kind of funny, especially because we're going to have hypertube switches and stuff coming up as well. Very cool in 1.1. A lot of cool stuff in 1.1. Looking very forward to it as well. All right, so I think that's what we will do. We'll go in here and we will make the massive, and we'll make these modular by 5. So each one will add 600 to each one. And I like to have at least 3 of these backlogged, because you want to get it started so that you can fill it up and then take the maximum amount with it. Then always, basically you want to fill all the pipes up. That's the most important thing whenever you're doing fluids, is that the pipes are completely full before you start the process. Because otherwise it starts having sloshing, it starts having hammering at the end, The water's not flowing consistently. You have a lot of issues if you don't let the pipes completely full first so they can have full pressure when they're pushing the water down the line or the oil or sulfur or whatever it is. Vitally important. This is in-game, everybody. For sure. So yeah, we could definitely blueprint that out and just move all of our water production to one central area. And then it'll be easy to calculate because it'll be 600, 600, 600, 600, 600 each time. Depending on how many we have is how much we're extracting. And then, of course, we'd have to look through our throughput rate. And we'll have 2 train cars per 600. So each one will have 2 of its own cars. So it's going 300, 300. So it's maximum inputting from the pipes into the inputs so that we know we're going to get our 600 on the other side roughly at full speed. As opposed to just trying to do it with a single input, which is going to max out at 590 or something like that. And then if we have any excess, that excess is going to come through at that 590, which we will have in the beginning. And I love having excess because then you always know that you have a little extra and that it's not going to stop the process because it dripped below a certain level and then kicks everything off as well. Yeah, very, very for sure. All right, so that there. And then this over there. Very nice. Oh, it's Wednesday, too. We're going to play some Fallout 76 later tonight. Man, I better watch that time, too. Holy mackerel, 11-hour stream. Long streams, everybody. These games are just so incredibly fun. We're playing a lot of super fun games, everybody. We're playing Oblivion, Remastered, Satisfactory, of course, Throne and Liberty, Fallout 76, playing another one called Astronomics, which I really enjoy. Really just kind of captured my imagination. I love it when they make games that are fun for the sake of making a great game, not just for trying to squeeze you for every dime that's in your wallet, which in my case is none. All my money goes straight to my wife and my kids. I'm just here trying not to die. That's my main thing. So yeah, I don't like using floor pumps or floor holes, by the way. They just nothing but trip me up so many times. Same thing with the valves and all that other stuff. That stuff just trips you up. Hopefully that's fixed in 1.1. We'll test it out when 1.1 comes out and fix that. But yeah, I feel like what we'll do is we'll quadruple stack those. We'll do 4 high, 3 of them being used, and then have it drop down into the actual train itself. Now the train itself, I would probably put down the center offset. So it would be here, and then we would have our spiral start at this level. So it would go this way, and the spiral would probably be right here where this ramp is, and then spiral upward. Yeah, and then we just basically have unlimited amount of water, all tied to a massive train. So that train would come out here and be as long as this. We can make it 50 cars long if we want to. We'll see how big of a train we can make, because that's what you really want to do. You want to take as much water. That's what I'm going to do. I want to take as much water as I can possibly grab, because you need water for a whole bunch of things. You need it for aluminum, you need it for nuclear power, you need it for a whole bunch of stuff like sulfur, converting the sulfur over, and so on. And so really that's a limiting factor. The water is a limiting factor. And that's why typically people build at the water level. That's why they'll build right here. I've built many a base right here at the water level. And it's very effective. Use of your space is just to build it out right here. And then we found another big old spot up here at the top. The biggest problem up here, though, is your box right. Your box right is not anywhere close to this upper part up here. But, hey, it's the furthest thing out. No big deal. You just run a train down right there. You grab that pure box right. You run it up. And you can build yourself a big old mega base up there. And you got everything else you need right there. In fact, 10 times as much as you need. And I've gone over here and grabbed a lot of this oil before and actually brought it up over many times. It's very, very fun. And there was actually a spot up at the top, I think it's right here, where it was really, they hadn't finished it off yet. And you could just go up to the top here, grab all the oil, bring it up to the top. And then you can also extract a bunch of water up there and then run that down. Where's that? Actually, I think it's over here. Yes, it's right here. So you can get all this oil, and then I would take all this oil actually and run it this way. Combine all this oil, bring it up here to the top. This is the desert area here. And then what I would do is I would take the water and the oil that I brought up there, and I would run it down by the waterfall to my base on the lower level, so it would have positive flow, and I wouldn't need any pumps at all. So if you go up to the top here and grab all this water and you run it down, you don't need any pumps, 0 pumps. It'll just run down into your base, run to wherever you need it to go. Perfect. I kind of feel like that's what I want to do. I want to bring all my water up to a higher level. Maybe I should make a sub-level that's above for my trains to actually go spiral all the way up above my production level. And then all my water's at the top and then flows downward. Because that would be a perfect thing to do with trains, is to have the trains higher than your actual production level where you're going to feed all of your fluids down below. So yeah, I might build a rail system and a storage unit that's above everything else that can just flow downward in a positive flow. That seems like a real good thing to do. We can do that with our oil and with our water. So what we need is big depots to hold water and hold our oil. So maybe we go ahead and get this, build it up higher than our actual train station to hold all of our oil backlog, and then run it down into the train station so it has a positive flow. And then it should go in there at maximum speed, always. And we got water over here. We got water here we can tap into. Water over there. I think I've ever bothered to go and tap into these, because by the time I get to this stage, I've already gotten all of this, and I've already run over here and got a bunch of water. And then all this water here. But you can definitely tap these for water. Sometimes these are better too, because you can see it has a bunch of normal and 2 impure nodes. Over here, it's got just nothing but pure. So yeah, that's a massive amount of water you could extract from that. Over here, it's got 5 and 2. That's what the little circles mean, everybody. Is that those are those little parts that you do, and then you have your central geyser thing that you put in there, or pump thing in the center, and then all your little remote things that you do. That's what all the little circles mean. Yeah, this one's nothing but pure. This is pure water right there. That's a tremendous amount of water we could extract from there. And just put it on a train and zip it down. Oh, we're going to get them all, everybody. We're going to get every node. We need that uranium, though. We're going to get that uranium, because something's got to power all of this. Power all of these water extractors. Yeah. Yeah, instead of putting a remote one way out here, we'll just kind of center our base in this area. Use whatever nodes we can for the dimensional depot. And then anything that gets beyond our kind of grid here, our central, actually even this part here, our central train grid, then we'll just truck it back to the mega base. Because then we don't have to go out here when our base shuts down, or something shuts down, or something's not working. We don't have to travel all the way over here every single time. Though we have teleporters, so we could set up a teleporter to just teleport out there and teleport out to wherever our bases are. So you can do it. It just requires a lot of processes to make that work. And you want to maximize all the processes, because what happens is when you're converting it from, say, iron plates into the next thing and the next thing, it diminishes, right? So say you had 100 iron plates, now it became 50, and then it became 20, and then 5, and then 2 of that particular item. So or you started with 100 plates, now it's 10 of the next item. and then it's 3 of the next item, and it's 1 of the next item. And so you've massively diminished. So what you got to do is you got to back up over here, and you got to make 1,000 of this first thing, and then it goes down to 100, and then it goes down to 50, 30, 10, 5, 3. Again, as you're going through those different steps of the process. Sometimes you got to go 10,000 up here in the front, and then it diminishes all the way down to just a few. Again, you could really, really massively scale up. But the one thing you want to scale up before anything, oh, there's a thing over here. It says there's a crate right here. Up there or down here? Where's this crate it's talking about? Is it in the water or is it up above? Good question. I'm right on it. Yeah, I bet you it's up above. Bet you it's up above. Okay. So instead of having those over there, I mean, I already got the spiral too. I could just leave the spiral there. I might just do that. Leave the spiral there, but bring the spiral up by 1 above where I'm extracting the water. Just run all the water this way. You'd want to run it this way because this is the long distance, right? Long way this way. I mean, you can do it this way too, I guess. That's pretty long too. But this is really long. I mean, this is a lot of water that you could produce and then run back, and you could just keep line after line after line. That'd be more water than I probably use. I mean, I don't even need any of these resources I'm doing now, but again, I could just finish the game. I could just finish it. We're just doing this as well. That's why subways were invented, exactly, to prevent against natural disasters. Exactly. That's why they did that. And again, subways go awesomely fast when you need them to. Central water storage. That's what we need. We need a whole thing that takes the water from here, runs it all the way to the level in which we need it, right? The spiral. So it comes in, grabs every bit of water down here, and runs up that spiral with it, and then stores it way up there at the top of the base, which is where currently we have our fuel. But we'll offset it that way. And we'll build out, I mean, I can build it this way. See, that's the thing. I can build it over the top of the actual water and have all of the storage out there and just run it where it needs to go, train-wise. Look how we have basically an unlimited amount. More than we would need for now. And then using our trains to backlog it constantly would be amazing. But see, as I build this out, I'm going to need more power. And so it's all about how much do I need for my power. And so what I really need to do is figure out the limiting factor. What's the limiting factor on my power? Oil, uranium. What is the maximum amount of uranium we can extract? What's the maximum amount of oil we could extract for power, right? How much resources do we need for plutonium? For doing the highest amount of power in the game. Actually, it would be fixonium in the game as well. All right, that's some good thinking there. We got that set up. I like where we're going with that. Let's go think about some plutonium. Now I got to run here, everybody. I got to run out and help my wife with some stuff. But I'm going to try to finish up the thought process we got going here. Let's go think about our plutonium. So we collected all the uranium, converted all the uranium into waste material. Then we would need to scale up our power. Let's go figure it out. Oh, hold on. We got this right here. We can run underneath here. Again, I like to build my base up nice and high so I can just do really easy logistics level where you can run all the lines underneath here without having to worry about running out of space, because look at how much space I have. Plenty. Plenty of space. All right, over here by the plutonium. Let's go. So you need power to make power. Well, let's see what happens here. Right through that wall. Okay, so we're doing all of this, and we're doing all of this. There's something we don't got that's slowing us down. No fuel. What do we not have over here that's basically slowing us down? Heat sinks. So we really need to get our steel beams back up and running. We already have our control rods running, the heat sinks. All the rest of the stuff's already running. So I could actually start it up if I wanted to, because I could just go beams right here and take a bunch of beams out of here. It automatically put it back in the dimensional depot. What was the other thing? Heat sinks. Let's see how many of those we got. Running out of those, but that's okay. Let's throw some in there. Heat sinks. Beams. So we need to massively scale up our steel beams and our heat sinks. Probably our control rods too. Case plutonium cells. That we have a lot of. We need to get this process, each of these processes going for the plutonium itself. You'd have to figure out how much nuclear waste you're producing to figure out how much you'd need to do to convert it fast enough to get rid of it. So plutonium cells, we'll back up. Plutonium cells here, plutonium pellets. How many plutonium pellets are we producing? The 25 per minute is what it's using right now. This is one of the things you wouldn't want to have excess. This way you could get rid of all this radiation. But we've got our power plants here, and they're producing how much per minute? They're producing 10 per minute times 5, I believe I have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 50 per minute they're producing. And we would want to not only get rid of 50 per minute, but we would want to actually get rid of like 55 or 60 just to get rid of any excess that we have. So over here, we would want this to be at 50 overclock. No, it's power chart. I'm going to overclock this. Whoa, 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 property damage. My God, we're gonna die. We died. Ran out of filters. All right, might be a good time to make some more filters. What do you guys think? Actually, I think I have some over here. Wasn't that what this was making? Oh, no, it was making that. What were we making over here? That over there. Okay. We were making fabric in here. Fabric. Get all that out of there. But make some more. My bad. Wasn't paying attention. I was sitting there standing in the thing over here. Gas filters. This is something else we need to automate. Gas filters. Let's make a ton of these. But we won't run out as fast. Okay. Well, in theory. Let's go. Now you might be thinking, Kismet, you need a radiation suit. It doesn't take your suits off anymore. Doesn't take all your stuff that you have on your character off anymore. It doesn't do that. It just keeps it on your character. So all you really need is the filters. I'll run over here and grab my stuff. Massively radiated over here. Take all. Okay. So again, we were trying to overclock this. Okay, we overclocked it. Okay. We don't really need to multiply that. We need to actually find a way of getting rid of this. We can't awesome sync any of this. We tried that? I think we did. We tried to run those plutonium fuel rods in the awesome sync and it didn't work. Let's try any other part of the process. So once we run it into these, can we run these? In the awesome sync. Nope. I'm gonna have those in my pocket. Oh, cannot be destroyed. Now we're in trouble. Put them up here in another box so I don't have to carry them around. Alright. Burning through these filters like crazy. So yeah, 62 per minute. That'd be great. Using up 62 per minute. Outputting the pelts at 75 per minute. We would need to convert them at 75 per minute. 16. 75 divided by 16. 5 of these. 5 of those outputting. What rate? 8 per minute. So 5 times 8. 40. Then it'd be inputting here at 40 per minute. So we would need 3 of those. And then those would output the plutonium fuel rod, which we would really want to take our plutonium fuel rod and run it over here to take the plutonium waste out of here. That's going to be plutonium waste. And that's going to go into here to make fixonium. And then the fixonium would go over here to make our less radioactive fixonium fuel rod. So we need a lot more fixonium is what we need. And so we need a lot of plutonium waste. And singularity cells and dark matter. We would massively need to scale that up. That's just for 5 nuclear power plants, by the way, everybody. That's just for 5. Now, we made more, it'd be even more of a problem. as well. But you know what most people do is they don't even do this last part. They just go and take the radiation and they run it way off into the corner. Because you just put it on a train, run it way off to the corner of the map where you're not at, and just radiate the heck out of that side of the map. And you're fine. You're all good. Normally I don't build my nuclear power plant so close to my base either. I usually build it way out there where the actual uranium nodes are. In this case, the copper pure node there. I would build it way out here where the actual uranium would be. I don't know why these are all lit up. Why are you lit up weird? I don't know. Yeah, way out here where the uranium is here. I would build it out here away from my primary base. But this time we're going to build it up closer, see what we can do. We should get our fixonium going. We should really get that highest end power going so we could figure out the ratios. Now, we should figure out the maximum extraction of uranium. Then we could figure out the maximum amount of nuclear power we're producing. Then we could figure out the maximum amount of fixonium we need to make, and so on, and all the different resources down the line. Yeah, that would be quite the spreadsheet. Because you need all these processes, which is doing the nuclear power. Then you need all the processes after the nuclear power, which is converting it and then converting it again. And this is probably the toughest thing in the whole game, is getting it all the way to that fixonium part there. But again, we can build it in modular style. So we could say, okay, well, these 5 nuclear power plants use exactly amount of this amount of stuff. And so, boom, that's the stuff that we produce. And then we go get the same thing and we again build it the same again, 5, 10, 15, 20, until we get to the maximum amount. And then we have our total output of waste material. Then we can scale up all of our plutonium production based on that max output of waste material as well. I think I don't think I've ever tried to overclock nuclear power plants. Let's go take a look. I think you could, because then you just put in more water and more things. Yeah, you can overclock it. I don't think I've ever bothered to overclock nuclear power plants, because then it's just going to produce more nuclear waste. Nuclear waste is probably your biggest issue in the game. We brought all of our nuclear waste back. We should probably send our nuclear waste back out further. Because that's what's causing me to have so much radiation, is that all that nuclear waste that's there. Yeah, you could also take that stuff and truck it way out there, train it way out there, and then only bring it back when you need it. So it's storing it way out there and then bringing it back. But ultimately, we'd want to get rid of all of that stuff. We'd want to get rid of any excess. This is when you want to be incredibly efficient here, where any extra like radiated items are automatically dumped into the awesome sink or into the overflow, which would go in the awesome sink, and anything that couldn't be synced, you would want to convert it into something that would get used up. So there would never be any irradiated items just sitting around in boxes. That's the ultimate of that whole process, is eliminating the need for that. Or you could just say, screw that, and just go get nothing but all the oil and bring all the oil together and just make fuel power and turbo fuel like I have going over here, and not even need to mess with it at all, because you can make a lot of turbo fuel, everybody. You can make a massive amount of turbo fuel. In fact, we can go in here and just say fuel. You have a lot of different fuels that you can make. Oh, actually, it doesn't even say turbo fuel in there. Turbo Fuel. There we go. Why did that not come up? Fuel. Huh, it just came up my blueprints. That's interesting. Turbo fuel. So turbo fuel, all that other stuff. Again, you want to scale this up to its maximum amount. Huh. So we definitely want to make that circle to get all of our uranium nodes. We want to get all of our oil nodes. Probably along that same circle. Come down here. And create little loops. Create little loops that go along this loop up here. Cross loop through here. So everything doesn't have to go by the uranium. And then this right here down the center. I mean, like a T. Grab all the stuff from the top, run it over. Grab all the stuff at the bottom, right? Because this is actually a good distance, everybody. Again, it's kind of deceiving when you look at it zoomed in. But this is going to be way up here, and you got to combine all of these things and then run them across there, which I could totally do. But it's just easier to run the train down the center and just kind of combine as many of these nodes as I can and then put them on the train. Combining nodes makes it a lot easier management-wise. Anything that's an impure node or a normal node could be combined. A pure node, that's just going to output at its maximum rate. That's going to output at 1200, so I can't combine those. But anything that's a like impure there's a pure there, impure. So these two impures I can merge together. There's a normal, impure. So 3 impures I can merge. Normal, impure, those ones we could merge. Yeah, what about down here? Impure, normal. So you can put 2 normal nodes together. That'll get you 1200. 1200. So there's 1200 there, 1200. Impure, impure. This one's an impure, and this one's impure. Those two together, these two together, that gets you 1200. Over here, impure. This is a normal. 600 and 300. That's 900. Yeah. You want to think it out before you spend a lot of time doing this, everybody. You absolutely want to figure out the logistics of how you're going to scale up your water, how you're going to scale up your oil extraction, how you're going to scale up your uranium extraction. Again, we're moving into the real mega builds now. So you're going to need a lot of logistics in extracting every bit of oil everywhere. Yeah. Let's go look at our oil process over here. So we're extracting the oil, and then we're taking it and we're converting it into fuel. Over here. We're converting into fuel and then into turbo fuel. Very horizontally here, as you can see. So this is putting it in here. So coming in here and then outputting the resin. So thing about this type of fuel, everybody, it's very clean because you don't have a lot of in-between steps. You don't need a lot of copper and iron and all of that stuff. It's just straight oil to fuel with some resin that you can run in the awesome sink. So that's no big deal. Then it's going over here into our compacted coal, which we're using. A lot of that coal's going in there. And then our compacted coal plus our fuel is making our turbo fuel. Now, of course, I've reduced some of this because I don't need as much power right now. So really, it's compacted coal and fuel becomes turbo fuel, which is not that big of a problem because you can see there's no waste material in turbo fuel. The turbo fuel, very effective as a fuel. And coal, we can go and just pick up all the coal when we're picking up all the oil at the same time. See, what you'd want to know is what your max limits are. What are your max limits? Like when you're extracting a node, you know what your max limit is. If it's a 300 node, well, then you're going to get 300 resources if you overclock it or whatever. That's the maximum you're ever going to get out of an impure node. Normal node, maximum you're going to get is 600. Pure node maximum you're going to get is 1200. But if you combine 2 normal nodes, that gets you 1200. You combine 4 impure nodes, that gets you 1200 as well. So better to combine them all and just go max belt speed than it is to build 5, 20, 100, 1,000 different lines. And that's why we're doing that over here, so that we are being super efficient in our combining. So 4 nodes, 1200, 4 nodes, 1200. And then right here, all you really need is 300. 300 for making me the limestone, because it will run 24/7. It'll backlog 24 boxes deep, so it'll be fine. This will all be fine. This is more than enough. And the same thing when we go and we do all of our other stuff here, our extraction. So these ones will be for a quick wire. These ones will be for all of our copper stuff, because this is an impure and impure that we can combine together. We'll convert all of that into, and we'll overclock all of that. That'll be 600. And we'll combine all of that. We'll run 300 into one process and 300 into the other process, or 150 here, and so on and so on. And then over here, we'll go ahead and create a combine of all of these, which is a normal, normal, impure, and impure. And this is a pure node. So this is 1200. So if we're going to create, again, all we want to know is what our maximums are. So if we're going to create a foundry, and we're going to make steel ignits, and we're going to have 1200 coal at 45 per minute, 1200 divided by 45, we need the equal amount of our stuff, of our iron, because it's 45 and 45. So we need 1200 iron to max out with that 1200 coal. So can we get 1200 iron from over here in this raw iron from right next to where we're getting this? Well, we got an impure, we got an impure, we got a normal, and right here, these two normals, add those together, bam, 1200, combine it with your pure node. So I could run the coal up to this, or I can combine these and run that down to there. It doesn't really matter. I'd probably do it up, because this is up higher and this is down lower. I'd probably run that up, combine that all together in a factory here, and then run that into the dimensional depot, creating both the steel plates, or the steel rods and the steel plates at the same time. And then we'll have a separate factory for that. And again, that'll just run the dimensional depot, and its goal is just to keep the dimensional depot full. And so each of the processes that we're doing is to fill up the dimensional depot with those basics. Another thing that we want to do is reinforced iron plates and things of that nature. And then we can go ahead and maximize our reinforced iron plate production. Now again, you can also make a bunch of reinforced iron plates so that you can use them in the next part of the process and the next part of the process and so on. But my goal is to have parts of the process that run, fill up the dimensional depot, and then turn off, right? Because the more I do that, the less I need that storage up at the top. And then the more I know that I have enough materials to build out whatever I want. So if I want to build out 10 more nodes so I can do nuclear power, I know I have all of that other stuff backlogged and have basically 24 boxes of each and every resource along the way. And that's why I'm focusing on that first, because I know I'll have basically an infinite resource, an infinite amount of resources that I can use throughout the whole rest of the playthrough. So it's always better to think about that than to get too wrapped up in doing all my high-end power and all of that stuff yet. But eventually this will get to the point where it's using lots of power, and that's why we're leaving all of our power and not messing with our power right now. Because we have 40,000 power, so we can definitely use it, unless we start up some of these, unless we start up some of that other stuff. So we could easily get the oil and get the coal over here and use the train to upgrade our fuel production for sure. So maybe that's what we should do first. So you want to think this stuff out. You want to go get all the oil, because that's going to be a limited amount. So if we got every bit of oil and we overclocked it, this is impure. This is all impure nodes here. And we overclocked it. This is pure. That's 1200 there, or whatever it is when it's overclocked. It's going to be 600 because we can only bring it out at 600. Yeah. So we run our train straight across, right down here. Run that across, and then we can tap into all these other nodes. Get all of this. Combine all of these coal lines. Just extract all of these, combine these as best we can. There's 1,200 there. Whoa, that's 2,400 coal right there. All that overclocked, 2,400 coal that we could take, run up here, combine with this massive amount of oil here. Is a pure node, that's a normal, impure, normal. That's a pure. Wow, 3 pure oil nodes right there. And run that back. Oh, we can get rid of our little stamp thing. Tap all of that. Yeah, really easy. Just run the line. Run the line clear across. Oil here. I turn just the unclaimed oil on. Unclaimed. How do I hide? Show hide all on compass. That's on compass. Oh, I just roll over it. It highlights it. There we go. Show hide all. That's what I'm trying to find. Trying to find which one of the buttons is the one that show hide all. I know it's in there. Crude oil. How do I show it? Unclaimed, claim. Why can't I just show the one? Right click, option, control. Can't just show the crude oil? Just let me know, chat. Is there a way just to show the crude oil? I don't think I've ever tried. Right click should be what it should do. Claimed, unclaimed. When I click unclaimed, unclaimed, it should show. Show all on compass. Show all hide all. I just want to see the one. I'm gonna Google it if you guys don't tell me. Can you show Satisfactory? Factory. Can you just show one resource on the map? Nope, apparently not. Yeah, everybody says to go look it up online on a separate website. Why can't it be in game? I can just show the one thing. Whatever. Whatever, we'll deal with it. Okay. Get all that oil. Get this oil. Figure out the maximum amount of oil at each stop that we can extract. What's our extraction over here? This is normal. Normal. Pure, pure. And then wow, there's a crude oil one right there that we can get too that we're not even using. I didn't even notice that. With 2 impures, 3 normals, and a pure. So we could be extracting even more oil and running it over here. All right, now we're going to our oil plant. Let's go. This is what? Wow, there's an oil node out there I could have been using this whole time as a geyser extraction. We need to leave more room for our train lines too, and our storage. All right, that's going to take a minute, so I'm going to just do it myself. Make my own train. Let's go. Why don't you come up on the side? Cool, right? Yeah, I changed the thing. I hit A. It's going to put me that way. All right. We got our own personal train. We're riding out here. I didn't realize there was a geyser out here. We just put a bunch of radar towers up. We're going to discover a whole bunch of new nodes. Honestly, I don't even know what the maximum extraction is out here. I should really figure out my max extractions of each area. Try not to fall off as well. Take that off the track so my trains can keep going. Let's go over here. Yeah, see, this shouldn't be doing this. This should be coming down and be up higher and then being flowing down into the train station. We're going to fix that. But as you can see, I'm extracting all of these nodes and didn't even realize there was an oil node over there I could be extracting. Let's go check these out. So this is 600. Now I have this set up in such a way that I can just turn it on and off over there. But I can also go in here and check my buffer and then also check my inputs and outputs. So this is coming out at 600 per minute. So pure node is basically 600 per minute. I totally forgot. Okay, so 600 there. We have 600 there. Is 1200 there. And then these two are 600. So 3 lines is 600, basically. So that's 1800 coming out of there. Let's go check this out over here. Let's get our gun ready because there's probably going to be someone who wants to get rowdy. Someone's going to roll up on them. Let's go. Yeah, what you got? You got something? You got something over there? Oh, there's a second one. Whoa! You little suckers are over here. Total! Total! Oh, good hit, good hit. Why are you not dead yet? Come on over here. Come on, come get me. Come on. That'll be the last time you touch me. So now you did. What I did is I dragged him over here by where my power is, and then I could just float up. Could have done that in the beginning. I thought I'd have a little fun. All right, so oil extraction going on over here. I don't know how many of these I killed, but it was a bunch. It was a bunch. All right, speaking of power, I want to pull some power over here, too, while we're at it. Let's go get our primary input power over here, which right now, this is our A, right? Hard to see. A, yes. A power is our primary power. Thanks for your help, Lizard Doggo. You could have helped out, bro. All right. So, we're going to go ahead and do this. I don't think I've ever done this one over here. I didn't even know it was over here. Cool new stuff. Now, again, I'll probably have to go here, but I'm just going to play until my wife comes in, so it's time to go. I'm going to be running long today. We're 12 hours in, everybody. We may or may not be back on time later. We'll see. God, this game is so good. It is so good. It just makes you dream. All right, we got to get our pressurizer in there. Oh, radio control units. We got this. We got this. No problem. No problemo. Radio control units. Make some. Let's make some. I forget how many I need. Hold on. We'll figure out how many we need. Over here. Clear that. Go in here. What the heck are we building? We're building some pressurized extractors, a well, and then a bunch of these. We need 10 units. All right, let's do it. We'd already make. I don't even know. I don't even know. Come on, wake up. There we go. Where are they? I think we made one. Okay, there we go. Oh, we're making them 2 at a time. So we need 10. Now, the cool thing is you can have a little to-do list over there. Now, I was making a bunch of these radio control units, but then I turned them into something else, which was like turbo motors or supercomputers or whatever. And then I ran out of aluminum. And that was the main problem I had. Now, I could actually run it back up to my boxes up on top and make a bunch more of these, which I may or may not do. We'll see. Really what we need to do is get all of these processes back up running at this stage. All right, that's probably good enough. Okay, and then what I really want to see is what is the actual output of each of these nodes. So, this one must be placed on a satellite node. Well extractors. It is on a... Oh, I see. It's got to go first. Okay. So this is 60 per minute. This is a... How do you know which node this is? Well, it's a normal node. Here, here, there. 30 per minute. So, this is a normal node. Here. 30. Okay, we should be writing this down so I don't have to do this every single time. Okay, so 30. 30 equals force node. Force, pressure, node. Honestly, I forget all of the stuff, so I'm going to remember it now. 30. This is impure, actually, not coarse. Impure. Impure. And then this is a normal. So normal is 60. It's normal. Then we could probably guess that the pure is 120. Do we have any pure nodes? Normal, pure, right there. I was right. All right, 120. 120 pure. Okay, so what we want to figure out is how much is this in total. So if we were to figure it out, we could look in here, 360 per minute, but we're just going to overclock the heck out of this thing. It says 900 per minute. Doing my best, it says at the top. Extractor's connected. We're missing one. This one. There we go. Now they're all connecting. Producing. 503 megawatts it's using right now. Produce 900 per minute. That doesn't seem right. Let's add up the math. Here we go. Let's go to the node here. Roll over it. 2 impure, 3 normals, and a pure. So 2 impures. 1, 2. Again, I'm just working my spreadsheet over here, but working my spreadsheet so I don't have to do the math in my head. Then, in theory, this would be 3 normals, so that'd be 2 30s, 3 60s, right there, and then 1 pure, which would be a 120. If we add that all up, does that equal 900? Let's find out. What? Ah, stupid thing. I wrote suck when I meant to write sum. As in Microsoft spreadsheet sucks. You should just be able to hit equals and it figures out. Okay, it says 360. So 360. So this times 2.5 times 2.5 equals 900. Okay, that's right. Because I have it overclocked at 250%. So basically, this is 360, but if I overclock it, it's 900. So you want to combine these together in groups of maximum 600 because you couldn't pipe it at 900. So I would probably cut it in half and combine certain nodes together. So 2 of them to 120. So maybe these two. And then this would go 120. And then you'd have the pure node 120. And then these together, which would be 120. So it'd be 240, 240. And then times 2.5. So say 240. 240, 120 times 120 times 2.5. What is this? This column's got percentage turned on. A number. There we go. So 120 times 240 is 300. 240 times 2.5 is what? 600. Okay, so to even that out a little better, you'd probably want to go 120 and then take a 60 and a 60. So 60 and a 60 to go 180. So 180 times 2.5 is 450. 180 times 2.5. I actually feel like it's to your benefit to actually make it not 600 in this game. So 450 and 450. So yeah, if we balance these, basically take the two impure nodes with 2 of the normal nodes, or 1 of the normal nodes. Yeah, 2 impure nodes, 1 normal node. That will give us 120. Then we take another normal node. That'll give us 180. Then we take the pure node and 1 normal node. That'll give us 180 times 2.5, which is 450. So basically